It was a common tale in the beginning. A poor village swallowed up by the ravages of war, its fortune, food, and lives snatched away. Invaders mercilessly trampled the villagers' location, which had a series of crop failures and was struggling with starvation. Unable to even resist, their miserable lives were reaped by swords, or possibly spears. All throughout the village rose shrieks and screams, and then they were extinguished. Sating their greed and to make sport, they set fire to the buildings after looting them, and they left not a single vestige behind. A father and child, seeing an opening, had decided to escape, but well-aimed arrows flew towards their backs, and they collapsed face down. From this cauldron of hell, not even a single person could escape. It was inside that boiling, abominable hellfire. A single, emaciated, scrawny young girl with lifeless eyes had secluded herself in a run-down hut. She had no energy nor strength to move remaining. The young girl's family tried to run, but they were slaughtered on the way. The girl who could not sufficiently do farm work was thought a burden by not just the villagers, but also her family. If she died for them, they would be happier instead, they considered. Therefore, she was the only one in the family left behind and consequently survived until now, since no one could escape the encircled village. Inside the girl's heart were resignation, despair, grief, and sorrow. Various emotions were mixed together. However, more than those emotions, there was but one thought stronger than them in her. Only one desire outweighed them. It was a sad, wretched desire that could be called a human instinct as well, hunger. Since this person was born, she never had a full stomach. An ample harvest could not be expected from the infertile earth, and furthermore, there was a harsh tax imposed. The meager remaining food was preferentially given to the laborers. The ones who went out hunting. The ones who performed farm work. The ones who raised children. The young girl who could not do a single thing sufficiently was given nothing but scraps of food. Even so, it could still be called happiness that she was just able to live. Since there were cases of other villages resorting to murder to reduce the number of mouths to feed. Hence, when an invader finally came in, the girl did not even quiver. Even when the invader revealed a broad and detestable smile, the girl did not avert her face away. Even when the well-built soldier pushed her down and his arms came reaching for her, she did not shake him off. Even when death holding its large scythe looked down upon her, she did not feel dread. Was it just an illusion, or was it the real death? Had it come to harvest her soul? Death, wearing a tattered robe and a white mask. However, the feeling of hunger was not sated by the appearance of the dreadful god of death. Death and the man pushing her down could be seen overlapping each other. Her vision was becoming increasingly abnormal, it seemed. In the world which began to be infected with vice, the girl muttered that she was hungry many times over in her mind. The girl's crude clothes were violently torn off. She no longer cared what would happen afterwards, her stomach was empty. "Isn't there anything to eat?" she hummed and looked around. At her out-of-place behavior, the soldier who pushed her down displayed a puzzled face. When his gaze met the girl's, the man involuntarily drew back. The skilled soldier who had killed many people was stupefied. "Why you, what the heck, us? You look so delicious." She fixed her gaze on the man possessed by death, and a single thought surfaced in the girl's inner mind. She distorted her lips into a delighted smile, baring her teeth. What she thought was, this person's tender throat looks so very delicious. Two countries, the Yus Kingdom and the Keeland Empire, were struggling for supremacy of the Mundo Novo continent. It was apparent that the situation was critical. The impetus was last year's large crop failure. The Yus Empire, which held most of the land that experienced poor harvests, resorted to relying on imports of food supplies from other countries. Whereupon, their trading partner, the Dolbax Union, suddenly imposed an embargo. In concert, the Keeland Empire unilaterally decreed that their non-aggression pact was revoked. The Union was a region that had declared independence from its Yus Kingdom. The Empire currently had a tentative ceasefire with the Kingdom, but small skirmishes with the repetitively occurred along the borders. The Kingdom's decline was to their advantage for sure, with no disadvantages. Aiming for an internal collapse, they cooperatively applied pressure, increasingly cutting off the Kingdom's life. Due to this embargo, the Kingdom's finances were dire. They became forced to levy heavy taxes on the people, and many starved to death in the Kingdom's territory. The Empire further reached out their hands, and were successful in converting Princess Altura, an orphaned child of the current Kingdom's prince. She was backed with funds and an army, and the Royal Capital Liberation Army was established. As the brains behind the operation, they sent in young, male soldiers of the empire and appointed the empire's second prince as second in command. It goes without saying that he would marry the princess in the future, contriving to take over the kingdom. Even the Liberation Army desperately wanted a backer, and there was no reason to refuse their aid. They knew the dangers of being a puppet beforehand. For the utterly tyrannized people torn apart by the succession struggle, the current kingdom was a more irreconcilable enemy than the empire. The plan was for the Liberation Army to consist of 30,000 soldiers, but there were not actually that many. The kingdom could have crushed them whenever at first, but they were overlooked as the kingdom poured their strength into small skirmishes with the empire. However, the Liberation Army occupied the stronghold, Salvador Fortress, continued to steadily increase their region of control, and invited those suffering from the kingdom's tyranny. Their numbers increased day by day, and they eventually could not be overlooked. If allowed to multiply as they were currently, they would become an extremely threatening existence, the top brass of the kingdom judged. The kingdom finally moved their heavy asses and decided to mobilize, further squeezing out the assets from the already hard-pressed citizens. Antigua Branch Castle, the forefront of the Yuzu Kingdom. Situated in the south part of the central border zone, it was an important base which effectively glared over the border with the empire. Further south of there was Salvador Fortress, the Liberation Army's stronghold. Large amounts of money were pumped into strengthening Antigua's walls. These were tenacious walls which had repulsed the empire's attacks on countless occasions so far. Half of the newly enlisted soldiers, appropriately called small fry, were dispatched here. Then, would they die in small skirmishes? Would they be executed for desertion? Or would they survive and earn a paltry sum of money? Which of these fates awaited them? Naturally, of course, there were curious people who desired to be enlisted, but a great majority of the soldiers were youths who were forcibly conscripted. Mixed among these new soldiers with bad expressions was a girl who was happily stuffing her cheeks with bread and dried meat. She would be classified as one of those curious people. You, as always, you're enjoying yourself eating. It isn't that delicious, that thing. It is because I can eat a lot of it, since everyone does not feel like eating much. When your stomach is bulging, good and bad is another issue. Geez, what a weirdo. The platoon leader in charge of the new recruits muttered in astonishment, but the girl finished her drink in one chug without showing any signs of caring. Skira's tastes are quite heedless, aren't they? It is a common sight. More importantly, platoon leader, is the aforementioned rumor true? The platoon soldier who hadn't experienced his first battle worriedly inquired. What rumor? The platoon leader asked back with a stern expression on his face. The one about commencing more and more offenses against the rebel army. It seems higher UPS have also arrived in groups. The higher UPS the young soldier mentioned they were the admirals or perhaps generals who had a heap of medals affixed to their chests and boasted elite guards, staff officers, and soldiers marching along with them. They were reinforcements from Eastern Belta. Including the Antigua Reserve, their numbers would swell to roughly 100,000. It was the first large-scale mobilization in a while. Their numbers were plenty, their equipment so-so, and their experience was needless to say, low. The so-called mishmash comprised half of the army. 1. AHH. There should be orders before long. We should prepare for them and make an effort to train. Whether you live or die is the fruit of your habitual training, and your luck. Wah. So it was true. I still don't want to die yet though, thank you for the meal. The young girl known as Skira put both hands together appearing satisfied. Seeing that, the young man unintentionally threw out a complaint. Man. Don't just think about eating, think a bit about what we said just now. Your life tomorrow is more important than today's bread and meat, right? For me, today's bread and meat are more essential. They are greatly valuable, more than going along with your complaining. You quibbling shit girl? Shit girl, no thank you. Hey, conscripts, leave it at that. If you're done eating, hurry up and return to training. The two saluted when the platoon leader roared out, and they hurriedly returned to the parade ground. The youth was quite the normal young man. If his luck was good, he would live, and if it was bad, he would probably die. Not even leaving his name in history, he was just a common soldier, consumable goods. But of course, he himself understood that. With just common luck, he would have the bragging right called living. The platoon leader smoked a cigarette. The smoke clouded his eyes. However, that girl. Even though she was still a young girl, the girl at an appropriate age to be a soldier was not very understood. She was a odd human who personally went to enlist in the army. Her age was around 16. Her birthplace was an agricultural village captured by the rebel army. Her reason for volunteering was a joke, to eat until full. There was but one reason why this girl who seemed unable to decently handle a sword was eligible. Because she presented the heads of 10 rebel soldiers while covered in blood. Their heads and proof of affiliation were disorderly thrown into a large, leather bag. She even was courteous enough to bring back a flag of the self-proclaimed Liberation Army. Normally, there should have been a large amount of suspicions, but there was one thing the Great Kingdom prided itself on. That there would be no problems if one possessed the power to kill the enemy, and she was immediately approved for enlistment. At that occasion, while small, a cash reward was conferred as a reward for defeating the enemy. And then, what fate was it that arranged for her to be assigned to the troop under his control? The man who commanded the platoon, hearing the whole story, could only sigh. Geez. I don't get anything. I have a bad friggin' premonition. Looking at the young girl at training, performing practice swings with her large scythe, the man involuntarily let out a sigh. In spite of it being utterly preposterous, she readily displayed her skill with handling her scythe that she obtained from somewhere, even though he allowed her to use a sword. At the time when she first participated in training, "Don't wield something beyond your ability," he said, and decided to take it, but he dropped the large scythe on the one ground due to its excessive weight. That ridiculous scythe took 2 new recruits to finally lift it up. It was impossible to swing it or anything. Though it was a conundrum how a young girl with a seedy build could handle it, she certainly seemed to have more war potential when handling it than handling a sword. It would be appropriate to say that the girl had absolutely no hope in swordsmanship. He inevitably recognized her as a special case, but either way, a scythe was half-baked as a weapon. It could not outrange a spear, and it fell behind a sword in cutting. Its outward appearance was imposing, but as a weapon that was it. The reason why a scythe like that was not seen in actual combat was simple. It was not geared towards killing humans. However, when he saw the young girl swinging the scythe with a happy expression and the blade biting into the dummies made of straw, he was reminded of something, though it was unpleasant. It was an existence everyone feared and should avoid. Clad in black clothes, an aberration which hunted the souls of people. A sinister symbol which appeared at the verge of death. Death. Hey, Skira. Are you really going to fight with that scythe? It's a pain in butt, and unwieldy, nothing good about it. Even if you have some outrageous strength. The youth from before raised his voice worriedly. He had a bad mouth, but as it was, he was a good person. A normal sword just doesn't match me, so I cannot help it. This one has grown accustomed to me. I wonder why. One Skira raised the scythe up with one hand, and the curved blade sent the dummy's head flying. Skira's black hair with a tinge of brown swayed left and right with that force. Not long, but neither short, her hair extended to her shoulders. With a feeling of gloominess, she made a brushing gesture with her left hand. The youth nearby, seeing that, shook his head side to side while making a shocked expression. Good grief. Where did you get your hands on such a thing? Don't tell me, is it custom made? I found it. That's a lie. Like such a dangerous thing would just be carelessly dropped. Do you want to know no matter what? If you're telling, I'll listen for now. Since we're talking about it. Truth is, Skira's voice quickly dropped to a lower volume as she smiled bewitchingly. It was different from her usual curtness. The young soldier reflexively swallowed his saliva seeing that expression. Truth is, I am a death god. The words were whispered near his ear. The youth, realizing he was being made fun of, yelled as his face flushed. You shit girl. Even when a person takes the trouble to seriously listen. Since I told you, please treat me to some bread sometime. With cheese too, looking forward to it. It's a promise. Skira extended out her hand, but it was strongly brushed away. Shut up. You go eat grass or something. The youth perked up his shoulders and headed towards the location of another straw dummy. Once she was done looking at him, Skira resumed practice again. If it's grass, I've eaten that many times, it wasn't delicious. It's bitter and doesn't fill your stomach at all. Humans aren't cows or horses. The most delicious thing I've ever had was death from that time. From above, the scythe brandished vertically above her head split the straw dummy in clean halves. Yo's Kingdom Army, 3rd Army Corps Headquarters. As the night wore on, at the same time, a surprise attack was decided to be made according to the Army Corps Commander General Yalder's suggestion. Marching during the night had high risk. There would also be an outbreak of deserters. Though the ones launching the surprise attack were the 3rd Army Corps, they were elite and had high honors. It was a division of 10,000 people under the command of Major General Jira. Their strategy was to group up with the reservists assigned to Antigua Branch Castle and launch a scathing attack on the food storehouses located around the enemy stronghold. If the operation succeeded according to plan, it was assured that fatal damage would be inflicted upon the Liberation Army. Of course, the enemy's vigilance would be strict, but, if it's our elite troops, we would surely destroy them, were Yalder's words. After which, by the majority vote from commissioned officers who were sitting in a line, the strategy was to be carried out. It was also determined that the platoon Skira was attached to would have the honor of participating in the surprise attack. Though for the people whom it concerned, it was probably a sorrowful event. If they fought, they would die. The ones to die would be the soldiers who were scraped up after all. The surprise attack would have two phases. The staff officers would, after the surprise attack succeeded, pursue the rebel army without exception, or so it was planned. On the road of pursuit, half of the 3rd Army Corps which were holded up in the fort would lay in ambush, stationed in the woodlands. Then, the scheme called for the pursuit unit to thoroughly encircle the arriving enemy and drive them to extinction. If all went well this time, the insurgents calling themselves the Royal Capital Liberation Army would be driven to collapse in one blow. Will it succeed? This night attack. I feel somewhat uneasy. Dunno. I wonder too. Except, I'm looking forward to the food silo. It's a thing filled with food. We'll be able to pick anything we want, no doubt about it. Skira and the youth, who was wearing crude armor on his person, marched while whispering. The vicinity was completely enveloped in darkness. While this may be obvious, fire was forbidden as this was a surprise attack. In the woodlands which had too fallen silent, the soldiers stifled their breaths and simply and earnestly marched forwards. You know, I've been thinking since then. Is there only eating inside your head? You should think more about other things. Yeah, you didn't know. Jesus, I envy how you're so happy-go-lucky. You know I can't help but be scared. I keep on thinking how I won't be able to ever go home again. I still have a lot of things I want to do. I'm fearful of dying. The youth clenched his fist tightly, as if suppressing his shivering. Skira took out a fried bean from her small bag and tossed it into her mouth. A good taste filled her mouth. It seemed out of place. If you die, then you won't be scared. Isn't that a good thing? You won't need to worry so much anymore. If you also die, then you won't feel hunger anymore, so good for you. A dead person doesn't feel hunger. I guess, that's true. Isn't it? Hey, be quiet. The enemy will hear you. While they thought the platoon leader's voice was the loudest, after exchanging glances, the two fell silent. Have we marched for an hour already? Or maybe it was 2 hours. Has the vanguard already launched the attack? Soon, we will we really be able to do a surprise attack without being discovered? To the youth asked himself while marching forward. While trying as best as he could to not make any sound. He knew the answer to his previous question immediately. No, it should be said he was made to know. Retards of the kingdom. You will all die here dash. Archers dash, start volley. Annihilate them dash. Together with a powerful command, torches glowed through the gaps of the surrounding trees. At the same time, fire arrows with sounds of cutting the wind struck the kingdom's army. The enemy. Rebel army ambush. What is this? Was the surprise attack seen through dash? Hurry, retreat dash. Withdraw dash. Jira, who lead the surprise attack unit, raised his angry voice and gave out orders. To take advantage of an enemy's carelessness, and then herd and rout them in one fell swoop was called a surprise attack. That being said, the ones being ambushed were reversed. Their situation was that of prey who were successfully lured out. The commander had to immediately reorganize the formation or else dash. The fire is spreading too quickly. Yes sir, oil was scattered. Fire is coming all throughout the forest. Hurry and open an escape path. We'll be annihilated like this dash. The entire surprise attack plan had been leaked to the rebel army, and a large quantity of hay and oil were strewn ahead of the path they would march in the woodlands beforehand. A large amount of fire arrows had rained down there. There was no longer any way of reforming Jira's division that had fallen into disarray. Would they be burnt to death in the forest, or would they go out and be skewered by the enemy? Commander Major General Jira continued to berate his soldiers to escape somehow, but finally, he was killed by the rebel army leader. There was not a trace of that overflowing confidence which filled his expression habitually on his face. There was only one that seemed to scream, "I don't want to die." Skira's platoon which followed them was also swallowed up by the vortex of flames. The arrows did not cease and continued to rain without any gaps. Platoon soldiers were also killed in action in the furious melee. The soldiers who were killed in action were Skira's acquaintances, and there was a time when she was treated to bread by them. She took out a small scrap of bread that she had put in her pocket, threw it into her mouth, and chewed. That she would no longer be given treats was very unfortunate. Even if we stay here like this, we'll only be burnt to death. Sink or swim, we can only exit the forest. Prepare yourselves. The platoon leader strained his voice and informed the soldiers. But platoon leader. Won't we be completely surrounded outside too? That time comes, we resign ourselves to our bad luck. If you don't want to, it's fine if you stay here. I don't mind if you violate military regulations. However, that you will be burnt to death, I guarantee it. Those who have the guts, unsheath your swords. We'll attack all at once on my signal. The platoon leader and the soldiers in the prime of their lives took out their weapons and looked to the right. Through a break in the trees, an open field could be seen, and no enemy soldiers were found. Of course, there was a good likelihood that enemy soldiers were lying down. From the front arose black smoke, screams, and flames, compelling every soldier to make their decision. Another platoon from the rear raised a strange voice and sprung out into the plains. At the same time, the platoon leader also gave out his orders. Start the attack dash. Charge. Forwards forwards. Don't look back dash fire dash. At the platoon's bold dash, arrows came flying level to the field. The Liberation Army's soldiers were eagerly, restlessly awaiting them. There were no soldiers who were performing the ambush that had revealed themselves to their enemy. Camouflaged, arrows knocked, spears gripped, they had concealed their sharp killing intent. It was already too late for the other platoon that used to be behind them. Dead bodies pierced by arrows were scattered everywhere. An arrow pierced the brow of the platoon leader who went first. His body as well, several shafts were stuck in his armor, and the platoon leader died in action without being able to raise a scream or be surprised. The youth, whether fortunate or unfortunate, only had been struck in his shoulder and right knee, and he bore no fatal wounds. However, that did not change his fate. The difference was only now, or later. The enemy soldiers changed to spears from bows and were impatiently closing the distance. The wounded platoon members in the vicinity were also already in no condition to fight. No reinforcements, and the platoon behind them was already walking the road to Hades. 2. UUAA-. With his posture destroyed, there was no meaning in pointing a sword towards the enemy. He entertained the thought of throwing away his sword and surrendering, but he quickly threw it away. They wouldn't take one common soldier as a prisoner after all. I will die here. The youth did not want to die from the bottom of his heart. Platoon leader, he died huh? Even though he treated me to many meals. Truly unfortunate. He thought he had heard Skira's usual and unchanging voice next to his ear. In that moment, something charged into the enemy soldiers. It was too quick, and the youth could only do his best and follow it with his eyes. Then, at the same time blood danced from within the torches, screams roared. Dash. WHWH dash. An enemy soldier's right arm was lopped off by a large scythe, and the head of a man who stood next to him dumbfounded was sent flying. The blade of the scythe was keen, and the heads of the Liberation Army's soldiers were decapitated and sword. It was just like mowing weeds. The man who had his right arm severed had no idea of the circumstances which had befallen him, and he fell face down. His bleeding was severe, and he probably wouldn't be able to avoid death. Oi, what are you guys doing? The opponent is just a single person. Surround and key dash into the face of the man who gave orders like a commanding officer stabbed the tempered edge of the scythe's point. Those at the sides fell silent as the person's face was torn into irregular shapes. It seemed he had unknowingly gotten in range of the scythe. Hi-hee-hee-hee-een dash. The soldiers' screams resonated. Anyone would upon seeing a disaster befall a human who was just living. Kind of annoying when there's many people. But, I won't leave anyone alive. I will massacre all of you rebel army. While whispering a monologue, it aloofly intersected a spear that was thrusted. At that opening, the edge of the scythe pierced deeply from overhead the opponent. And like that, the vicinity became a sea of blood, and the meaningless corpse was thrown away. The Liberation Army's troops that had fallen into a state of panic fired arrows while trembling. Skira spun her scythe and brushed them off like it was nothing. It was as though a conqueror or hero had come from the legends. the youth thought. 2-1, and then another enemy soldier began to retreat. Having lost their drive, the troops crumbled like being hit by an avalanche. The instant Skira made a slight smile and stepped forward with her right foot. Help. This guy's a death god. Monster. We can't win. I don't want to die in a place like this. The several people who lived raised screams and started running away. Skira decided one man is her target from amongst them and heaved the scythe in her hand with vigorous force. The scythe stuck into a large tree ahead of her and cut the body of the soldier in its path in two, which started spasming and twitching as its entrails leaked out. It was instant death. While the youth and the surviving platoon soldiers were dumbfounded, Skira in a trot went to pick up her large scythe. She postured the scythe on her shoulder, and her figure was one of utter, sincere happiness against a backdrop of fire. Her face was smeared with blood, her armor as well. Pieces of meat and viscera stuck to her scythe. It was a terrible spectacle that one couldn't look straight at. Hi, Dash. What's the matter? Your face is pale, you know. Two from the middle of the plains, which was filled with the dense smell of blood, death itself headed towards the youth. It was Skira's silhouette projected by the flickering illumination. As if clad in black, tattered robes, the monster of death was imprinted onto the youth's vision. The sinister scythe slowly swayed side to side, as if it was hunting its next prey. That was as long as the youth could maintain his consciousness. The youth finally opened his eyes at the sharp pain running through his shoulder. The surroundings were oversaturated with the rising groans of patients. The more his consciousness cleared, the more his breathing became disheveled. His vision swayed. Taking a deep breath, he prepared himself and looked at his own body timidly. What limbs am I missing? That was his only worry. If he paid attention, he had no arms or legs, was the tragedy that was all too close to him every day. The happy news was that his limbs were intact, and he was not missing a single extremity. He had been laid on a shabby bed, and his shoulder and knee, which were injured by arrows, had been dressed in bandages. The youth needed a moment before feeling relieved that he was somehow saved. When he covered his face with both hands and ruminated on the fact that he was still living, his main benefactor, whom he deep down dreaded to meet, came along, holding a tray with a pitcher of water and 2 plain pieces of bread on it. Morning. Hungry. Here is. Branch Castle Antigua. Our home. So, hungry. No, just gimme the water. I don't want to eat anything right now. The youth lightly waved his hands to refuse, and Skira pointed to the bread and asked, then, you don't need this bread. You can eat it. I don't have an appetite. Much thanks. It'll be tough if you don't eat in the times that you can. I won't give it back even if you tell me to. Never. She passed the youth a glass of water and gnawed at the bread that did not look very delicious. She made a smile of supreme bliss, and slowly chewed the dry, hard bread. This person is actually happy, the youth thought. Hey, after that, what happened to our platoon? Half of Jira's division was annihilated. The soldiers that somehow escaped were worn out. The surviving members of our platoon were you, me, and maybe 3 other people? Unfortunately, platoon leader was not carried here. Platoon leader, so he passed away. He can't treat me ever again. Truly unfortunate. The glory of Jira's division was that the commander died in battle and that a great majority were annihilated. General Yalder and the 3rd Army Corps members that were hiding as the ambushers, upon receiving news of defeat, were greatly disconcerted, made a commotion, retraced their steps to the back to the fortress with hasty speed, and tightly closed the gates. The other party, the Royal Capital Liberation Army, wrapped up the rest of the defeated army, and their morale momentously started increasing. The young man commissioned officer Fyn Kadif who killed Jiro was greatly extolled as a hero. The Empire, which had hitherto been waiting and watching, sped up their military expansion and began to harbor aspirations of crossing the Alyosha River, the national border. They began to assemble military forces in the northwest as well. 3 at the moment, the 2 were glaring at each other, and tensions were minimized, but if the Empire declared war, the outbreak of war might involve the whole continent. Presently, it was the kingdom's civil war, and it wasn't a war that involved fellow nations yet. However, everyone could see that it was only a matter of time. Until new personnel are attached to our unit, I will be the acting platoon leader. My rank was that of a common soldier, so I have been promoted to temporary 2nd lieutenant. In other words, your superior officer. You'll be in my care from now on. Leave the jokes to your scythe. My wounds tingle. I wasn't lying. The enemy commander from that time seemed to be of some renown. Having brought back proof of his affiliation, I received words of praise. Along with tasty food subsequently. Skira had repatriated, bringing back the head of the enemy commander in the midst of defeat, with an additional bonus of carrying back a teammate. She had been extolled with words of praise from the company commander, and until a successor could be determined, she had been entrusted with commanding the platoon. It wasn't a promotion per se, anyone would have been fine actually. Who took command of a mishmash of reservists was not a matter of concern. Really? It's the end of the world. With your injuries, it seems you won't be able to return to duty presently. You should go back to your hometown, and live a quiet life to the utmost. Plow the fields fervently, and send me some food please. Soldiers with wounded shoulders, knees, etc. were not usable. They would be sent back to the country before long, and maybe they would be recruited again once they were healed. 3 After all, that was just what consumable goods were. Well, just being sent back could be said to be exceptional. The worst case would be being abandoned on the battlefield. The youth was innerly relieved. For the moment, he had been saved. He could say he was fortunate enough. Phew. Well then, take care of yourself. Once you leave here, we will probably not meet again. Skira held the tray under her arm and pivoted on her heel to leave. The youth raised his voice in a panic. He had forgotten to say something important. Wait a bit. What is it I wonder? Thanks for saving me. Really? If you weren't there, I would have died. So, thanks. The youth lowered his head so he would not make eye contact. In that impulsive moment, he feared that death's scythe would sink into his own neck. That wasn't a good thing to think about his companion who had saved him. However, he was scared. Treat me to a meal something. Of course, with cheese. That would be nice. With a light wave of her hand, Skira left the field hospital crammed with casualties behind while chewing her bread. Antigua Branch Castle, headquarters shouting at the downcast staff officers was a single, middle-aged man with a flushed face. He was the commanding officer of the kingdom's Third Army, General Yalder. He had a short temper and largely lacked discretion, but as far as military offense went, he could boast that none in the kingdom could match him. His niche was his heavy infantry and heavy cavalry, nicknamed the Steel Division, and constantly repeated fierce assaults. They boasted stubborn defense like an iron wall. Yalder had poured his blood into raising them. He piled up spectacular achievements for suppressing insurgents and thieves and skirmishing with the Empire. Thus, he acquired actual results along with pride. It was to his disgrace that 10,000 soldiers had been wiped out, thoroughly caught in the enemy's ambush, and that his confidant Jira had been killed in the end. He ground his teeth so hard that blood flowed from his lips, and his face was so flushed that it looked like a blood vessel would burst at any time. FCKF***CK. Those rebels are making fun of me. The glory of the name Third Corps is sobbing at this rate. Sir, please calm yourself. Certainly, we lost 10,000 officers and men, but our main body is still unhurt. It is vital that we harden our defense of this castle right now. Chief Staff Officer Saitamo Arte calmly advised. Born from a fallen aristocratic family, he rose in rank with just his wit. Naturally, it had been painstaking to set up a network of personal connections, and his pride had been trodden on countless times. But perhaps as a result, he had splendidly made the position of 3rd Army Corps Staff Officer his own, and even went so far as to earn Yalder's confidence. He was 30 years old and still young, and even as only a support, there were good indications that he would be further promoted. He had first been opposed to Yalder's surprise attack idea, but he couldn't usurp a military officer's authority. He could do nothing but give a gentle warning. Since if Saitamo incurred the displeasure of a superior officer, he could kiss his position goodbye. You don't have to say that, I know already. However, I was entrusted with 100,000 soldiers from His Majesty, like I could just hide here. I'll be made a laughing stock. Yalder raged while sending his spit flying. The Liberation Army, no, the Rebel Army, has reconciled with and absorbed the soldiers from Jira's division who had surrendered. Furthermore, they are working on expanding their region of control. Another staff officer reported on the Liberation Army's state of affairs. If we just twiddle our fingers like this, those friggin' rebels will only grow more impudent. Those fools, have they forgotten their obligation to the kingdom? I will eradicate everyone, even their families. Yalder forcefully slapped his desk. The documents having been affected scattered, and the civil officials gathered them. There are currently no movements from the Empire's army. However, there are often strange signal fires being sent up from observation posts. Didn't that start a while ago? I don't believe those Empire scum would do something like seriously attack. They're focusing all their efforts on backing the rebel army from behind. They are desperate to protect their own assets, no mistake. One military officer let out a sigh, and a civil official objected. 3. However, they are increasing their military preparations. This is news from a spy undergoing military drills as we speak. Misinformation, or perhaps deceived by lies. How many times has this happened up until now? Each time, we strengthen our defenses. Every time, it's been a fool's errand. I won't let you say that you've forgotten that. Strengthening the defense of our national borders is commonplace. Calling it a fool's errand, is that not an exaggeration? What do you plan to do if perchance the Empire crosses the border and launches an attack? HMPF. Even if the Empire mobilized all of their troops, they still would not even reach half of the kingdom's soldiers. War is won by numbers. In other words, no matter what skirmishes we lose, at the very end, we, the Yu's kingdom, will win. Don't you understand that, you civil official? At some statistic that was pulled out of somewhere, the civil officer let out an overbearing sigh. Won't even reach half our numbers? What kind of intelligence is that? The Empire is attempting to expand their military more than they have before. And so what of it? Don't you know how many weak soldiers there are? With that spark, the military officials and civil officials started arguing on their own accord. This was a frequent occurrence, and Saitama could no longer stop it. Just intervening would be ridiculous. Your Excellency. This is our best chance, while the enemy is drunk on their victory. Our numbers overwhelmingly exceed theirs. There is no need for planning and such, let's squash them with a frontal attack. When a single, brave division commander raised his voice, other military officers followed with words of agreement. Haven't they learned the hard way? Saitama was amazed, but it wasn't shown on his face. This was often the case with the 3rd Army Corps. MPH. You guys' proposal is agreeable. Shall I show you all the fearsomeness of our Steel Division? Chief Staff Officer Saitama, do you have any comments? Sir Dash. Salvador Fortress, where the rebel army is holed up, has been deteriorated by age and is unfit for defense. I fear that an ambush may come while we march on the Alyosha Plains. Saitama spread out a map on the desk and pointed to the plains. If so, let them come. Our heavy infantry will round up all of them. One military officer pushed the horse piece representing the kingdom's army straight to Salvador Fortress. Their small force is quite unlucky. If they stay in the castle, we crush them. If they are aware of their disadvantage and come out onto the plains, then it will absolutely be our victory. Isn't our victory assured? Yalder humorously laughed, and guzzled down water from an extravagant vessel. No doubt about it, the enemy is formulating a plan. There is need for sufficient caution against fire. We must not fall prey to the same one that Major General Jira fell prey to. If we engage on the plains, then isn't there no need to worry about ambushes? Even if there is one, their numbers are few. We can crush them underfoot. 3. The enemy is reading our path of advance. With certainty, they have some kind of trap, I believe. Sir Chief Staff Officer, you worry too much. You'll die early at this rate. At a division commander's teasing, the military officers laughed. Your Excellency. This is not excessive caution. We ought to send out the scouts while taking maximum precaution. I get it. I get it. Chief Staff Officer Saitama's words also have reason. As you say, we will be sufficiently vigilant, and then entirely crush the opposition. Is that enough? Sir, I am grateful for having my humble opinion taken into consideration. When Saitama respectfully bowed his head, Yalder nodded in approval many times. Right. The 3rd Army's course of action has been determined. We will decapitate the heads of the rebels' hags, and with our hands clear the name of Jira. We will attack with 80,000, and 10,000 will be left to defend this castle. We depart to the front the day after tomorrow. Everyone have your preparations in order. Sir Dash. The military officers saluted and left the military main office. Saitama brooded for a short while, but with a light wave of his head, he followed after them. Antigua Branch Castle, Campgrounds. A 100,000-strong army was scraped up from the neighboring area, and Skira's company was driven out from the barracks that was originally theirs to use. They were forced into huddling in a shabby tent and resting around a fire. 3 man thanks to those military cadet guys from the royal capital, my body's freezing from this coldness. It's so cold. I'm actually going to freeze to death. If the military police hear that kind of grumbling, they'd gratefully start preaching to you. Don't get me involved, brother. I swear that the day I get preached to is the day I die. Don't abandon me. Shut up. Get away from me. I don't swing that way. Geez. The amount of food has also decreased. I can't do anything like this. Also, our new platoon leader is a little touched. What are the higher-ups thinking? Haha. If she just had a bit more meat to her, wouldn't that be nice? Even though she eats so much, just where the heck does it all go? Personally, I'd want her breasts to be a bit fuller. I'm an ass man myself. Unfortunately, our platoon leaders got nothing anywhere. The devastated platoons were merged into one amalgamated platoon. This was the platoon that Skira came to lead. However, it was a small one of just 10 men. We were saved by Skira, no, by platoon leader Skira. Her outward appearance is like that, but her strength is for real. She annihilated the enemy soldiers alone. You guys too, should know that. I hear ya. I've heard that so many times already. Well, as a platoon under such a great leader, we might be able to live long lives. It's promising. I don't really care for having to die. Shall we just humbly hope we'll become heroes, not attack, and watch the show? Ha ha ha. Cheers, to Sir Platoon Leader Skira, our hero. Cheers. The soldiers started drinking alcohol while revealing large smiles. The members who were originally colleagues of Skira shivered as they tightly held their bowls of soup. What's the matter? And no. Nothing. It's nothing. Weirdo. Your soup finally cooled down. Hurry up and finish it. After this is happy time drinking alcohol. Skira was the one who got him out of trouble. If she wasn't there, he would have died there. Therefore, though he thought of her like death itself, he wouldn't say so. Even though the figure of death could be clearly seen, he wouldn't say so. If he did, it might be his turn next. Therefore, he wouldn't say so. He would attract the eyes of death. When he finished his soup that was as thin as water, he decided to join the soldiers in basking in the warmth of the bonfire, and he stretched out both hands. Around that time, Skira was elegantly walking in the cold weather with the proof of second lieutenant rank triumphantly attached to herself. Although she was greatly dissatisfied at the fact that the amount of food had decreased recently, she was gifted bread with cheese from a colleague she saved. While walking on the ramparts and gazing at the stars, she was enjoying her luxurious dinner. Suspicious shadows detected. Quite free anyhow, shall I go check them out, I wonder? I might be able to receive some delicious food. Once in a while, I want to eat fruit. It's only been dried stuff recently. Said Skira, who licked her lips. In her line of sight was a group looking around restlessly while walking as if trying not to make their footsteps heard. Over their shoulders hung a large bag. It was as if they were doing a moonlight flit. She could see that there were about 10 or so people, but she couldn't tell in detail. She lightly flipped her second lieutenant proof of rank with her fingers, and Skira descended down the stairs and walked towards the group stealthily working. When the moonlight shined on her scythe, its warped blade cruelly glinted as if having found prey. 4. Antigua Branch Castle, Backgate. A single soldier ascertaining the state of the vicinity beckoned with his hand and called his comrade. The guard, who should have been the gatekeeper at this time, sent a signal with a light shake of his head and took out a key. It was not the key to the stiff, shut castle gates. It was for the small but sturdy iron gate built nearby. It was a small door that was forbidden to be opened unless in dire circumstances. The guard burdened with the duty of guarding this very gate opened it for the soldiers who decided to escape. This gatekeeper had colluded with the Liberation Army, and was appointed with the covert duty of lowering morale and offering his kind services to deserters. This was a scene that had repeated itself many times already. The guard system inside the castle was quite slack, and this evening as well, there was nothing happening and should have ended as usual with him seeing off the deserting soldiers. So you do not get found by the lookouts. In a moment, stoop and go forward. In a dilapidated house deep in the North Forest is a contact on standby. Here's a map up until there. Once it is not needed, make sure to destroy and dispose of it. When the gatekeeper handed them a map, a man received it and took a glance. Sorry. You've saved us. Also, give these documents to the guy on standby. For the colluder took out an envelope with the documents inside. Yeah. I understand. The surveillance is weak, but be cautious enough. You over there, what's going on? In the middle of handing over the documents, a voice unsuited to the occasion spoke to the men. Though they felt like their hearts would stop, the gatekeeper and the deserters turned in that direction. If I'm correct, you guys were from the 11th Infantry Platoon, I believe. Where are you heading out to, carrying that kind of luggage? Are you guys also going on a stroll to gaze at the stars, I wonder? You are. The 13th Infantry Platoons. Oi, wait. This person is okay. The still very young man, who was in a posture as if ready to draw his sword at any moment, seeing Skira's figure, let out a large sigh of relief. He was relieved since she would let them go. The gatekeeper did not relax his vigilant gaze. If she let out a loud voice, he planned to kill her. Everything would be over if she made a racket. Temporary Second Lieutenant Skira. For the kid who had an annoying job pushed onto her. Isn't the temporary just so tear-jerking? It's become a topic in other platoons as well. How long does she have to live, they say. She's also become a target of some bets. More importantly, what's going on? Asked Skira, smiling while putting her large scythe on her shoulder. Isn't it obvious? We're running away from this shitty army. Everyone wants to be on the winning side, right? Rumor has it that the Empire will be joining soon. At this rate, we'd die a dog's death. We will join the Royal Capital Liberation Army. I heard that one can earn a lot of money. Sorry, but I have no intent of dying for the kingdom. All the group members have agreed. We have appropriate weapons as gifts as well as food. We probably won't be treated badly. The man who seemed to be the leader with his hand patted the bag on his back with a palm. Skira, who had heard their response, nodded several times, having understood the situation. I see. Well then, this is where we say farewell. You wanna come too? You'll just die somewhere at this rate. Hey. One of the deserters spontaneously retorted. He was worried that their extraneous burdens would increase. For we can't just leave her like this. She's an eyewitness to our crime. Hey, you don't mind if we bring one more person, right? The gatekeeper frowned when the platoon leader asked, but as there was no recourse, he nodded his head. It's not in the plan, but there's no recourse. Killing women and children is unsettling as one would expect. However, just you. You may not call any other of your group members. So he says. You're coming, of course? We as small fry have absolutely no obligation to an army like this. I guess. Then I'll be coming along. Mostly likely it'll be a short while, but take care of me. With a bright, sweet smile, Skira expressed her consent. The men nodded in assent, and they escaped quietly out the side door. Desertion was a serious crime. If exposed to the military, arguing would be useless, capital punishment. The deserters stifled their breathing and hurried to the woodlands while pressing their bodies into the grass. There was nothing more difficult than moving with unwieldy baggage, but they couldn't go on empty-handed. Skira had her large scythe as well, and she was no different from the men. Hey, Ms. Temporary Second Lieutenant Skira, how about throwing away that outlandish, gargantuan scythe? Isn't it a constant pain in the butt? Without this, I cannot fight. For Skira gently brushed the handle of her scythe. The man, while shocked, whispered, Geez. Fine. I'll let you carry that scythe. Since you wanted to. You don't look the part though. Once we reach the Liberation Army, hurry up and go back to your village. I won't think any less of you. I'll keep that in consideration. Platoon leader. Isn't that it over there? One of the group members reported while opening the map to confirm their current position. There was a large tree with an X gashed into it to serve as a landmark. Though it was dark and they couldn't see well, 30 strides away from them, there was certainly a single, large tree standing out amidst the many smaller trees. The deserting soldiers started silently walking, aiming at their landmark tree while trying not make any noise. They had gradually reached the point further than the surveillance of the kingdom's soldiers. But they did not relax their guard even until the end. This was the sole thing they had learned from the armed forces, it was the key to survival. Certainly, this incision seems like it was made by a human. So we turn left here. Yes. Most likely this way, I think. There's some kind of animal trail. Only around here are there some random footprints left behind. It seems like we'll arrive if we follow these. Despite the enemy conducting their operations so close, they didn't notice at all. How comfortable. Are the heads of our leaders hollow? For muttered the platoon leader while stroking the large tree with his hand. All the group members spoke up in agreement. I can guess why our surprise attack was found out, heh? Our decision to escape was spot on. To have been able to choose the correct choice at the last moment, we are blessed men. If I make it home, I'll pray to the stars. This is God's favor to us devouts. Praise the star god. Here. These men had left behind families. They did not want to die in vain, to die a dog's death. Even though they would be called traitors, survival was everything. This compulsive thought was shared by everyone. Skira was happily gazing at the scene from a place slightly distant from them, all while fiddling with her beloved scythe perched on her shoulders. Incidentally, her stomach was empty, and she tossed into her mouth the preserved roasted beans that she had been carrying with her. The beans this time were just a little salty. It was not good, but it seemed like it was also not bad. All right. Our break is over. Let's tear up the map and bury it. A promise is a promise. Leave no traces behind. Understood. Hey, Skira. Don't just be eating those bean things, help us out a bit. One member of the group complained to Skira, who was leisurely chewing her beans. Instead of a response, she struck out with the point of the large scythe and made a small hole. For so that scythe is a substitute for a hoe. If you get home, make sure to help your parents out. As long as they live, give them the proper respect. He said with a touch of a preaching tone while turning his gaze in Skira's direction. The map was torn, put in the hole, and then violently covered with soil. They stamped on the soil with their military boots. They dealt with it in a way to not leave any vestiges behind. That's good enough, signaled the end for everyone. If I feel like it. Start putting in some effort and feel like it. Okay. By the way, are you my dad? I have a cute son waiting for me at home. Sorry, but I can't be your dad. Go find a nice guy with your own power. Very unfortunate. While having this frivolous talk, Skira tried imagining her formerly existing parents. However, she couldn't dig up any memories. She did not particularly think it unfortunate in the slightest, however. Her hatred towards the Royal Capital Liberation Army was certain. Her recollections of her village being destroyed were certain. Nevertheless, she could not remember the faces any of the people who should have been there. She did not think that sad. What she could recall that was sad, was only that deathly sense of hunger. Yes. The only thing she recalled was that maddening feeling of starvation. Skira silently threw the last bean in her mouth. She violently crushed it and was not aware of its taste. For Liberation Army, Intelligence Corps, a concealed, dilapidated house. Normally, only scouts would use this spot, but this evening, a single commander of the Liberation Army, Colonel Voller, was visiting for an inspection in the face of the enemy. Voller was a senior military officer sent from the Empire's army as reinforcement. He had a tall physique and his muscles were bulging. The military genius he was born with had been habitually tempered and then further polished. His skill with the spear was recognized as distinguished even among all of the Empire. As a spearmanship instructor, he also served as the instructor for second-in-command Second Prince Alan. His fortitude and vigor were beloved by the soldiers, and he also possessed talent as a commander. Well done continuing your task late into the night. I come to ascertain the situation with Antigua Branch Castle with my own eyes. Colonel, your eminence need not to have come. The situation here is the same as usual. Please, use this. I will. One scout passed a spyglass to Voller. This magic tool that had a special enchantment placed on it could project the scenery across the lens like it was daytime. It was a technology excavated from a certain labyrinth city. It was an item permitted to be held by only commissioned officers tethered to the Empire's intelligence corps. I view everything through the lens of, is this a trap meant to lower our guards? Please, take a look at the main tower over there. Voller turned the spyglass in the direction that the intelligence corps member pointed out. Inside the rampart walls was a blatantly conspicuous tower. It was surely for a watchtower used to discover the enemy. However, the lookout was leaning against the wall with not a single movement. The lookout is sleeping on the job. Has discipline fallen apart? Voller murmured with an amazed tone while ascertaining the state of affairs of Antigua Branch Castle through the spyglass. It is quite rare for there to be a lookout that takes his post seriously. While we are maintaining a sense of tension, it is making it quite hard. Nevertheless, absolutely do not be negligent. The enemy must as well have someone incredibly sharp. The kingdom would not have lasted up until today otherwise. Voller passed the spyglass back to the scout and gave a warning. Orders understood, Colonel Voller, something tripped our cordon. I will go confirm immediately. The special warning cordon had been developed according to the Empire's sorcery technology, and it had been uniformly laid out around the perimeter of the dilapidated house. One subordinate man utilized an spyglass and went to identify that something. They appear to be deserters mentioned by a contact. They number 10. No, 11. There is one person more than the contact indicated. There were people who deserted before, too. At this critical moment, these guys are also deciding to After asking them the usual questions, lead them to the Liberation Army headquarters. Don't forget to take their documents from the spy. Understood. The Intelligence Corps, has it been guiding the deserters? Voller inquired while rubbing his chin. Yes. Orders from our tactician, we are to act to further pressure interior collapse. The number of deserters have already surpassed 1,000. Of the betrayers we receive contact from, there have even been those who have reached a superior rank after starting from the bottom. At any rate, the fruits of our efforts should be apparent. There were a great many people who held animosity towards the kingdom. It had been easy work to take advantage of them. The people who naturally came to sell out the kingdom were not few. That's so. So the kingdom has started rotting from the inside. Yes. It is exactly as you say. A giant tree could have an imposing appearance on the outside but could be completely decomposed on the inside. Even if nothing was done to it, it would miserably wither, and its collapse would only be a matter of time. In that case, the Intelligence Corps was responsible for the duty of hastening that process. I would like to ask the deserters about the situation inside. Do you mind? I am not quite in agreement. There is no way those guys have sworn loyalty to the princess. As they are, they ran away because of their dissatisfaction. I am saying this just in case. The Intelligence Corps member warned, but Voller shook his head sideways saying there was nothing to fear. 5. What if we were sneak attacked by the deserters? I am also a man who takes that into consideration. I will have you let me ask them for information, with these ears firsthand. Understood. However, please allow us to accompany you. If anything were to happen to the colonel, we would be held responsible. When the group member cracked a smile, Voller dryly laughed. Hee hee, when you have a subordinate with a strong sense of responsibility, it's quite troubling. When one has a strong-willed superior officer, there are various troubles. Voller exited the small shed, and the Intelligence Corps members on standby followed after him. I am Colonel Voller, member of the Empire Loyalty Battalion of the Royal Capital Liberation Army. Are you the people who have come from Antigua Branch Castle? Why yes. That is correct. We have escaped from the castle to join the Liberation Army spearheaded by Princess Alcheria. From now on, we will expend our lives and fight for the Royal Capital Liberation Army. Shamelessly fibbed the platoon leader. Voller knew that, yet he solemnly nodded his head. After all, as far as a single, private soldier was concerned, hegemony wars were just that kind of thing. We heartily welcome the arrival of comrades of the same mind. Hereon, under the Liberation Army, I would like you to freely wield your strength. 5 Sir Dash. The platoon leader, and the rest of the soldiers respectfully bowed. Voller gazed over the faces of all of them one by one. But, his gaze stopped, on a single soldier holding a peculiar weapon. Girl. What's so funny, will you let me hear? I'm asking you why you had that smile plastered on your face this entire time. Aha, ahaha dash. What is so funny, you ask? Everything, everything. It's so amusing, I just can't help it. What? I mean, we have escaped from the castle to join the Liberation Army. He said something like that so seriously, yet, he ran away because he didn't want to die in reality. Skira laughed while holding her stomach, now no longer able to hold back. The Intelligence Corps members on standby scowled and reached for their personal weapons. If she continued her disrespect any further, they planned to immediately dispose of her. Hey, that's impolite. Skira. Stop. The platoon leader reached out his hand to restrain Skira, but she sharply swatted it away. 5 Oh no. Could a dog of the rebel army not touch me? You aren't my ally anymore after all. Hey Skira. Are you being serious dash? So you haven't come to join our Liberation Army? Voller posed the question. As killing intent had been released from Skira, this would be the final question. He grasped the spear tightly and strengthened his grip. Isn't it clear that I haven't? All this sneaking around, I've come to hunt you eyesore hounds. The larger the prey, the sooner I can become distinguished, right? Hey Skira. And no, that's not it. Please forgive her somehow. This person is a little disabled in the head. The platoon leader went to plead for Skira's life, but she swept him away, saying he was an annoyance. Can you not treat people like idiots? Being protected by a dog, it kind of hurts my feelings. Seeing this play out, Voller let out a large sigh. So that's your answer. It seems you've gone mad due to the stormy army life. Now, I'll give you peace. Please stop, Colonel. For someone like this, we will deal with her. Your worry is not needed. I at least have some pity. I cannot bring myself to raise my hand against a girl of such tender age, but there is no other remedy. Her appearance is already that of a rabid dog. I can't bear to look. 5. With a wave of his hand, Voller stopped the intelligence corps members and took a stance with easy movements. After several seconds, Skira would die. She would be no match for such a large man, and furthermore a Liberation Army's colonel. Nothing could be done for the deserters anymore. They would get implicated and die surely. What they could do was only swallow the saliva held in their mouths due to tension and ascertain Skira's final moments. However, Skira, despite their worry, took a step forward with a cheerful expression. Fufu dash, for the sake of my delicious food. Sorry, but will you die for me? She mightily flourished the large scythe held in her hands, her lips warped, and she pointed her scythe at Voller. 5. With regards to the history of the Mundo Novo continent, it would probably be correct to say that most if not all stories produced in future posterity would be about this time period. Starting from battle with the demons that suddenly appeared for Labyrinth City Arte, there was the breakup of the Star Church, the formation of the Royal Capital Liberation Army, the Kingdom Civil War, and then this stir heading towards a great war. Many heroes would appear, heroic epics would be left behind as numerous as the stars, and then they would be handed down for generations. Of all of the stories, the one most popular with the people of the New Kingdom would be the one about Alchura Unikaf, the young princess spearheading the Liberation Army. In place of her deceased father exiled after losing a war of succession, she was a beloved character who rose up for the unhappy, suffering, and oppressed citizens. In the end, she was a woman who struck down the incompetent king, established the new Yuz kingdom, and reigned as its first-generation queen. In her biography, she was a woman of honest speech and conduct, a woman who charmed the hearts of many people with her behavior, and a woman of much fascination. The runner-up in popularity would probably be the story of the second prince of the empire, Alan, who after the Liberation War became Alchura's husband. It was a love story of the bonds between a man and woman of hostile nations, and despite the many exaggerations mixed in, it spawned many narratives. It was highly valuated from a military perspective, and the fights he participated in are considered excellent exhibitions of leadership. It was written down in Yuz kingdom history that he did everything he could to negotiate with his home country, the empire, and he continued to counsel harmoniously from beside the queen. 5. In addition to those characters, many others were mentioned. There was the man who left his town and started walking the road of a hero, Fynn, the tactician who led the Liberation Army to victory, Diener, and the invincible general, Biraus. In the shadow of the magnificent glory of the winners, there existed history of the vanquished too. In the role of the villains, the ones who appeared most often were probably veteran army general Sharav, the indomitable Yalder, and his loyal retainer, Sidamo. High Noble David and Prime Minister Farzam were also recorded. Of course, the works were heavily distorted when convenient, and they had the thankless role of being utterly crushed by the Liberation Army. In all those perverted literary works, or rather biographies, was a single character whose portrayal stood out ever more distinct. Death God, Skira's aide in the frail army of the kingdom, she was a female commissioned officer who spilled the most blood of the Royal Capital Liberation Army. She took the family name's aide sometime midway, and details of her descent were completely unknown. She was a character so mysterious that even her age was uncertain. This girl's name first appeared on stage, front and center, at the Alyosha engagement. It was the first battle between the large-scale armies of the kingdom and the Royal Capital Liberation Army. 80,000 was the fighting force of the kingdom, and 40,000 for the Royal Capital Liberation Army. It was a battle that the kingdom would win, they had believed. Not one of the kingdom's executives had doubted it. Antigua Branch Castle, Northern Woodlands, deserted house. Voller had been completely repulsed by a girl young enough to be his own daughter. His thrust with his body weight behind it that had been fired to quickly do her and had been lightly brushed aside. This girl's blow had been of such weight that he had almost accidentally dropped his spear. Voller had changed his mindset, and he was increasing the severity his attacks. Thrust. Sweep. Strike. 5. He attacked with every method of offense he had, but he could not inflict any wounds. Skira nimbly moved and only deflected attacks deemed unavoidable with her large scythe. And then, she would start grinning like a fool. Like she was waiting for Voller to exhaust all his stamina. It had been several minutes, or maybe several tens of minutes. With sweat running down from his cheeks, it was finally time that Voller's breathing became haggard. Well then, this time I'll be the one attacking. Haha dash make sure to parry. Just like I had done. Skira started her attack in the exact way Voller had before her. The bulky Volar was unable to evade as he would have liked, and the tempered blade protruding from the handle of the large scythe pierced through his armor. His steel armor that could even deflect arrows was destroyed with ease. It was preposterous to try to somehow parry the crash of the downward swung scythe with his large spear. Just what was that thing made of? For now, every single blow had such tremendous weight. Both his hands were numb. His knees were quivering. He was bleeding, and his stamina was starting to run out. Kadash! You bastard, what kind of person are you? You can't be just a single common soldier. Skira. Skira spun her scythe when she bared her teeth and answered. If left alive, you will surely become a calamity of the Liberation Army. Right here, I absolutely have to kill you. 5. Do your best, K. You swine dash. His waist lowered, Volar thrusted with every fiber of his being. It was at a speed the onlookers watching in amazement around him could not at all cognize. It was a flawless strike joined with tangible fighting spirit. It had been a strike magnificent to that degree. Had been, that is. Are I ridiculous? Oops, too slow it seems. Well then, I'll have that head of yours. The blow with all his might behind it appeared to have gotten through to her. The extended spear was entangled with her scythe, and the tip was forced into the ground. The instant he leaked out a cry of shock, the curved blade like a snake slithered, and Volar's trained neck was easily severed. See Colonel Volar -th, the colonel was, the intelligence corps members were lost for words. The deserters could do nothing but look at the spectacle in front of their eyes in amazement. With this guy's head, it seems I'll be able to eat some delicious food again. It was worth coming along with those dogs all the way out here. Skira cheerfully smiled while casually gripping the head that had a look of regret. One intelligence corps member thought to put an end to that recklessness. That instant. 5. Can you not get in the way? My eye is dash. With no prior movements, a small sickle used for trimming grass concealed on her waist was thrown into the intelligence corps member's face. The tip of the small sickle with a mean cutting edge viciously stabbed into the eye socket of the intelligence corps member. After he writhed in pain and sloppily rolled around, noisy, and an attack was inflicted on the crown of the pitiful man's head with the scythe's handle, and he no longer let out even a single cry. The remaining intelligence corps members were filled with excess terror, and they started trembling. Approaching them in front of their eyes was an existence that was the incarnation of death. Already, in these guys' eyes, they saw her not as a girl, but only as the shadow of death, and there was no way they could win against death. The only road available for these people who were overwhelmed was to pray. Well now, I wonder if I should go treasure hunting. I expressly came all the way out here, bringing back just a head is boring. Leaving behind the weaklings standing stock still, Skira entered the dilapidated house with the scythe on her shoulder. After a short time, sounds of a violent struggle came from inside, and after extremely gruesome screams could be heard, the now blood-stained Skira came out in a good mood. While stuffing her cheeks with a red-dyed meat pie. I'll be borrowing this spyglass since it seems handy. The owner can no longer use it, so he won't mind. It was the magical instrument, the spyglass, that the intelligence corps had been using just before. This clearly wasn't something good to hand over. But, SP spare us. Oh yeah. What should I do, I wonder? Take them with you. We won't mind. So, don't kill us. Please. SP spare us. This intelligence corps member who would not talk even under torture had fear welling up from the bottom of his heart. The basic fear of having one's soul reaped drew near before his very eyes. It was dreadful and unbearable. In exchange for this meat pie, I will spare you. You're quite lucky. You might have used up an entire life's worth of luck. Your life from now on, be careful, okay? Skira slowly whispered in a soft voice with condescending laughter into the ears of the trembling intelligence corps member. Since her luggage had increased, isn't there anything useful I could use, thought Skira as she started looking around the vicinity. When she heard a whinny from behind the small house, she discovered a finely built, black horse. It was Volar's favorite horse that he had used to come to this dilapidated house. At the sudden appearance of a person, the horse intensely neighed and drew back, but when Skira glared at it with narrowed eyes, it stopped stirring about like it had been struck by lightning. From now on, I will use you. Let us cordially advance onto the battlefield together. 6. When Skira gently brushed him, the horse lowered his head in front of Skira, as if completely submitting himself to her. With a few pats and a soothing there, she nimbly jumped atop and gripped the reins. Her display of easily handling the large horse proved her to be an expert. Wait, Skira. What should we do? The deserted platoon leader hurriedly came to ask Skira, who was just about to depart. If left behind in this place, they would likely be accused of being responsible for the colonel who had lost his head. Having said that, they could not just return to Antigua Branch Castle. There was only one punishment handed down to deserters: the death penalty. Hell if you stay. Hell if you return. Isn't it fine just to pick whichever you like? Choosing is the only happiness left you for guys. And no way should I end it for you. Reward for the trip here. High dash. When she pointed her scythe at the platoon leader, his legs gave out. Maybe his situation was funny. Skira let out a quick laugh. She gently put the half-eaten meat pie into the waist pouch and dusted off her hands. Dried blood was smeared on her hands. Or not just her hands rather, but even her entire body, but Skira didn't notice that at the moment. Well then, goodbye. If fate decides it, see you later. With a light wave her hand, she kicked the horse's abdomen, and they started galloping vigorously. In her hand was Volar's head, and on her back was her large scythe. 6. Antigua Branch Castle, Interrogation Room. Skira, who had spurred on her horse and gaudily repatriated, was of course seen by the lookouts, bound, and taken for questioning. All the more because in her hand seemed to be the head of the enemy commander. And so, you accompanied the deserters, took the head of the enemy commander, who just happened to be there, seized his horse, and then repatriated. Is that what you are saying? Exactly. I've said it many times before, right? What an absurd story. Who would believe it? Is what I want to say, but the head of the enemy commander is the real thing. Affiliated with the Empire's army, spearmanship instructor Volar, no doubt about it. Well then. Isn't this good enough? I'm tired and hungry. I wonder, isn't it about time to release me? After stretching out her hands and loudly yawning, Skira reached into her waist pouch and took out her half-eaten meat pie. The meat pie dyed bright red was her spoil of war. The smell of iron and a savory smell met and mixed together. She opened her mouth wide and was about to take a bite, but she was hindered, and it was tragically, roughly plundered. Skira's complexion instantly changed. You are in the middle of a hearing. Eating can wait after. Hey. If you don't want to be beheaded, immediately return my meat pie dash. I won't say it a second time, okay? Come, hurry up dash. Skira abruptly reached out her right hand and tightened her vice-like grip around the neck of the military policeman. It was just a small hand, but the military policeman was starting to hear disgusting, creaking sounds. Her facial expression had become ferocious like that of a starving beast. 6 GUH, WA dash, way dash. Return it, J, just, let go. The military policeman, who had decided he would be killed at this rate, let go and dropped the stolen meat pie in front of Skira's eyes. Can you not interrupt my meal? Please and thank you. Skira's dangerous appearance immediately took an about face, and she was in a good humor stuffing herself. The military police officer, though violently coughing goho, looked over his shoulder at the door behind him. He sent his gaze, which said, "Please give me a break," to the man examining from behind the observation window. The person observing was the man with the title 3rd Army Chief Staff Officer. It was Saitama Arte. With a profound sigh, he opened the door to the interrogation room and entered. Saitama had been troubled over the increasing numbers of deserters. He soundly knew that there was a betrayer in the midst of them, but never did he expect that he completely overlooked the gatekeeper. Inconceivable. Due to Skira's testimony, the secret collusion actions of the gatekeeper were settled, and he was immediately restrained and executed. He had thought it would be over with that, but then he was surprised by the head the girl in question brought back. No doubt about it, it was the man who served as the bodyguard for the imperial family at the memorial ceremony formerly held in 3 countries. That Saitama had recollection left of him was because Saitama had attended and had been in charge of security from the kingdom's side. From appearances, he was a grave, warrior type of person, and even if Saitama was wrong, he was not an opponent a young girl could take on. Yet, the reality was that Six Volar, who ought to have been flourishing on the battlefield, had his head detached from his body. In other words, this girl, Skira, was someone stronger than Volar. Stupid, but this was reality. He could only recognize it. You're temporary second lieutenant Skira? Assault towards military police is a crime of treason. Take care and act accordingly. Sir Dash. Please forgive my discourtesy. Also, cease talking while eating. That is defamation of a superior officer. Sir Dash. Skira forcibly inhaled the meat pie, stood up from her seat, and saluted. At that action, Saitama further knitted his brows together. In the end, was his judgment correct, or was it not correct? He was gradually losing confidence in himself. First of all, for the discovery of the turncoats. Well done. The increasing numbers of deserters was giving me a headache. Sir Dash. Due to that achievement, the title temporary will be taken from you. Hereafter, you will squarely have the title of second lieutenant. Thank you very much. Then, for the execution of enemy Commander Voller. His Excellency Yalder would also be pleased. But because he is busy with work right now preparing for an offensive, he is unable to give you any further reward. 6. Therefore, at my own discretion, for this current military operation as far as you are concerned, I have recommended you for a special duty unit. However, you will be detached from the duty of commanding your current platoon and be put in a detached force. If you distinguish yourself, I can guarantee that you can anticipate further promotions. How about it, do you aspire? Of course, this is not obligatory. Sir Dash, Second Lieutenant Skira, aspires. She immediately replied without a second of hesitation. Very well. Details will be left for later, and instructions will be given then. For now, rest your body. You are dismissed. Sir Dash. Please excuse me. After performing a splendid salute, Skira withdrew, closing the door. The instant Skira left the inspection room. I'm not used to that way of speaking. So tired. The leaked-out complaint was said in a ridiculously loud voice, and of course, it even reached Saidamo's ears. Let's hurry and eat. He could also completely hear that. I guess my judgment was mistaken. What do you think? Sir Saitamo, I think your judgment and discernment is correct. That girl is most likely. No mistake, she is a monster. Is that so? Looking at the military policeman whose life was spared and appeared relieved from the bottom of his heart, Saitamo folded his arms and brooded for a while. 6. Royal Capital Liberation Army Headquarters, Salvador Fortress. The heads of all the commissioned officers were having a final war council aimed towards the engagement expected to arrive in the near future. As per information from our scouts, as expected, the enemy's main force means to expand to the Alyosha Plains. There is almost no mistake as information from the betrayers also indicates this. Then it is a frontal attack, wouldn't you say so? Their ambush in the woodlands failed, and they also have to cross the river. Judging from General Yalder's personality, one that believes in strength in numbers, he is thinking of coming at us from the front. The tactician Diener disinterestedly murmured while placing a night piece, representing one unit, on the map spread out on the desk. How is the usual construction going? We have conducted construction work all around the predicted enemy invasion route. We will finish before long, it is said. We're playing tricks on them, is what they are probably thinking. Our forces are in reality weaker than theirs. This will be suitable bait to catch the kingdom's forces. Now that the tactician Dono has read this far, the rest is work for us officers and men. Yeah. My arm is tingling. Said the 50-year-old senior commander, Biraus. Unhappy with the kingdom's deterioration, he was a man with an abundance of morality who lead his men to join 6th the Liberation Army. Steady fights were customary to him, and he could calmly judge the progress of battle. So everything is complete. However, we cannot limit ourselves to progressing according to plan. We do not know what will occur. This is a battlefield. Mildly warned Diener at Alturas, nodding her head in satisfaction. Alturas spontaneously made a bitter smile and replied, I know. Even a single moment of hesitation is taboo. I was taught that ad nauseum after all. In times when the wind is at one's back, the nerve to hold fast is necessary. Even looking at history up until now, there have been many cases of people with extravagant merit who have fallen to ruin. For the sake of the citizens, we must absolutely not permit a repeat of the same mistakes. The arrayed commissioned officers silently agreed at those words. Incompetent statesmen. Harsh despotism. Widespread disorder in domestic public safety. They would liberate the citizens from all of them and once again return the kingdom to its former affluence. That was the Royal Capital Liberation Army's mission, their raison d'etre. We are also backed with the full might of the Empire. At the dawn when the princess takes the throne, we will bring about perpetual peace in the continent of Mundo Novo. We are grateful to you, Prince Alan. We have again and again received care packages, volunteer soldiers, and we have even been graciously furnished with magic weapons. That we have been to stand on our own this far is all thanks to you. 6. We only work in accordance with His Majesty the Emperor's decree. And what ultimately moved His Majesty's heart was your fidelity for the citizens. That by no means proved trivial. No one other than you exists that can lead the Liberation Army. Thanks, Prince Alan. Real motive or public facade? It was obvious which. It was unthinkable that the greatest leader of the Keyland Empire would support being manipulated by the naive ideal of, for the citizens. Even though the Empire had been hit by the effects from the large crop failure, their frenetic internal regulations did not change. The increasing insurrection, the multiplying number of bandits, the swelling war expenditures, the Empire barely managed to maintain control one step before discontent would explode in nothing more. However, their sworn enemy the kingdom had it rougher. Its incompetent king had not the faculty to suppress dissatisfaction, and it would be suffice to say that it was already too late for the crumbled public order. Piled onto that was the timing of the Royal Capital Liberation Army uprising. This was the greatest chance for the Empire to raise a liberation army, aggressively support it, and have it bear the full front of overthrowing the kingdom. They organized a volunteer army, devised to further augment its war potential by sending in the second prince to the Liberation Army, and once this event was realized, they would seize the initiative. Alan, the individual second in command of the Liberation Army, had no such whimsical thoughts to that extent. He had been captivated by Altura's charm, and he thought to honestly aid her as an individual person. After all, the one to inherit the imperial throne would be the eldest son, and he was no more than a spare. Excuse me. I have come with urgent information. 6 in the strategy conference room came in, a soldier looking flustered. One group of generals scowled, but they had inferred from the soldier's appearance that it was bad news. Disorderly. Calm down and report. You are wasting time and stamina like this. Yes, sir. Please forgive me. Presently, the intelligence corps members sent to reconnoiter Antigua Branch Castle have repatriated, but if I'm not mistaken, Voller should have proceeded to inspect enemy movements last night. Why yes, but according to enemy soldiers, now deserters, Colonel Voller has been killed. Alan displayed an expression of doubt. He could not believe that that robust soldier had been killed so suddenly. Judging that it was probably a mistake from an incorrect report, he opened his mouth. How idiotic. Voller's spearmanship is peerless even throughout the Empire. He wouldn't be killed by something like a kingdom soldier. Go get a confirmation one more time, there's a chance this is some sick joke. The colonel's corpse has been brought here. I have confirmed it with my very own eyes. That appearance was Colonel Voller's. The intelligence corps members have also witnessed the whole story from beginning to end, so there is no mistake. Voller's body had had multiple wounds. His head had been cut off, and it couldn't be known what kind of expression he had as he met his end. Do we know who he was killed by? Well, that is. The troop members were in a crazed confusion. They only repeatedly said that it had been done by a god of death, and we could not get out of them any detailed circumstances. Also, the deserters who happened to be present have been taken into custody. According to them, it was a young girl wielding a large scythe. Immediately guide me there. I will ascertain this with my very own eyes. By a god of death, a large scythe-wielding little girl. Illogical. Cannot be understood at all. PL, please excuse me. The colonel's body is over here. Everyone from the Empire who had come to assist, even Alan, followed, guided by the soldier. After seeing them off, Tactician Diener opened her mouth. Princess. This is a battlefield. There is danger at any time of death visiting anyone. Friends, lovers, brothers. All of them can all of a sudden become meaningless corpses. Do you have the determination to come to grips with this overflowing anguish from now on? Naturally. Above a great many corpses and blood I stand. At the same time, I will minimize the number of victims. That is my duty, as a commander of the Liberation Army, and my calling is royalty. Never will I run away. Altura closed her eyes and put her hand to her chest. We staff officers, generals, and even the soldiers. We devote our body and soul for the materialization of the princess's dream. Diener silently lowered his head, and the military officers raised their arms overhead and shouted, for the victory of the Liberation Army, for the public peace of the kingdom's citizens. 7. Long live Princess Altura. The Royal Capital Liberation Army sallied towards the Alyosha Plains. Heading towards Alyosha Plains, en route, the 3rd Army Corps. Saitama was reporting to General Yalder. According to information from our scouts, the enemy's main force has also departed for the Alyosha Plains. I see. So rather than being confined and crushed, they chose to be grandly annihilated on the plains. They've saved us much trouble. There are reports that the enemy scout unit has been conducting work on the plains. However, we do not have any details. Have they been excavating pitfalls? Unknown, however, it seems that they have mobilized a large number of people. To head to Salvador Fortress, one could cross the plains, navigate the woodlands, or take a detour route and cross the Alyosha River. Jira's division, which had been annihilated a few days ago, had launched a surprise attack through the woodlands. If they were to do the same, it would probably take several multiples of hours if they were to be alert for traps or take a detour. For the Third Army, who did not have a surplus of food, that route they didn't want to take. Furthermore, the danger known as crossing a river was something they did not want to risk. There is no need for something as dull as a detour. We, the Heavy Armored Steel Division, will trample everything, watch us. 7 Exactly, that they are using tricks or traps is proof that they are in difficult times. A simple frontal attack would be to our behoof. Advised Major General Kairos leading the heavy cavalry and Major General Danush leading the heavy infantry. They were both born from distinguished families and had definite promise of being promoted in the future. For the sake of coming out on top of a factional dispute, they wanted to earn achievements no matter the cost. Jira, who was one of their rivals, went and perished on his own accord, and they were snickering inwardly. Certainly, we will not go so far as to detour. Rather, a detour like a river crossing is dangerous. As per the art of war, we would likely be attacked while defenseless. Certainly. I am resolved. There is no need to go out of our way and waste more time. Speaking of which, Saitama. What about the detached force you arranged for? Sir Dash, under supervision, 3,000 light cavalry have already deployed. They exited the woodlands a few days ago and are tasked with an attack on the enemy food storehouse. An organized force composed of only 3,000 light cavalry had taken a route separate from the main body and were told to assault the enemy food storehouse. After having experienced being devastated by a surprise attack, the enemy would not expect them to take the same course of action, or so they planned to outsmart the enemy. On the other hand, even if the enemy had foreseen their movements, then they could divide the enemy's main force. This was an unlosable plan. Well done. Good if it goes to plan, and even if found out, we can at the very least divide the enemy's forces. With no disadvantages, what a splendid plan, Chief Officer Saitama. Our victory is assured. 7 I am honored to receive such a lavish praise. Also, the soldier that had killed General Voller of the Empire has also been admitted as second in command according to my recommendation. She has little experience leading, but she possesses considerable strength. She will probably prove useful after this to Your Excellency. It had been unprecedented, but a second lieutenant rank had been recommended for second in command of the detached force. Not for her leadership skills, but for her outstanding armed might, or so Saitama anticipated. I look forward to it. After this battle, I'll absolutely promote her. Still, to have been killed by a single soldier, seems like those guys who came as support all the way from the Empire aren't that big a deal. Or is it because our kingdom is just too excellent? Yalder let out a hearty laugh. Seeing Voller's head had cleared up the humiliation of defeat from few days ago. In a good humor after kicking around the head as much as he wanted, he had went so far as to go drink. Our kingdom's soldiers are overwhelmingly superior. They are the product of habitual, rigorous training and Your Excellency's leadership. After all, the rebel army is just a mishmash of troops. It will not change that they are just a gathering of thieves. Also, that lot from the Empire who came to assist the insurgents are merely effeminate soldiers and brainless commanders. There is no path for victory against us, the greatest elite of the kingdom. Moreover, we are spearheaded by Your Excellency Yalder, the foremost general of the kingdom's army. Dash. You give absolutely splendid flattery. Once we successfully exterminate the rebel army, next is the Empire. Then, we will once again merge, and Arya's kingdom will then unify the continent, would you say? Your Excellency Yalder's promotion to Field Marshal is assured. After all, the proof is that the 3rd Army Corps is the kingdom's most elite. 7 Field Marshal Sharav is of considerable age. There is no one suitable but you to be the keystone of the kingdom after this. We swear our loyalty to you all the more. Flatter Kairos and Nanush. Your Excellency could doubtlessly become the hero of the kingdom. Saitama said, not wanting to lose. For the revival of the fallen and ruined house of Arte, he must have the top reach of Yalder, without fail, for the sake of washing away the dishonor of his now deceased older brother. For that sake, he would throw away all his pride and go to the top from this social position. I will by no means forget your labor for me. Let us seize glory together. Sir Dash. Kingdom Army, 3rd Army Corps, as planned continued to march towards Alyosha Plains. Skira's assigned cavalry had exited the northern woodlands and were rushing towards the Liberation Army's food warehouse. They numbered 3,000. "Hey, Second Lieutenant Skira. How about not eating in the middle of riding a horse?" called out a man of a tender age, turning towards Skira riding side by side with him. 7 Eat in times when one can eat. That is my motto. If I become hungry, I cannot fight to my fullest. This is inexcusable, but I cannot follow your orders. No, it is not an order but, well whatever. Your strength that took out Voller, I have high expectations. I received a recommendation from Chief Staff Officer Saitamo personally. I intend for you two to make a desperate effort. The commanding officer of the cavalry unit was dubious, but the Chief Staff Officer had talked to him, so there was probably no mistake. Her horsemanship radiated completely from her body, and she was not a hindrance to the march. Even compared to members of the cavalry, she would fare well. He wondered where she got such skills but did not ask anything, because as a commander, she was nothing more than an excellent subordinate. Once she was no longer usable, or got herself killed, he would just quickly forget about her. Sir Dash. Skira, while saluting, took out her uniformly cut carrots and started crunching on them like a rabbit. The horse that Skira was riding on looked pale as the sunlight and sweat made his body shine dully. 7 Royal Capital Liberation Army, Food Storehouse, Outskirts Campground. The Liberation Army furnished 1,000 regular soldiers for defense. Furthermore, they invested a large amount of money and employed a mercenary force of 3,000 strong. Their discipline was slack, but they were a well-equipped infantry force. Tactician Diener had been expecting an assault a second time. However, he couldn't divide any more fighting power away from the main battlefield, and he was only barely able to station this amount of soldiers on defense. Nevertheless, they were given the epitome of defense equipment. Commanding officer, the scum from the kingdom are really coming. The strategist did say it was a 50-50 chance though. Well now. We will just do our jobs. Once they come, we'll kill every single last one of them. Simple right? Let's tear it up, then the knights might be promoted. And then, you'll also join the nobility, commanding officer. As long as I get paid that's enough. I ain't got much interest in nobility. Just what's there to be so envious about, I ain't understanding. Spit out the mercenary commanding officer, and the group member sighed. What a waste ain't it? With your skill, I bet you could make it, commanding officer. Excessive greed brings ruin onto oneself. People have their limits. It's good enough to just strive to not die. Yeah dash. I got ya. 7, do you really get it? Well whatever. The mercenary commanding officer stood up after finishing maintenance on his large sword. Their military strength was a little lacking to defend the storehouse, but he wasn't worried that much. Noisemakers had been laid out around the circumference, and furthermore, their trump card, sorcery landmines, had been laid out. They were also going to be used for the engagement this time, these new weapons. Made of iron and as large as a human child, it looked like a wine barrel seen in bars. Ordinary at a glance, and junk if slandering it. However, the magic power crammed into it was absurd, and if it exploded, it could inflict a great deal of damage. There were wielders of large destructive power, so-called sorcerers, but there was a reason why they were not often used on the battlefield. One couldn't gather a large amount of them, and they took time and money to train. Incidentally, if one raised someone with no talent, it would be impossible for them to utilize magic. That was decided by the magical capacity they had from birth. No examples exist so far of people who have acquired that postnatally. Moreover, it demanded considerable time to chant before using sorcery. The time to chant would increase in proportion to increasing power, and it could not be used continuously. There was also the fatal flaw that once one's magical power was exhausted, magic would become unusable. In other words, for large-scale engagements, it would more efficient by far to mass-produce cheap arrows and let them fly. In the time it would take to unleash sorcery one time, ordinary soldiers could shoot 100 arrows. This was strength in numbers. Sorcery was just that inefficient, but its destructive power was guaranteed. Every nation conducted research, looking for a way to make it practical. By the Empire's sorcery engineering department, and based the excavated technology from the Labyrinth City, 7 A weapon having the power of one sorcerer had succeeded in being manufactured. That was the sorcery landmine. It took a lot of time to make, to pour magic power into the special metal barrel, to write down the chant incantation, and to just be careful. And then, when the sorcerer would chant the keyword, Or when the iron barrel detected an action that would make it detonate, it would immediately explode. Simply put, it could also detonate simply by being stepped on. A scary weapon has finally been made, man. Eventually, there'll come an era when we can't walk freely. The guys laying them have to be careful, else they will be in danger too, though. Honestly, what an annoying matter. We also have to clear them or else. True dat. Wait, whoa dash. An earth-shattering explosion blasted underneath the soldiers that were joking around. What? A landmine exploded from the forest. Oi. Who tripped it? The enemy, an ally. Someone set off a landmine. While praying that it wasn't a comrade, they hastened to check. The flag of the kingdom's third army. A raid from the enemy cavalry is coming. So they've come. 7. The mercenary soldiers stood up. The enemy set off the landmines. Their men and soldiers seemed to be in disarray. A first news came from a reconnaissance soldier. This's our best chance. Everyone has already completed preparations. Let's go, commanding officer. Finally a time to make some profit. All right, regulars, tighten the defenses on the storehouse. Mercenaries, follow me. With the enemy in chaos, we'll bring them down in one breath. Understood dash. The mercenary commanding officer jumped onto his horse, unsheathed his large sword, and raised an enthusiastic shout to intercept them. The kingdom's cavalry had fallen into turmoil. They had exited the woods and plunged into an open field area, and at the last moment when they were going to charge at the storehouse, they received some kind of attack. The ground had erupted, the horses were swept off their feet, and there were many victims among the soldiers. It was as if they had received a sorcerer's attack. However, there was not a hint of a sorcerer figure. The cavalry commanding officer raised his voice while the color drained from his face. Hi. We've come this far, we can no longer retrace our steps. Put your attitude in order and charge. Attack. But commanding officer, our horses are stunned and are not listening to us. Can't you bastards handle even a single horse sufficiently? What was all the daily training for? Even if you say that, shit, your orders dash, damn it. Shit dash, arrows dash. See, commanding officer, we are being shot at by bows. We have been found out. Many arrows pierced the bodies of the unit soldiers, having a difficult time pulling at the reins. The Liberation Army garrison had noticed them. The cavalry commanding officer's spirits rose when the soldiers who rode on horseback arrived from the storehouse's direction. Their opponents did not number many. They should be able to do it. Or so the cavalry commanding officer judged. We'll be sniped at if we stay like this. Those that can move, follow me. Forward dash. He hoisted his spear, kicked his horse's stomach, and started the assault. Further explosions roared again behind him, but he did not have the luxury to turn around. He could hear the sounds of hoofbeats, so they probably had not been annihilated. No matter what damage they sustained, it would not be a problem if they could just destroy the storehouse. Strike and then break away was the cavalry's duty. Cavalry and cavalry crashed face to face, both with momentum behind them. Your head is mine. Silence, rebel scum. Become rust on my spear. Just try it, dog of the kingdom dash. Haaaaaaaaa dash. Tiaaaaaaaaaa. 8. The cavalry commanding officer and the mercenary commanding officer brandished their weapons and clashed. The one who lost the bout was the commanding officer of the cavalry. Mercenary soldiers rushed to his body, which had fallen off his horse. They too were frantic, since if they took the head, they could get a monetary reward. The enemy commander has been killed. Just like him, slaughter the kingdom's army. The mercenary commanding officer vocalized from the depths of his stomach. This was for no other reason than to raise the morale of his comrades and to crush the enemy's will. While shaking the clots of blood from his sword, he sonorously touted his sword. Oh you dash. If we win, we can expect a reward. Kill them. The cavalry whose commander had been killed was completely disheartened. Individuals were surrounded and wounded, and their numbers diminished. Shit dash. Ha, stay away. Whoa, like that spear will hit me. You're full of openings. Die dash. 8. Aiming for the gap in between spear thrusts, a mercenary's sword approached the body of the kingdom's soldier. That instant, the face of the kingdom's soldier instantly was dyed bright red. The face of the enemy soldier that had been aiming at him was hideously gouged out and removed. It was the spurt of blood from that had rained on his entire body. If your horse will not listen to you, then dismount and fight. Come on, if you do not want to die, hurry up. Sir. Hereon, I will take over command. If our opponents don't have a leader, they are just regular mercenaries. Calm down and kill them. Understood. What a miserable voice, I'll be the one to kill you. Understood dash. Good dash. Give them no quarter and mow them down dash. Skira inspired the cavalry with a heroic voice that did not match her visage. Even in this situation, her large scythe had harvested the lives of 3 mercenaries. I wonder if that mercenary guy is the commander. His movements are different from the others. She identified a bearded horseman cutting down cavalry of the kingdom with a large sword. She licked her lips, turned her beloved horse in his direction, and charged. 8 Deciding to obstruct the charge from a rider, mercenaries gallantly turned their swords and spears towards her. Skira massacred those riff-raff prey, flourishing her scythe like a windmill. Helmets were crushed, heads were severed, and blood spray gushed out from gouged limbs. Skira's path of advance was immediately stained red. You're the mercenary group's commander dash? Your head please. A brat with a dem cheeky charade dash. Go to hell dash. HAAA dash. When Skira held her scythe aloft resolutely, the mercenary commanding officer grinned and chuckled. His own large sword would clearly be faster. Faster than the large scythe could swing downward, his own sword would pierce her body. He quickly visualized the path of his sword. His sword sailed with practiced movements. Satisfactory power went into his upper arm. It was a simple cut. His expertise in combat swordsmanship had gotten him out of life and death situations many times. I've got you. Slow. The mercenary commanding officer's brandished sword was flicked away by the scythe's handle, and there with his balance broken, Skira swung down her prized weapon with all her power. The mercenary commanding officer's body was vertically cleaved in 2. Helmet, armor, and the horse's head were all involved. 8 Unbelieve, said his bloodshot eyes. His body opened up, and while a feeble breath leaked out from his oval mouth split in half, he died. Quite an artistic cadaver I've made. Won't this be hard to clean up? After gazing at the red-dyed body dead from their duel, she spun her large scythe to clean it and vigorously thrusted it at the skies. The enemy commander has been killed. Cavalrymen, continue to exterminate the dogs of the rebel army dash. This was an off-the-cuff mercenary force after all. If their commander that unified them were to be killed, they would promptly collapse. See, commander has been done in dash. Run. I ain't gonna die in a place like this. Mercenaries would absolutely not betray while receiving pay, but they would run. As the saying goes, life comes first, and they started fleeing. Kill them, don't leave anyone alive. Send every last one of them to hell dash. OOU dash. Follow Vice Commander Skira. Cavalry of the Kingdom, charge. Trample them dash. Squash them dash. 8 With her face painted with blood, Skira gave her orders with a merry look. The cavalry members who had their morale forcibly pulled back up ran through the mercenaries who showed their backs and crushed them underfoot. The garrison commander protecting the storehouse, seeing the mercenaries take to their heels, decided to evacuate. He took only some armaments and safely escaped without fighting. The goods there were of course valuable too, but he deemed that he could not lose his precious troops in this place. Moreover, this was not the only food storehouse. It was just that this one was the most used. Therefore, it would be best to avoid further wasting the lives of 1,000 regular soldiers, having judged that the commander evacuated without a single crossing of swords. The cavalry unit had sustained a little less than 500 casualties in the initial chaos. The mercenary company was almost annihilated, and the survivors had escaped to Salvador Fortress. It was Skira and her group's victory, though they had lost their commander. 1 hour later. Having gained control of the food storehouse, the cavalry unit performed an inspection of the goods left behind. They carried away important documents and left behind the large quantities of food, weapons, and war horses. Among those were several sorcery landmines, which had tortured Skira and company earlier, that had been left behind. Naturally, they did not know what they were, and it happened that they would interrogate the mercenaries taken prisoner. There were dozens of mercenaries taken prisoner with their hands bound behind their back, preventing them from moving around, and their miserable figures were brought before Skira. Each and every face was caked with dirt, but there were none suffering from fatal injuries, it seemed. They had rebellious expressions that showed they would flee if given a chance. 8 Well then, I have some things I would like to ask you, I wonder if you do not mind. He dash, like anyone would answer dash, don't *CK with us, said the prisoner who spit out a wad of sputum. His head was silently sent flying. Left behind, The torso of the sorrowful mercenary tumbled forward. Not only the prisoners, but the kingdom's soldiers were also dumbfounded. As a consequence of his excessively defiant conduct, he was promptly silenced. They were shocked that a person could die so easily. It was as if he wasn't a human, but a vegetable being harvested. That's unfortunate. Then, next. The crooked edge gleamed, and it stood in front of the next sacrifice. The prisoner twisted his body, trying to escape, but a soldier of the kingdom held his shoulders firmly. Hi, dash. What is this thing used for? Will you tell me? Skira pointed at the metal barrel that had been moved behind her. That. It's just an ordinary barrel. It's for preserving food. The man could not continue his words. Skira smiled and cut off his head. That thing that had fallen there was in the way, so she briskly kicked it away. It tumbled around while scattering red fluid everywhere. 8 lies are no good, okay? Aren't they just a waste of time? The large amount of blood that gushed out painted the bodies of the other prisoners. Skira walked in front of the next sacrifice. What is this thing? Wait. We're just regular mercenaries, don't kill us. We'll fight for the kingdom from next. His words were interrupted, and the large scythe swooped down. There were still many more sacrifices. The man who should have been the next sacrifice, unable to bear the terror, revealed the classified information. That, a sorcery landmine. It's a weapon of the Empire that explodes when stepped on or directed to by a sorcerer. I don't know the details. Really? So, don't kill me. Please. Hey. The *CK you telling her for? Do you not have any pride as a merc? Thanks for informing me. Only you will be spared. After slaughtering the prisoner that protested, she freed the man who answered from his bonds. Her expression was that of a normal girl's smile. If her body was smeared with blood, that is. Am I okay? Really? Hurry up and go. You are truly a blessed man, you know? Here, food and money. I'll also give you one of the many horses over there. It's fine if you also take a weapon you like. Well then, take care of yourself. Skira handed over a small bag with money and food in it and prompted him to quickly go away. The man appeared that he could not believe it, but soon, shedding tears and with head lowered, he got on a horse and swiftly left. Vice Commander Skira. What about the rest? We can't take them with us. Kill everyone. I no longer have anything else to ask them. Spare no one and wipe them out. Skira ran her index finger sideways across her own neck. Seeing that, the soldier of the kingdom shuddered and responded. Understood. Make the execution swift and serene. It's quite bad if you don't cut precisely at the base, you know? If you don't do it properly, it's awfully painful. Kill them assuredly. Sir. No. Spare me. I'll say anything. So please wait. I don't want to die. Shut up. Act like adults. You've survived this long, have some shame. The soldiers of the kingdom poised with their weapons while shouting and started the judgment of the prisoners. Angry voices, jeers, and then screams of death agonies resounded at the storehouse many times. Skira seemed to enjoy listening to them, while looking around the food warehouse and snatching food until she was completely satisfied. It was an all-you-can-eat, all-you-can-drink full-course smorgasbord. Is this heaven? Skira thought. She stuffed a disgusting amount of food into a cloth bag and fastened it to her horse. We should withdraw soon. I'm reluctant to, but as per the plan, we shall start the fire. We don't have time to eat everything. Truly unfortunate, but there's no recourse. She said with a sorrowful expression, staring at the food piled high near her. Sir. Have you guys also grabbed as much food as you can? It would be a waste, so make sure to squeeze them in properly. One can't fight sufficiently on an empty stomach, wouldn't you say? Skira viewed the horses of every group member. Every bag was full. As per your orders, we have stuffed them. There's no problem then. Let's also take one of those sorcery landmines just in case. It's heavy, but that can't be helped. Understood. The group members scattered oil and began to start preparations to set fire. Skira took a deep breath and jumped upon her horse. To her rushed some cavalry with their faces changed color while kicking up a cloud of dust. Vice Commander Skira. Bad news. He was a cavalry performing a reconnaissance of the vicinity. His faces was taut with complete anxiety and cold sweat flowed like rain. What made you this flustered? I wonder, you seem so hungry that you're about to die. If you're fine with some bread, you can eat this one. It looks hard on the outside, but it's quite good. It really is hard though. Skira took out a rock-hard loaf of bread, but the cavalryman raised his voice, saying that this was not the occasion for it. This is not the occasion for bread dash. You don't like bread? We also have jerky if that's the case. I'm not hungry dash. This is about Alyosha Plains. Our kingdom's army was defeated. The 3rd Army Corps has sustained devastating casualties. General Yalder is currently on the retreat. All the cavalry were astir with commotion. They could not believe this sudden information. Ridiculous. The 3rd Army was 80,000 strong. There's no way they would lose to the rebel army. I do not know the details. However, the reality is that the kingdom's army is being pursued. The soldier reported the defeat of the kingdom's army, and his breathing was rough. He fell from his horse, sprawled out, and rested his body. His ridden horse was also on the verge of collapse. Both men and horse probably used all their energy to run here. 9. This information that they did not want to believe was not false. Vice Commander Skira, we have to hurry and pull back to Branch Castle Antigua. That enemy pursuit force will come along at any time now. A report that their storehouse has fallen should have reached them, I fear. It is just a matter of time until they return here. Calm down. Acting confused is also no good. In times like this especially, be composed. Skira pulled out a luxury item, chocolate, from the bag fastened to her horse, and bit into it. Skira's heart was vitalized by the bewitching sweetness. Still. Hey. Someone's coming here again. Hey, are we okay? Cavalry instructed with even more urgent information rushed to them. Their armor had many arrows protruding from it, and their blood flowed from their faces. They were cavalry heading towards troop headquarters to report the results of the battle. Having heard of the 3rd Army's defeat, their destination was no longer Antigua Branch Castle, however. Antigua has already fallen, and the Liberation Army's flag is waving from it. Our cavalry unit is completely isolated. Ridiculous. Hey. This is a joke, right? If that place has fallen, then, where do we return? 9. The cavalry members had gone beyond agitation, and they could only be lost for words. This area was completely enemy-controlled territory. Nearby was enemy headquarters Salvador Fortress. The base of the kingdom's army, Branch Castle Antigua, was occupied by the enemy. The cavalry numbered 2,500 altogether. For them, there was no longer a place they should return to. Vice Commander Skira, what should we do? Vice Commander Skira. To advance was hell. To return was hell. The information that their food storehouse had been attacked had probably already reached the enemy. Furthermore, there was no doubt that the Liberation Army that had participated in the engagement was coming to surround them. Their situation was now switching to that of total annihilation. Would they throw away their swords, dismount from their horses, and humiliatingly surrender? Or, would they assault the enemy stronghold and have the glory of dying in battle? Although it would be difficult, would they open up a means of escape and repatriate to the eastern region that was their homeland? At any rate, as the current commander of this unit, Skira's decision would decide their fates. Want some chocolate? In response to the cavalry unit's gazes directed towards her, which seemed to cling to her for help, Skira, with not a feeling of uneasiness, smiled innocently like a child. And then, after forcibly breaking it into bite-sized pieces, she shoved the chocolate into the mouths of all the group members, and deliciously licked the melt stuck to her hands. 9. In front of Skira's eyes was an armory with many of the Liberation Army's equipment left behind. While slowly sending her brain nutrition, she started pondering whether or not they could do it with what they had. The kingdom's 3rd Army Corps was defeated on the Alyosha Plains. Presently, they were on the retreat with the Royal Capital Liberation Army in hot pursuit. The damage was enormous, and Antigua Branch Castle had fallen. 9. The Kingdom 3rd Army Corps was being persistently pursued, and with their eyes on Branch Castle Antigua, they continued to desperately retreat. Everyone bore some form of wound, their equipment was dented, and they were totally exhausted. The soldiers that had been left behind by the main body were crushed, each and every one, or they threw down their swords and surrendered. To shamelessly return like this. If I had to receive such disgrace, I would rather die in battle. Reform the battle formation, and throw down the gauntlet for a second decisive battle dash. Fumed Yalder with his breathing haggard and face flushed. For him who had continued to walk the road to success, and soon to be 50 years old, this was the first time he had tasted failure. The figures of both major generals, Kairos and Nanush, who were leading the heavy infantry and cavalry divisions, were nowhere to be seen. In the earlier engagement at the Alyosha Plains, they were caught in the confusion during the explosions and died in battle. The Liberation Army set up Princess Alyosha as the vanguard to act as bait, and not only were they successful in luring in the heavy divisions, but also the entire army of the kingdom to their deaths. Saitama had fathomed that it was a trap, but he did not possess the means to stop the enthusiastic military officers. And then, when they were just near enough that they could see the enemy's faces, the ground exploded together with the roar of the detonation. Like a chain reaction, it grew and swallowed the soldiers of the kingdom, and many lives were atomized. Yaldar's prided heavy infantry and cavalry were simply destroyed without ever crossing swords. While raising battle cries, the Liberation Army, in the formation of a 9-arrow, then started the charge against the kingdom's army that had fallen into pandemonium. Yaldar, the commander, shouted in a thundering voice and tried to rally everyone's condition, but the next move completely decided the outcome of the battle. From a slightly elevated hill, many flags of the empire were raised, and war drums boomed with enough force to break the sky like it would burst. Completely unexpected, the empire's army earnestly joined the war. The moment the cavalry unit wearing the armor of the empire started the charge, what little fighting spirit left in the soldiers of the kingdom was blown away. After all, the kingdom's army was mostly a gathering of a mob of people. The soldiers who would throw away their lives and fight amounted to less than 10% probably. They were not a match for the Liberation Army who had high morale. While their numbers were overwhelmingly greater, the kingdom army played the disgraceful role of being routed. The soldiers who decided to listen to Yaldar's orders were no longer existing at the time. Kairos and Nanush, who were isolated, had eaten a fierce attack from an elite unit carrying the flag of the lion, and their heads had been tragically taken. They had only found out later, but the soldiers of the empire that had appeared at that time were fakes. The Keyland Empire had not fully committed to the war. The people who stood carrying the empire's flag were ordinary civilians, and the cavalry wearing the empire's armor were mercenaries. Just utilizing civilians was a mundane deception tactic, but in the state of confusion from the landmines, the army of the kingdom was thoroughly deceived. When people lose their composure, their judgment is hampered. Your Excellency, let us reorganize our position at Antigua and wait for a chance to clear up this dishonor. If we were to attempt another decisive battle in our state, the outcome is clear. It is regrettable, but we have no strength to fight remaining. At Saitama's remonstration, Yaldar looked over the soldiers around him. This is our glorious Third Army? So far we have fallen. Why dash? I don't get it. In the first place, I haven't heard anything like the Empire would participate in the war dash. What are those guys in my own country doing dash? Your Excellency, about that dash, 2 horsemen came galloping to further report bad news in the ears of the commander, who clenched his fists in disgrace. Your Excellency General Yaldar dash. What is it this time? Have other countries taken the opportunity to make an alliance and join the war? Those ungrateful trashes dash. The one controlling the northern part of the Mundo Novo continent was the Yuz Kingdom. The one expanding their sphere of control from the west was the Keyland Empire. Also, the one that united the southeast was the Dolbax Union. The continent's southeast was originally controlled by the kingdom, but taking advantage of the mayhem once demons appeared, every feudal lord declared independence. They would join an alliance and would form a nation, was their ploy. They held fertile land and also had access to the ocean. They had large quantities of ore resources sleeping underground, and they held great economic power. In recent years, they had been rapidly expanding their influence, leading to great wealth and military strength. The greatest cause for the kingdom's decline was the loss of this plentiful territory. Of course, they were desperate to take it back, and they sent out expeditions many times over. But, the Union offered their funds and resources to the Empire and entered into a military alliance. They cooperated and opposed the kingdom from 2 fronts. Before long, the battles lengthened, and the Union, which had sustained the kingdom's continued assaults, gave in, paid an indemnity of not a small sum of money, and 9 entered into a ceasefire. Between each country, a non-aggression pact in name only was signed. These were the series of events that led to the outbreak of the Mundo Novo Great War 200 years ago. Why, Your Excellency, we have a non-aggression pact with the Union dash, at one of the civil officials' utterance, Yaldar shouted. Silence. Taking advantage of the rebels and imposing an embargo all the while, what pact dash? No mistake, they're snickering at our impoverishment dash. I beg your pardon. Messenger, continue the report. They could not believe their ears at the information that departed from the messenger's mouth at Saidamo's urging. Sir Dash. I have confirmed that the enemy's flag is waving from Antigua Branch Castle. The rebel army's flag is being flown. Antigua has fallen. For a moment, time stopped. What did you say, Dash? Like something that stupid could happen. There were 10,000 soldiers left behind over there. It's impossible that it would fall so readily, Dash. Indignant, Yalder seized the lapels of the messenger. Saitama could not hide his unease at this intelligence outside his expectations. 9. Another messenger further continued the report. According to soldiers who escaped from the castle, many betrayers were incited to open the gates for the enemies who rushed in. Major General Rustam in command of defense was killed after a hard fight with the rebel army. Antigua has completely fallen into the hands of the enemy. Aiming for the gap after the enemy's main force was drawn out to the plains, a detached force attacked Antigua. The castle was opened by colluders informed beforehand. The Third Army was thoroughly pulled in by the enemy's plan, and an important base was stolen from them. Branch Castle Antigua, a vital point of defense, from here on would not only be the Royal Capital Liberation Armies, but would probably also become a beachhead for Empire's reinforcement units. Oh, Your Excellency. As it is, we can no longer head towards Antigua. Right away, let us withdraw from here to the eastern Belta. We have a store of provisions over there. If we do not hurry, it will be seized by the rebel army. The Belta area was to the east of Antigua. The guards there were few due to the concentration of forces at Antigua. If they did not hurry, they would also completely lose that area around the border. Nay. I will take back Antigua. I absolutely have to take it back. His Majesty has personally ordered me with its defense, right? Besides, though our Third Army was defeated, don't we still have 30,000 in good health? If we continue our aggression day and night, we cannot, Your Excellency. Don't forget we have the rebel army behind us, we would be pincered with Antigua in front of us. We have to change our Route 9 immediately. We do not have the luxury to launch an offensive Antigua. I beg of you, direct us to proceed east. Dryly croaked Saitama with a soulless expression. He strongly shook General Yalder's body. A siege would be outrageous. They would be certainly annihilated. Chief Staff Officer Saitama had to stop it at any cost. Even though he might lose Yalder's faith, he had to at the very least change his mind. Your Excellency. I understand. I will go along with your words. The Third Army will change course and depart to defend Belta. We will reorganize, and then have a decisive battle again. Is this okay? Sir we understand. Our course has changed. Head to Belta. All troops, change course. Afterwards, the obstinate Liberation Army for some reason stopped pursuing. With 30,000 soldiers preserved, the Third Army succeeded in withdrawing to Belta. Of course, the Liberation Army gained total control of the area around the border, but deciding that the defense of Belta was tougher than they hypothesized, they planned to reinforce their army at the occupied Antigua. There was one reason why the Liberation Army could not pursue further and gain total control of Belta: their food storehouse had been set on fire. Without food, the soldiers could not fight. The engagement was their victory. That being said, due to unforeseen circumstances, it was a huge blow to lose 3,000 mercenaries. The Liberation Army also needed time to put their preparations in order. The 2,500 cavalry unit spearheaded by Skira brazenly traversed around the outskirts of the enemy stronghold, Salvador Fortress. In order to escape to the eastern Belta area, they had decided to cross Alyosha River. Just how did they succeed in passing through enemy-controlled territory? The reason could be known by looking at the figures of the cavalry unit. The flag hoisted by her was the Royal Capital Liberation Armies, and they were also disguised, wearing the equipment of Liberation Army soldiers. These items had been stored in the provisions storehouse. I did not think it would go this well. It's a rebel army. They have deserters, Empire soldiers, and also a large group of mercenaries, right? There is no way they could remember each and everyone's faces, I thought. Rather than stealthily creeping around, it would be less suspicious to be in the open. Vice Commander Skira is too courageous. Never could we imitate you. I cannot believe you would that kami argue with enemy soldiers. I felt the chills thinking about when you would be cut down. It does help that the enemy commanders were unexpectedly stupid. Well, it is not like I cannot understand their feelings of confusion. After all, I do get irritated when hungry. Vice Commander, if it pleases you, take this. One horseman riding next to her took out a green fruit from his luggage bag and passed it to Skira. It had been slightly eaten by insects, but it wasn't rotten. Oh, what's this? I found it at the storehouse. It is a green apple. They are rare around these parts, so I helped myself to a couple of them. They are delicious when ripe. Perfect timing. I was just feeling parched. Thank you. But to think there would be green apples. 10 They are certainly rare in the kingdom. When one thinks of apple trees, they always have red ones. I suddenly feel a craving for red ones. Fruit juices trickled from Skira's mouth when she bit into it. The horseman looked delighted as he gazed at Skira engrossed in chewing. Crunch, crunch. The cavalry members had already accepted Skira, who had only temporarily taken command, as their superior officer. In the fights up until now, they felt the genuineness of her might and daring manner. Isn't she stronger than any commissioned officer of the kingdom? They even had such delusions when they looked at their female commander easily swinging her large scythe. Follow the strong, and one could live. The soldiers knew that all too well. It might even be fine to say that their hearts were entranced by that earlier incident especially. A commissioned officer had exultantly come in pursuit from the Liberation Army stronghold, and when she had started dealing with him by feigning ignorance, all the group members present had felt a chill in their innards. She had handed over the head of the former cavalry commanding officer who had died in battle. They had killed the commander, but the remnants had escaped into the woodlands, she had calmly explained. Mercenaries' equipment were different from regular soldiers. They were from the start more tattered, so their disguise was simple. If they took new articles from the stockpile, and suitably wore things striped from the corpses, they were the perfect mercenaries. At first, the enemy officer had thought they were someone suspicious, but in the middle of hearing the story, if we don't hurry, they'll get away, he had said, impatient for merit, and had led his troops into the forest. This may be obvious, but there was nothing ahead of them. All that was beyond them was Antigua Branch Castle, which had already fallen into Liberation Army hands. Vice Commander Skira. Bad news. Enemy soldiers are prowling around the river area. It seems that we have been spotted. Oh. Well, that is annoying. 10 What shall we do? With their numbers, we could run them over, said a group member, drawing his face close and speaking into Skira's ears. She turned her gaze over yonder, trying not to act suspicious, and a force of 100 was heading her way, possibly to check on the cavalry unit's situation. No other way. Let's greet them for now. If I give a signal, kill them. Skillfully avoiding conflict would be best, however. It would be problematic to attract attention for no reason in this kind of place. Understood. Skira and company changed the direction of their horses and approached the platoon. A man with a scar on his cheek, who was the only one riding a horse and seemed to be the commander, was fiercely glaring at Skira. The platoon members turned their spears towards them and took combat positions. They were vigilant, Skira perceived. Or probably, they had been exposed. Skira spoke up, making the first move. Well done fulfilling your duty. We are the Royal Capital Liberation Army's cavalry. We are in the middle of a march to clean up the remnants of the defeated army of the kingdom. I would like to hear your full name and exact affiliation. This is our duty, so please forgive us. He spoke up in a loud voice that would not lose compared to Skira's. He would not easily be dealt with, Skira felt. He was somewhat different from the idiots up until now, it seemed. 10 Royal Capital Liberation Army, affiliated with the 1st Division, I am 2nd Lieutenant Skira leading the 13th Cavalry Unit. I would like to ask for the same. Understood. We are the Royal Capital Liberation Army's reservists, affiliated with the 1st Division. I am 2nd Lieutenant Callis. I command a temporarily organized force. Understood. Well then, we are in a hurry to proceed forward, may we leave soon? The enemy will safely get away like this. I have not received a message saying that a cavalry unit was in pursuit, however. Probably a miscommunication. This happens often on a battlefield. Earlier, we were in charge of defense of the food storehouse. Our duty now is to search for the cavalry unit that had raided the storehouse. It seems that they are lurking around this area. Callis gripped the handle of his sword. Skira was watching the situation calmly. Her scythe was carried on her back. I see. So, what of it? Perhaps, do you think us, that cavalry unit? The corners of Skira's mouth raised. She poised to grab her large scythe. I will ask for just one more verification. I would like you to show me your identification papers. All Liberation Army officers and men, even to the freshest of recruits, have been given them, as you should be aware. I would like you to immediately show me those. Immediately dash. When Callus gave a signal with his hand, all platoon members took a stance with their spears and pointed the tips at the cavalry members. 10. Ah, that thing. Wait a moment, will you? I'm sure it's in this bag. While reaching out her hand, gesturing for the bag fastened to her horse, she took hold of the large scythe on her back and slashed at Callus. Callus had been alert and dodged by a paper-thin margin. I knew you guys were the cavalry unit that started the fire. Disguising yourselves as our liberation army, what a dirty pretense. Your intuition is quite good. However, are you a fool, I wonder? To think that you could stop us with just those numbers. Do you have a death wish? Silence. Dismount immediately, throw away your swords, and surrender. Reinforcements will soon be coming. You guys are like a rat in a trap. We refuse. After all, you're a dead man. Skira once again slashed with her scythe. Callus stopped the blow with his long sword shaped like a crescent moon, but the weight of the blow made him unable to counter-attack. He did not completely kill the momentum, though normally, he would have deflected the blow. Watch out. If you don't carefully parry, that head will be taken from you. This guy. She's strong. Callus frantically swung his sword, but his strike was handled trivially. And yet, Skira's blows were strong enough to make both his hands numb. Little by little, the speed of his arm movements and the strength to react to the blows fell. His physical strength and willpower were being whittled down. Skira did not overlook that. Cut. After mixing in several feints, her cherished blade approached his neck, and the scythe cut in from the side. After being completely toyed with, Callus took a direct hit and fell from his horse. It was instant death. Cavalry, kill everyone. Absolutely do not let them escape. Kill the rebels. The cavalry unit surpassed them in numbers in the first place. Within not even a few minutes, they succeeded in killing everyone. Above all else, Skira had taken the initiative, swinging her large scythe and freely slaughtering the pawns of the Liberation Army. There had been several casualties among the cavalry unit. They had also not been seen by the approaching reinforcement forces. If they were going to cross, now was the time. All right, start the river crossing. Afterward, we run with everything we've got. Sound good? Sir. We will accompany Vice Commander Skira until the end. When we get back, let us eat together. It will be my treat. In exchange, teach me more about delicious foods. 10 Sir. Leave it to me. We've already been discovered, so there's no need for the act. This is filthy with blood anyway. After wiping the sweat from her brow, she pointed out the armor that had been smeared with the blood of their victims. Yes. To think that the Liberation Army pretense would have lasted up until now. Will we return to being glorious soldiers of the kingdom? All right, raise the kingdom's flag. Break and throw away the rebel army flag. It's an eyesore, so make sure to trample it. Sir. Skira's cavalry unit will now make their return. After crossing Alyosha River, Skira's cavalry unit had been attacked several times. It seemed as if they were discovered by scouts from the engagement earlier. The cavalry acting as the main shaft of the pursuit force had appeared. However, everyone had been crushingly defeated by Skira as the vanguard, and she succeeded in taking the decapitated head of a commander. The routed Liberation Army pursuit force numbered 4,000. 1,000 of them died in action, which was a tremendous military gain, unthinkable for a unit in the middle of a retreat. When Skira's cavalry finally reached Berta Castle, their numbers had decreased to 2,000. However, the soldiers' faces were overflowing with fighting spirit, and they did not seem like they had just retreated. Naturally at first, since they were wearing the armor of the Liberation Army, they were being watched over. But, because they were triumphantly hoisting the flag of the kingdom, they did not seem to be here for a raid. When they were ushered in the opened gates, they were wholeheartedly welcomed by the guards. Morale which had fallen in Belta Castle quickly flared up, and the will to fight was more or less recovered successfully. The one most delighted at the repatriation of the cavalry unit that was thought to have been annihilated was probably General Yalder. Upon hearing the news, Yalder had let out a strange voice, had stood up from his chair, and his body had been trembling in delight. He immediately headed to where the cavalry unit was, and with tears running down his flushed face, he took the hands of everyone there. Yalder was quick to anger, but deeply emotional, and his heart had been struck by the figure of young Skira not giving up and repatriating. When he treated Skira as the hero of the Third Army, he was rejected in a flat voice, saying that it was too great of a reward. The kingdom's third army had changed course for Belta Castle and worked to maintain their sphere of influence around the border. They numbered 40,000 including the guards and repatriated cavalry. General Yalder, feeling responsible for their defeat, had decided to commit suicide, but he was hindered by the hands of his attendants. From the royal capital came a reprimanding edict, saying to wipe out their shame next time, and it was decided that Yalder would continue to lead the Third Army. There was also the consideration that even if he was dismissed, there was no one capable to succeed his duty. Second Lieutenant Skira. She had taken over command from her superior officer who had died in battle and succeeded in setting fire to the enemy food storehouse. This was a big hindrance stopping the growing Liberation Army. Furthermore, she had broken through the enemy's encirclement and fought bravely, killing many enemy officers and men. In the end, she had allowed 2,000 cavalry to safely return to Belta Castle. This was an achievement that could not be belittled. With this meritorious deed, and the killing of Voller earlier, and further adding on General Yalder's backing, Skira was promoted at an unprecedented speed. 3 months after being promoted to captain, she was further given the rank of major. At the same time, she was formally entrusted with directing the cavalry unit whose commander had died in battle. A promotion to a field officer at the age of 18 was an event not seen even in the history of the kingdom. Skira herself feasted to her heart's content, and she seemed happy. The only unfortunate thing was that she could not savor the feeling of a full stomach for some reason. Tenu's kingdom capital city, Blanca. After incurring defeat at the Alyosha engagement and the fall of Antigua Branch Castle, the generals of the First Army were conducting a debate with raised voices about their policies hereafter. While he was given twice their numbers in soldiers, he was done in by the insurgents, I heard. What a disappointment of General Yalder. The survivors of the Third Army, including guards, number 40,000. They are currently conducting recruitment from the area around Belta, but they are not making any progress. Also, as they are uneasy about provisions, a request that we send in goods and arrows has come in. We will not send anything. Send them directions telling them to requisition from nearby farm villages. The goods here are for the First Army defending the royal capital. We've sent the Third Army more provisions than they needed when we dispatched the troops. The exasperated Lieutenant General Barbara hit the desk. He was one of the generals affiliated with the First Army. He had firmly insisted that the subjugation of the rebel army ought to be handed over to the First Army from the very beginning. Barbara, hearing news of the Third Army's defeat, fired off harsh criticisms about Yalder repeatedly, as if he was in his own element. He had fallen behind in the race for promotions, so he was waiting for a chance, if there was an opening, to kick Yalder down a notch. At worst, we would have to consider abandoning the central border zone. In the southeast direction is the Second Army, and in the northwest direction is the Fourth and Fifth Armies. We have no reserve to take back Antigua. The Second Army was in charge of the defense of the kingdom's southeast territory. Pressuring the empire in the northwest were 2 army corps, the Fourth and Fifth Army. A firm line of strongholds was built at the particularly dangerous northwest region to impede the main road. The reason why serious consideration was put into the defense of the northwest was simple. Without that area, one could follow the main road straight to the royal capital. That's absolutely preposterous. The rebel army would be elated if we just up and left. The central border zone with its fertile land is a vital position for the kingdom. We should resolutely defend it to the last. Still, isn't it true that we have no surplus of military might anywhere? Just where do you plan on producing soldiers? We lack money, soldiers, and provisions. We just can't do it. We have to report to the throne to further increase military budget. The senior generals with no idea of the current state of financial affairs expressed their own ideas as they pleased. They were looked coldly at by the civil officials who knew of the actual state of affairs, but they didn't notice. This, that, everything is General Yalder's fault for losing. We ought to call him back and court-martial him. Barbara strongly advocated while sending spit flying. I agree with Lieutenant General Barbara. It pains me, but this is to amend the disturbance in military regulations. Your Excellency Sharav, your decision. 11 They asked, turning to the opinion of the veteran army general who had been listening to everyone's opinion with both eyes closed. He was an old soldier with white hair and conspicuous wrinkles, but he still retained his tempered body. This man with a stern countenance was undoubtedly the commander of the First Army, Sharav Bazarav. In the previous Great War, the one who had overcome the resistance of the Empire plus Union after their failed campaign and turned the situation around until the ceasefire deal was signed was Sharav's great-grandfather. Henceforth, the Bazarav house continued to produce numerous soldiers, and there were many who were promoted to high positions. Sharav as well freely displayed his wit and was promoted to field marshal, the highest rank in the kingdom's army. Currently, he was the royal capital's final line of defense and carried out his duty overlooking the outskirts of the capital city. Right now, if we were to dismiss Yalder, Belta would fall. We ought to refrain from careless behavior. However, is it not the case that Antigua has already fallen? I do not think General Yalder could defend it anyway. There is report that the enemy utilized a new weapon at the earlier engagement. There's a high possibility of the same outcome no matter who we were to have sent. We had been making light of the rebel army. You mean, the aforementioned sorcery landmine? The landmine that had been collected by Skira was sent to the royal capital on the spot and turned over to research groups. It was currently disarmed, possibly to find a means of replicating it through trial and error. Its structure was simple, and disarming it wasn't that difficult, reports said. The danger was just the amassed stockpile of magical power. As long as it didn't explode, it was nothing more than a normal iron barrel. Moreover, they were defeated, but they have not allowed the enemy to approach Belta so far. Yalder may be frivolous, but he is a brave general. His name has even 11 circulated throughout the central border zone. Because it's him, the neighboring feudal lords are still allegiant to him despite his loss. If we shift stations now and disrupt the chain of command, that opening will be attacked. The rebel army is waiting for an opportunity to devour us. Nevertheless, it would be best, I believe, for myself will see off soldiers from the royal capital First Army and crush the enemy together with the Third Army. These may be the words of Your Excellency Field Marshal, but the matter of General Yalder has been reported to the King through Lord Prime Minister. His dismissal is only a matter of time, I believe. Is that true? Barbara asked the civil official in a wild voice. Sir Dash, there is no mistake. Hearing the reply, Barbara chuckled. With this, one eyesore of a human would disappear. A dismissal was half-hearted. He would court-martial him, and he even wanted to drive Yalder into a corner and strip him of his rank. In fact, he wouldn't even mind if Yalder died. Rivals had to be completely crushed. Your Excellency. With this, it has been decided. A dismissal is too lenient. We ought to refer to military regulations and have him take proper responsibility. Your Excellency Sharav. Your Excellency. Your decision. 11 I will go to His Majesty, and confirm firsthand. Until then, I will reserve judgment on this case. Sharav strongly asserted, and the mouths of the commissioned officers that had hounded and hollered at him fell silent. After a deep sigh, Sharav left the conference room behind. Blanca Royal Castle, Throne Room. Passing through the middle of the lined-up imperial guards, Sharav sought an audience with the king. Sitting on the throne was the king of the Yuz kingdom, Christoph Yuz Unimat. He used to have a bright future ahead of him, and he had been a young man overflowing with wisdom. However, because he had been embroiled in the succession struggle that suddenly erupted, Christoph had changed. In the middle of squirming court trickery, he had sacrificed many humans and acquired the throne. But, he gradually stopped concerning himself with politics, and it was like he was secluding himself in the inner palace. After his beloved son passed away due to sickness, it became apparent that he idolized religion, and it was around that time that he started pouring a large amount of wealth into donations and establishing churches. He kept the civil officials that admonished him at a distance, and sometimes confined them, and the only ones left near him were crafty courtiers that whispered sweet nothings into his ear. This scrawny man, who was unobtrusive beside the king, could be called the first on the list of courtiers probably. He was prime minister of the kingdom, Farzam. The reason how he, at a young age of 35, acquired the highest position of civil officials was simple. This man had served near the king from a very young age, and he used that to his greatest advantage. He whispered favorable words and purged all who did not follow his ideas. He revoked their peerages, or banished them, and there was no shortage of people that he had murdered. 11. In the first place, it was this man who had conspired against the father of the one spearheading the Liberation Army, Princess Alchura. Sharav believed that it was this man, Farzam, that was the main culprit behind the domestic conflict. Your Majesty. Myself, Sharav, have come for an audience to inquire about a matter firsthand. Sharav kneeled and consulted the king. Prime Minister Farzan took a step forward and asked about his business. If it isn't His Excellency, Field Marshal Sharav. What kind of business do you have? Myself would like to talk to His Majesty directly. Excuse me, but I would like the Lord Prime Minister to deter himself. How harsh. His Excellency, the Field Marshal, has recently honorously sealed off his heart, it seems. Please take care of yourself, said Farzam, making a smile and reverently lowering his head. Sharav scowled at him through narrowed eyes and returned his gaze to the king. Your Majesty. Is it true that Yalder will be dismissed? That is correct. Yalder can't win. Though, I did send that guy an encouraging letter a while ago to preserve morale. There's no meaning in even sending reinforcements if Belta falls. By all rights, he wanted to immediately dismiss Yalder, but there was a lack of talented personnel to succeed him after. All the major general ranks of the Third Army had died in battle. They were currently in a predicament where only staff officers were left. Until a successor could be dispatched, the role could be entrusted to no one but Yalder. 11. Is there any chance you would reconsider? None. This matter has been decided, replied the king in a languid tone to Sharav. His face was pale, and there were shadows under his eyes. It was difficult to call the king healthy, and it seemed he was habitually neglecting his health. Well then, please appoint myself, Sharav, to the Third Army. The blame for losing Alyosha falls on myself, Sharav, as well. I, together with Yalder, will destroy the rebel army without fail. I will show you. Your Majesty. Field Marshal Sharav is the most famous general in all of the kingdom. There is no one but him who can be left to defend the royal capital. Moreover, the matter of General Yalder does not condemn the Field Marshal. Farzam interjected, and he advocated that only Yalder be dismissed. Sharav had to be a decoration at the royal capital. After all, his fame could still be put to use. Sharav. You are fine as you are. As for the suppression of the rebel army, the Fourth Army will be pulled from the northwest area and sent to Berta. The Third Army will be incorporated into the Fourth Army. Then there will be insufficient protection of the northwest. I do not believe that the Empire will overlook this opportunity. It is distressing to leave only the Fifth Army defending, I believe. If we quickly exterminate the rebel army, there will be no problems. Also, there has hitherto been no large-scale military movements from the Empire. Is this not proof that they do not have no surplus either? Even if they were to move, let us say, our prided line of forts, an iron wall, will defend against them. 11 replied the Prime Minister in place of the king. In the midst of hard-pressed finances, a large amount of capital was thrown into this line of forts. If we don't use them now, when do we? Thought the Prime Minister Farzam. Prime Minister Farzam. The northwest area is an area with extremely high tension. If we move our war potential, the Empire will absolutely move. We have to contest that area. Our solid line of forts is our last line of deterrence. Do you mean to say that we invested all our precious tax on a display of deterrence? Do you think we can just raise war funds from wherever? They were made to not allow an offensive from the Empire. If we war with the Empire, we would spend even more money. And even more blood would be spilled probably. In the first place, if we do not send reinforcements to Belta, that would be leaving the rebel army to its own devices. I would like to hear just how you plan on defeating the insurgents. The Third Army is already unmanageable. I do not think such a plan is that of a field marshal's. Farzam said, grandly gesturing and attacking Sharav. In that case, I would like approval to move troops from the royal capital. The First Army would be a flying squadron. Half would be sent to the central border zone. If pincered by the Third Army and reinforcements from the royal capital, even if the enemy does not wish to, they must divide their forces. At Sharav's words, Farzam opened his eyes widely. To split the forces guarding the royal capital Blanca, I do not think you are sane. What do you plan to do if there are people plotting a revolt on homeland soil now lacking of soldiers? Your Majesty. The First Army must absolutely not mobilize. 11. There is nothing else we can use to exterminate the rebel army besides the First Army while simultaneously checking the Empire. 30,000 regular soldiers and all the reservists will be enough defense for the royal capital. A gigantic castle wall was built around the municipal of the royal capital Blanca, enclosing it. Around its circumference stretched a moat, and that was further wrapped around by high ramparts. To attack that would probably require considerable military forces and siege weapons. Even with those, it was certain that there would be many casualties. Many watchtowers were built around the outskirts and precise vigilance was taken. On high group visible from the royal castle to the east towered Saya fortress, built during the Great War before. From this stronghold built on a natural strategic position, the defenseless back of the royal capital that just invited attack could be clearly seen. In emergencies, it would cooperate with the royal castle and would exhibit the greatest defense capability, or so it was surmised. If this fort were to be ignored, then a pincer attack would come from the enemy's rear. If the enemy decided to attack the fortress with their main force, a lot of time and soldiers would be wasted. It was surely appropriate to be the kingdom's final fortress. In addition, in the southern mountains was a small castle under construction, though it wasn't as grand as Saya Fortress. The royal castle, Saya, and then this small castle would triangulate and completely protect the royal capital possibly. Though, an enormous amount of war funds were thrown into them obviously. Please pardon me, but as the Prime Minister, I cannot follow your words, Field Marshal. To decrease the defense of the royal capital where His Majesty resides is the worst, the most inane plan. Sharav. The First Army will stand by as they are. The Fourth Army will head to Belta. Upon arrival, we will replace Yalder and summon him back. This matter, has 11 already been concluded. You two, expend all your energy and just harden the defense of the royal capital. Your Majesty. This conversation is over. I do be slightly tired. I will return to my room. My friend, Farzam, I leave the rest to you. Certainly, Your Majesty. Please enjoy your rest. Field Marshal Sharav. Your audience is henceforth concluded. Hurry and return to your military duties. I too have government affairs, so please excuse me. Farzam overbearingly looked down on Sharav, took along the Imperial Guards, and withdrew from the throne room. For a short while, Sharav continued to kneel in silence. Half a year after losing the Alyosha engagement, Belta Castle, Saidamo's office. Wearing glasses, Saidamo was earnestly dealing with official documents when an unreserved knock disturbed him. Saidamo raised his head from the documents, took off his glasses, and responded, "Who is it?" "This is Major Skira Zaid *. I have been told you have business for me." Skira called herself in a manner she was not yet used to. It had only been recently since she had a surname. "Enter." "Excuse me." 11 Unlike before, Skira's physique was properly covered in armor. She entered the room and saluted. As one would expect, she was not holding her large scythe. "I don't mind if you are at ease, however, I cannot say the same for eating. Restrain yourself in front of a superior officer. How many times do I have to say it before you get it?" He scowled at Skira, who had promptly taken out some beans after ending her salute. "I beg your pardon. Make your words have some more truth to them. Make a befitting expression when you apologize. You have been promoted to major, learn how to associate with other people." "Sir Dash." Skira quickly chewed her beans and swallowed. "You were away for patrol duty, so I don't know if you know this, but instructions for a large-scale reshuffling has reached us." "How will that proceed?" "General Yalder has had a sudden drop in health, and is recuperating in the royal capital. It has been decided that we the Third Army will merge with the Fourth Army from the north. In short, we will have a change in leadership at the same time reinforcements arrive." "Sir." One General Yalder had been extremely boisterous and lively up until yesterday. Yalder, who had received a directive from the royal capital, found it hard to bear with his anger and disgrace and raged loudly. The lord's room of the castle was in terrible disarray, and it was as if the enemy had raided it. He had finally realized that the letter of encouragement sent from the kingdom after the defeat was just simple consolation. For his Third Army that he had nurtured to be completely swallowed up, for him as a commander, was like having his own child stolen. At least he could feel relief for not having been demoted, Skira thought. To be honest, she didn't really care, so whatever. That General Yalder adored Skira like she was his own grandchild, and even had her succeed the family name of Major General Jira, who was killed in battle. Yalder, who had thought it would be a shame for Jira's lineage with no successor to come to an end, had the bright idea of having the brave, young warrior be the successor. Saitama was at his wits' end at having more extraneous work again. In the first place, Jira's aide just didn't have a successor, there were still healthy relatives. He had ran into difficulties as expected, but after continuing to tenaciously negotiate, he had gotten their consent. Once he had played his final card, the gold that Yalder had prepared, the Zaid relatives, understanding the situation, had made a complete about-face in attitude. The territory of the Zaid family had already been forfeited, and their family name was now nothing more than an honorary position. Money in hand before honor in this era. I know that all too well. But, there are things that must not be cast aside. While ridiculing himself for being manipulated by his family name, Saitama had finished his succession chore. Skira had no means of knowing it was that troublesome of a matter. To have a surname that she didn't even care about pushed onto her, the person in question had made an extremely annoyed expression. When he remembered all his hardships negotiating, Saitama wanted to slap her, but if she seriously retaliated, he would be the one to die probably, so Saitama bared with it. 12. I will continue to fulfill my duty as a staff officer. I've lost my rank as chief staff officer though. You too. Continue to devote yourself for the kingdom. Understood. And, I don't doubt that you are a great soldier, but I have some doubts left about your command of soldiers. Accordingly, I have decided that I will assign 2 adjutants to assist you in commanding. Adjutants. Correct. They themselves aspire to join your unit. There were positions for platoon leader open, but they rejected that. They are excellent people who have learned military strategy from the kingdom's military academy. I have no doubt that they surpass you in leadership, tactics, and ingenuity. Saitama did not forget to add some satire towards Skira at the same time he professed the excellence of the adjutants. I want her to have some sense of responsibility, thought Saitama. Yes, indeed. I think so too. Even though she was indirectly called an idiot, Skira did not mind at all. Saitama furrowed his brow, looking at her face that basically said, I don't mind, I'm happy as long as I can eat. Your cavalry unit has become the most famous and elite here at Belta. So that you do not defile that reputation, make good use of the adjutants. Accept their counsel freely and serve the kingdom more and more. Understood. Skira's attention had started wandering because Saitama had continued to layer statement upon statement on her. It took everything she had just to squeeze out the word, understood. 12. Never again as a single horseman chase the enemy around. Same with prattling, power reconnaissance, and then leading the cavalry unit into enemy-controlled territory. If you idiotically fight and get killed, everyone's morale will be affected. That is what it means to be elite. I will not allow you to go off dying on your own. Do you understand? Of course. Of course she didn't understand. If, right in front of her eyes, the enemy's food was being sluggishly transported, of course she would immediately attack it. She got her hands on provisions, and her stomach was full. It was a completely good thing. Though, after this happened several times, the enemy had attached rigorous guard to their food supply train. It had given her merit, so there was no problem. Was Skira's understanding. Do you really understand? Have you been listening to me with that head of yours? If you wholly understand, then acknowledge it. Saitama trained his eyes that told of unquestionable doubt at Skira. His assessment of Skira was, she has quite an arm, but her head is inversely just as bad. General Yalder, soon be former General Yalder, thought so too. A staff officer needed much grit to deal with those guys skillfully. Saitama, who could not handle them, had his chief staff officer rank taken from him. Hereafter, the Fourth Army would have hegemony, and it would be accurate to say that his road to success from here on had been cut. Saitama's heart was gloomy, but he had not given up yet. Until his family was restored, he would never give up. I, Major Skira, completely understand. 12. I will put the adjutants under your supervision later on. I have already talked to them about the future beforehand, so there should be no problems. This concludes our business. You may retire. Mentally fatigued, Saitama quickly returned to his work. A different kind of fatigue set in than when Yalder was his conversation partner. If he talked with death any further, he would probably be brought to his now deceased older brother. Or otherwise, maybe he would go mad like his older sister. Sir Dash, I, Major Skira, will return to my duties. Skira, who had stood at attention partaking in the long conversation, seemed giddy compared to before. But, perhaps relieved that she no longer had to put up with formalities, she let out a large sigh after leaving the room. And, I'm tired, she said in a stupidly loud voice while at it. That moment, some blunt-sounding thing was thrown at the office door. As the door was durable, there was not a single crack. Unfortunately perhaps, stress had accumulated in the former chief staff officer, and he had thrown a flower vase. He was surely hungry, no doubt about it. Skira sympathized with him. As I thought, the head doesn't work well and dulls when hungry it seems. Skira took out a piece of bread from the bag she was carrying, left it in front of the office door, and took her leave. It was like feeding an animal, or leaving an offering for the deceased. 12. It goes without saying that upon discovering the bread, Saitama's irritation surged up even stronger. The kingdom's Third Army in Belta Castle and the Royal Capital Liberation Army in Antigua Branch Castle had fallen into a mutual stalemate. Skira's cavalry, once again 3,000, were deployed, and making the best of their mobility, their main duty became patrol and subjugating nearby foes. Which was the case, but she sometimes took independent action, conducted a power reconnaissance, and raided the Liberation Army's supply trains. By all rights, this was a breach of military regulations, but as she made great military gains every time, her transgressions were invalidated. The Liberation Army was tormented by this guerrilla warfare that was more distressing than predicted, and inevitably, the guards of the supply trains were reinforced. It was around this time that the name of Skira was starting to be known by the Liberation Army. Skira's name is a reference to Scheherazade from 1001 Nights 12 inside Belta Castle, in front of Saidamo's office. Two newcomers only just appointed were standing stock still wonder what to do. More specifically, they were wondering what to do about the object in front of their eyes. What is this, I wonder? No matter what angle you look at it, isn't it bread? What I'm asking is, why is there a piece of bread placed all the way out here? I wonder if this is some test for us. We better think this through, muttered a woman wearing a brand new officer uniform as she pushed up her glasses. That was her way of dealing with stressful situations, probably. The other man squatted and gazed at the bread. Nothing special, just a loaf of bread. Nothing more, nothing less. In other words, someone probably just dropped it. You're thinking too much. All the way over here? Just who the heck would? Anyways, let's pick it up. It may perhaps be Sir Staff Officers. I'll hold it unnaturally and maybe he'll notice it. Do as you please. Just don't get me involved. After showing an incredulous expression, the young woman knocked on the door. A man's sharp voice replied from inside. 12, who is it? She took a deep breath and raised her voice. Sir, I am 2nd Lieutenant Katarina Noobs, assigned to the 3rd Army this day. I have come to make my introduction. Similarly, I am 2nd Lieutenant Vander Hafiz. Enter. Excuse us. Hearing the short reply, they straightened their backs so as to not be discourteous and entered the room. Inside was a man carrying out his official duties with many creases between his brow. The two newcomers guessed that this was probably the Chief Staff Officer of the 3rd Army, Saitamo Arte. In any situation, first impressions were crucial. They straightened their backs even more, clicked their heels, and saluted just as they practiced many times before. When they unintentionally looked down, there were pieces of a broken flower pot around the floor. You've done well to come to Belta Castle, the front lines of the Yuz Kingdom. From here on, I expect great work from you gentlemen, is what I want to say, but... Saitamo cut off his sentence. 12, before long, it has been decided that we will be assimilated into the 4th Army. You guys being in the 3rd Army, unfortunately, will only be for a short while. That aside, what's that in your hand? He pointed at the bread Vander was holding. His brow furrowed again, and an eyebrow was twitching and spasming. Sir Dash, this was left in front of the door, so I had thought to pick it up. Is this possibly staff? Wrong, dispose of it as you see fit. It's something the Sir Hero dropped. If you're hungry, I don't mind if you eat it. After the conversation is over, that is. Sir. Katarina and Vander both exchanged dubious expressions. But Saitamo disregarded that and continued. Returning to the original conversation, as I said earlier, immediately once the 4th Army arrives, we will merge with them. Most likely, we will be put in charge of support. They would work behind the scenes and be unable to accrue spectacular achievements. There was no question that they might even have extremely burdensome tasks shoved onto them. Use the resources of others, not one's own, obviously. And so, what about being stationed with Major Skira's unit? 12, Katarina timidly asked. That was the greatest chance to work beside a future hero. She didn't want to let this opportunity escape. Vander, on the other hand, was thinking that nothing could be done about it. There's no problem. As arranged, you will be enlisted as an adjutant. It would probably behoove you to take some food and greet Major Skira afterwards. She'll then seriously listen to you for certain. Understood. Hearing the word food, a question mark floated above Katarina's head, but she didn't dare to venture the question. It seemed like there was some connection to the bread earlier, but this wasn't the mood to ask it. About Major Skira, who will become your superior officer, she's a somewhat troublesome being. She likes to act arbitrarily on her own authority, she has superficial experience commanding a unit, and she is not well informed of the art of war. However, she is valiant and is the owner of many kills. Saitamo expressed with words not flowery at all. There was no point in lying, so he indifferently only conveyed the truth. However. She was promoted to major at the tender age of 18. This is of an unprecedented speed even in our army, I believe so. When Vander inquired, Saitamo solemnly nodded. Indeed. She volunteered during recruitment at 16, and on that occasion, she passed since she had brought heads of the rebel army. After a surprise attack blunder in her 12th battle, in the middle of a rout she annihilated an enemy platoon and was promoted to second lieutenant. She slipped amongst deserters from Antigua, infiltrated the enemy's spy base, and killed a colonel of the Empire's army. Amazing! Katarina involuntarily commended. This was a career exactly befitting a hero. If she kept it up, a promotion to general was probably not a dream. She would witness that progress from as close as possible. She aspired to be an adjutant for that sake. Moreover, at the Alyosha engagement, she led a cavalry whose commander had died in battle, destroyed the enemy's food storehouse, and after all that, broke through the enemy's encirclement and repatriated. She is the owner of such feats. If we had 100 of her, there would be no doubt to our victory. Then, why do you consider there to be a problem? Skira excels in combat certainly. But, she has received no training as a military officer. Her knowledge is meager, she leads based on instinct, all she has superior power. For a single soldier, that's great, but I have a great deal of insecurities entrusting her with the lives of 3,000 cavalry. At the same time you assist her, I would like you to restrain her recklessness. So what you're saying is, think of it like this. She completely falls into an enemy trap, you keep her from being killed no matter what it takes. Don't let her fall into the same rut as we the Third Army, is what I'm saying. How about it? Do you understand? If you understand then say so. Finished with his almost self-demeaning speech, Saitama urged both of them who had been bombarded with words. Understood. I will aid with everything I have. Same. I, Vander, will devote everything. Katarina and Vander, despite being barraged with words, saluted and expressed their comprehension. For some reason, they felt like they had some extremely difficult work pushed onto them. Just a little bit, Saitama made a relieved expression. Very well. In that case, you may retire. I expect achievements hereon. Sir Dash. The two adjutants respectfully withdrew and exchanged mutual glances. Like they were wondering what just happened. For the time being, let's greet Major Skira. We won't understand anything if we don't meet her in person. Consideration can be left for later, wouldn't you say? Why, yeah. As you say. We ought to take action instead of being anxious. No, we definitely can't act without thinking this through. Absolutely not. What's done cannot be undone. Katarina muttered to herself and pushed up her glasses. Again with this, thought Vander as he walked forward. What are you whispering to yourself for? I'm leaving you being. Hold it right there. Don't talk so loudly. People will hear you. It's because you're leaving. 13 Since she was aware, Katarina did not have parents, and she was a prodigy who through great effort and study struggled this far. She liked learning more than fighting, and if pressed to say, she disliked those humans who acted without thinking. Her unusual foster parents were also humans who acted before thinking. After adjusting her slipping glasses, Katarina chased after her colleague in a jog. Belta Castle, inside the stables. The two started a conversation with the soldier briskly taking care of the battle horses. Perhaps Katarina was tired of walking, her body was sluggish. Where's Major Skira? She led the cavalry and set out on her task some time ago. I think she's taking the opportunity while patrolling the perimeter to go for a raid on the supply trains as usual. But, Staff Officer Saitama told her to put an end to that. You're telling me. Please tell that directly to Major Skira. Well, if she would stop just by being told to, I think the staff officer wouldn't be having such a hard time. The soldier laughed and returned to caring for the horses again. He was also one of Skira's cavalry unit. Maybe because he had seen his commander's strength firsthand, his morale was relatively high. Seeing that the soldier had returned to his work, Vander lightly sighed. I can't help but feel like there's trouble in store for us. Maybe it was a mistake to volunteer. Oh, shut up. Even if you're thinking it, don't say it. It's just my personality to say what I think. 13 Hurry up and fix that. I'll exert myself, Lord Second Lieutenant Katarina. Upon coming to visit Skira's office, they found it vacant, so they searched around inside Belta Castle. They finally heard a trace of her in the barracks, and hurried to the stables as they were told. However, they were just one step behind, and only mentioning that she was heading out to patrol the area. Skira had led 100 cavalrymen out of Belta. Skira had completely forgotten about the new adjutant matter, it seemed. Around that time in a different place, Skira had, as arranged, traveled west of Belta at full speed, and after they crossed Alyosha River, they were lying prone on a slightly elevated hill overlooking Antigua Branch Castle. Naturally, they had dismounted, and their horses were hidden in the shade of the trees. Let me see. I wonder what became of what was once our home, Antigua. What an eyesore of a flag as always. That annoying, shit green flag. I get more and more irritated looking at it. I think I'm going to get wrinkles on my brow just like Staff Officer Saitamo. Skira took a look at the castle through the spyglass stolen from the Empire intelligence operatives while prone. The Yu's royal family's coat of arms on a green background, it was the Liberation Army's flag. The royal family's coat of arms on a red background then would be the Kingdom Army's. Skira violently teared a handful of weeds that were around her, threw them into her mouth, and masticated like a horse. Bitter. Unpleasant. Pungent. I shouldn't have eaten this, she immediately repented. 13 With a look so atrocious that one would find it hard to approach her, Skira looked through the spyglass and checked the current state of affairs. The inside of the castle was calm it seemed, but it did not seem the security was loose at all. The town inside of the ramparts was crowded with people like soldiers or merchants, and smiling faces could be seen on the coming and going townspeople. Half a year had passed, and tranquility had been completely restored. Actually, maybe it was prospering even more than those days under the kingdom. There was the delight of having been liberated from tyrannical rule possibly. Skira, displeased, spit out the grass. Major. No one eats weeds after getting irritated. A soldier on alert in the back addressed Skira, feeling amazed. I've left them with the horses. So I don't have anything on hand right now. My stomach is in crisis. Please be at ease. Take this. I procured it some time ago. He crawled up to beside Skira and with a smile handed over something. In the middle of passing through Alyosha Plains, he had harvested some plants from a field. As this was already enemy territory, he unhesitatingly helped himself to just one. What's this, I wonder? It seems more chewy than that grass I ate. It is a plant that is the raw material for sugar. Cut the stalk and hold it in your mouth, please. It is sweet and tasty, you know. As the soldier said, when she cut it and held it in her mouth, juice containing a sugary taste seeped out. Skira gave a whole-faced smile and bit at it. It's sweet and tasty. This is a great achievement for you. I'll bestow upon you something nice after we get back. 13 Thank you very much. Let's see, my stomach, enemy castle's defense is solid, I guess next, shall we go search for food like always? They've come from so far, carrying all the way out here for us. We have to be grateful. She turned the spyglass from the castle to Alyosha Plains, starting to search for supply trains laden with goods. Even so, we have continued to repeat the raids over and over again, so why have we not been intercepted even once? In a meaningless place like this, maybe they just don't have the leisure for guards. It seems they're trying to concentrate their manpower around Belta after all. But shouldn't something like attaching guards to supply trains be done to the best of their ability? Oh, I've discovered this evening's meal. How's their defense, I wonder? Skira discovered a column of carriages in the distance. She could see that the guards were lacking. In that case, there would be no problem. The instant she decided to take action, she felt a strong bloodthirst. She quickly turned the spyglass in that direction. Major? What is the matter? It seems our companions were unexpectedly free. Or I wonder if we've overdone it. Here, you take a look too. She said, and unexpectedly threw the spyglass to the soldier next to her. He panicked, and after he had gotten a hold of it, he looked towards the direction Skira pointed out. Violent dust clouds were being whirled up. It was a cavalry unit hoisting the Liberation Army's flag, and moreover, the flag of the Lion. Their numbers were about 1,100 maybe. They were coming towards the hill that Skira and group were on. They were advancing quite quickly in addition. They are clearly making a course towards us. Major, have we been discovered, do you think? He inquired while returning the spyglass to Skira. He wasn't panicking because he had faith that they would get away. Those guys probably were also looking at us with this thing too. Earlier, I made eye contact with someone who looked like the commander. Skira slowly stood up, vigorously stretched, and headed to where the soldiers were hiding. Would they inflict a blow, or would they meekly dismiss themselves? Skira thought while holding the stalk in her mouth. What will we do? Let's see. Our numbers are about the same, so I'll just go greet them a bit. You guys stay dismounted and lay in ambush. Make sure to prepare the long spears. If our guests come, we'll give them a resolute reception. A single horseman in any circumstances is too dangerous. If you are going to go, we will go with you. If the unit suffers injury, staff officer is going to decrease my wages again. It'll just be a quick greeting, so you don't have to worry about anything. Skira put on her helmet, jumped on her beloved brown horse, and prepared her large scythe. Her hair that could not completely be concealed peeked out of her helmet. Maybe it's about time I cut it, Skira inconsequentially thought while she lightly swung her scythe. The created ominous-sounding roars and growls reverberated through the surroundings. 13 The group members reflexively sucked in their breaths. They were really glad that that scythe would not be swung at them. Skira kicked the horse's abdomen, and it started racing towards the approaching flag of the lion with all its energy. Displaying the flag of the lion, this force had discovered Skira. They were assigned the arduous duty of guarding the supply train because it had been harshly tormented by successive raids. Like starved wolves, the enemy cavalry corps had decisively assaulted them. To have this elite unit put to use as guards proved how loathsome Skira and group were thought to be. The Liberation Army's kitchen was also not in a comfortable position, and they had no surplus to donate to the enemy army. Lieutenant Colonel FYNN. At this distance, they will be able to escape probably. The young man called FYNN lightly nodded when a female adjutant with horse running in line addressed him. At a glance, he was a man of delicate features, but he owned a considerable arm and had killed 2 enemy major generals at the previous engagement. In that surprise fighting way before, the man who annihilated Jira's division was also this man. He was conferred a lion insignia, and he was the strongest warrior in the Liberation Army. This young man's name was FYNN Kadif. He would later be hailed as the Lion General. Even still, that is not a problem, would you not say? Our duty is to protect the supply train until the end after all. Good grief. The death god thing from the rumors is actually an extreme thorn in the side. Even we were called for escort duty. A gigantic monster that wields a large scythe, right? If that is real, I somewhat do not want to meet it. Well, as far as I can tell, it was nothing more than a rumor. 13 When FYNN checked with the eyepiece again from atop his horse, the human silhouette from earlier had vanished. If she was a real god of death, she would not be doing things like stealthily creeping around, right? A rumor after all was nothing more than a rumor. The fear in one person disseminated, and then was amplified, that was the reality behind the death god. Just as we was reassuring himself of that, horseman of unknown affiliation is coming down towards us, armor of the kingdom's army, and holding a great scythe in hand. A soldier retreating from the vanguard said in a loud voice. When FYNN hastily focused his eyes in front, certainly, there was a horseman running down with frightful momentum. Hey, it's just a single horseman. She planning on surrendering. She's postured for battle. It does not seem like a surrender. He considered a surrender, but as she was holding an uncanny, large scythe in her hands, it did not seem that was her intention. It didn't appear to be a desertion either. A rush with a single horseman. Preposterous. Drag her off her horse and expose the true nature of the pitiful Grim Reaper. The female adjutant harshly yelled, and with an enthusiastic cheer, 3 horsemen touted their spears and charged. Sir Dash. Leave it to us Dash. I'll make her rust on my spear. I'll give her a suitable reward for making light of us. 13 These were zealous, young cavalrymen with faith in their arm and very high morale. The small-figured horseman and the horsemen from the Liberation Army crossed weapons. In a second, the head of the first rider was sent flying. A remaining horseman unleashed furious attacks determined to harm his foe. His coordinated attacks were easily handled. He was knocked off his horse by the scythe handle, and Death's beloved horse crushed his body with all its weight. The last man, deeming that this enemy was beyond him, turned his horse around and ran several steps, whereupon he abruptly lurched and tumbled down. A crude, small sickle used to cut grass protruded from the young man's brain. Skira thrown it essentially like a boomerang, and had reaped the life of her prey. She had aimed for the small gap between armor and helmet and had successfully hit it. It's the Grim Reaper. The god of death from the rumors. Are really unpleasant. Not only that, she's just a young girl. That's a disguise no doubt. The brave cavalrymen unintentionally sounded tense. They were men of valor, but they were superstitious. That was the symbol of death who cruelly harvested souls. At that figure construed as the embodiment of death, they reflexively felt fear. You guys, how can you even call yourselves the cavalry that carries the flag of the lion? What's there to fear about a single rider? No, some shame Dash. However, a calm voice interrupted the distressed horseman. Just a bit, I will be the one to verify this. 13 When Fynn muttered that, he drew his bow from his back with smooth movements, and mightily drew the bow and arrow to its limit. The arrow that was fully drawn back by his tremendous strength roared as it flew towards Skira. Tisk. As the arrow was many times faster than Skira had predicted, she awkwardly parried it with her scythe barely. With no pause, arrows were rapidly fired. She waved her scythe and warded them off, but just one arrow stabbed into her shoulder armor. Skira clicked her tongue, pulled out the arrow, and then turned her horse around and started climbing the hill. It seems arrows will strike even death. If that's the case, even we can probably win. She seems to be human like us. Lieutenant Colonel Fynn, let us chase her immediately. This is the best opportunity to pay back everything up until now. For the sake of our killed comrades as well, please pursue dash. No, I have somewhat a bad premonition. We will turn back here. We have accomplished our mission of defending the supply train. I don't think it's good to push ourselves further. More importantly, we have to recover their corpses. Lieutenant Colonel Dash. Also, for a single horseman to have come, I can only think that she was luring us. There are surely troops waiting in ambush. To tragically die in combat, ambushed, I refuse. Come now, don't frown. Let's hurry back. Your pretty face will be spoiled. Understood. Seeing the adjutant biting her lip, he involuntarily made a sarcastic laugh. That moment, he felt a strong bloodthirst, and Fynn's countenance changed. 1. Milla, dodge dash. Wa dash. Before his adjutant, Milla, could respond, Fynn promptly rammed into her horse and pushed it away. Having been unexpectedly crashed into, she was emphatically blown off her horse. A thrown, small sickle flew by where Milla was just now. It was aimed such that it would have probably torn her neck. What unparalleled accuracy! If she hadn't been pushed away, there would have been a fountain of blood, no doubt about it. Looking from far away, Skira resignedly shook her head sideways. Afterwards, the corners of her mouth twisted and she looked down at Fynn and his group. Then, after provoking them by running her thumb across her own neck, she slowly returned to atop the hill. The cavalrymen had forgotten about pursuit and were stock still in surprise. The nickname of Death God is not just for show, I guess. Having protected the life of his important adjutant, Fynn annoyingly looked at the retreating figuring while sighing. Probably, that petite-figured girl would take the lives of some 100 brethren from now on, or so he feared. That appearance of calmly resting a large scythe on her shoulder was nothing but that of death itself. 14 When Skira led her troops back to Belta, they were met with cheers of joy from the castle soldiers. These were the cavalry unit members tasked with house-sitting, and they were eagerly awaiting the return of their superior officer. Thank you for the reception. I've returned. I pushed myself too hard, and I feel like I'm about to faint. Skira jauntily crossed the bridge and entered the castle while holding the stalk in her mouth. After everyone had entered the castle, the drawbridge was once again raised for defense. Welcome back, Major Skira. How were today's affairs? We were hindered by a certain lion. Their guard had become quite strict, it seems, as one would expect. She recalled the unit carrying the flag of the lion that had gotten in her way. That young man who had fired sharp arrows at her. As she prioritized deflecting arrows that would inflict fatal wounds, she was unable to deal with one arrow. Luckily, she was uninjured, and it was just her armor that broke. When she had thrown a small sickle that she carried on her as payback, it was just barely avoided. He had true strength, good intuition, and he also wasn't drawn into the ambush. It appeared the flag of the lions was not for mere show. They were truly a troublesome enemy. She bit the stalk that had lost its taste in two, crushed it, and then swallowed. 14 That is because Major Skira rampaged too much. Come, a meal has been prepared for you. Responded the soldier who raised his hand, directing her to the barracks. Thanks. Ah, before that, I have to get brand new armor. The shoulder part here is broken. You go first, please. Major, I definitely think you ought to get that treated. How about it? The anxious cavalryman was worried about Skira. He was the soldier who had presented her the sweet plant at the raid earlier. When Skira remembered that, she grabbed a small pouch from her waist. I'm fine. There are no injuries to my body. That aside, thanks for the food earlier. Use this and eat something you like. She took out a shiny gold coin. Forget a meal, one could eat as much as they liked for a week. At such excessive remuneration, the cavalryman was disturbed. You, under no circumstances. This is too much for me to take. If you have a complaint, then go together with other soldiers. Unused money is meaningless. But, fine. If you so vehemently refuse, I'll throw it away. Wait please. 14 When she gestured to throw it, the cavalryman hastily held out both hands. She threw it, and the cavalryman grasped the gold coin. Thank you very much, Major Skira. Nothing of it. Giving the saluting soldier a backward glance, Skira hurried forward still atop her horse. She was so hungry that she was certain she would faint. No matter how much she ate, her stomach would become empty again before long. Despite that, she did not gain weight. Just where did all the nutrition she ate go? Skira didn't know. When this did start happening? Maybe after that time when she ate that Grim Reaper thing? This was probably her just desserts for giving in to her greed that one time. However, Skira thought this was more preferable to those times when she felt like she would die of starvation. She may not be able to savor the feeling of a full stomach, but she could abate the feeling of hunger. Skira, presently, was very satisfied. She had become renowned before she knew it, her stomach was a little more full, and she could have a meal together with her comrades. With just those, Skira was content. Other matters were unimportant. She handed over her horse, and in the middle of heading towards the barracks, Skira was stopped by a voice calling to her. What's the matter? Sir, I have heard that Major Skira is looking for new armor. By all means, please use this. It is quite a gem. One cavalryman who was on house watching duty presented a brand new armor to Skira. It was armor dyed jet black. On the shoulders were carved white birds. 14 What extremely nice appearance. The quality also looks very good. Where'd this come from? When asked, the soldier pushed out his chest and responded while hitting the armor with his hand, Con. Sir, I earnestly requested a civilian blacksmith employed by the military to make this. He was very hesitant at first, but when I told him you would be using it, his attitude took a complete about-face. I think this armor is appropriate for the major who is a match for thousands. Thanks. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Anyway, can I immediately try it on? I hope the size is good. Here you mean. What, is there a problem I wonder? No. I will assist you. The damaged armor was thrown away, and Skira was actively putting on the new armor. What's going on? Curious onlookers around the area started to gathering, seeing as their fabled, honored major was innocently changing in her underwear. What was unfortunate was that she had not a shred of sex appeal. She had no curves to speak of. Her countenance was also bad. After quickly putting on the armor, the soldier in the spur of the moment even attached a bright red cape. Skira tucked her hair behind her ears, and then brandished her large scythe, carrying out various attack forms. She was testing out if the armor would get in the way or not. The babbling soldiers reflexively gulped. Their superior officer slowly held the scythe over her head, and then cut the air, and the corners of her mouth curved. They, at that appearance, were lost for words in fear and awe. 14, no problem it seems. I'll pay the blacksmith compensation afterwards. I'm going to eat now, so if something comes up, come after I'm finished. A meal was more important than armor it seemed, and Skira left at a brisk pace. The soldiers around her that were watching, all of them, stood at attention and saluted. Yes sir. Understood, Major Skira. It looks great on you, really. Skira had a dubious expression, but she silently left. The group members left behind exchanged glances and let out a deep sigh. I am really glad I'm not her enemy, they thought. Barracks dining room. Skira was silently devouring bread, steak, corn soup, and vegetables. The fragrant smells stimulated her appetite. She thoroughly chewed and slowly ate while relishing the taste. She was able to eat tasty food today as well. When she was eating, a smile would naturally leak out. But then, boorish words were thrown at her. Excuse us for disturbing you during your meal. We are these two people who were standing still in front of Skira's desk since a while ago, with limbs going numb, addressed Skira. Of course they were aware that interrupting a meal was discourteous. But, significant time had already passed, and this illustrious superior officer had not even given them so much as a glance. Deciding that she wouldn't mind if it was just something like a greeting, they dared to speak up. 14 Immediately, a loud, thunk noise was made, and Skira with narrowed eyes and no longer smiling was radiating bloodlust. The knife that was in her hand stuck out, deeply embedded, from the table. The thing Skira hated the most, was to be interrupted while eating and slowly enjoying the taste. In times like this, she would chew in supreme bliss to her heart's content all the portions she excited in the middle of battle was unable to eat. To have this interrupted was akin to dashing water suddenly over her. Just like the previous time when the military police interrogating her was about to be murdered, Skira's aggression swelled many times higher than normal. This could not be described in any other way except as a flaw, but she herself had absolutely no intention of amending this, it seemed. Silence. Can't you see I'm eating? If you don't want to be knocked out, then mute yourselves over there. If you insist on doing something else, I won't stop you, so do as you please. Please excuse me. Skira once again started happily chewing. Only sounds of silverware moving remained at the dining table. Completely tense, the two of them had their hearts in their mouths. They did not want to tread on the tail of a starving tiger again. Her meal would be finished 1 hour after this. Pardon the wait. So, what business do you have, I wonder? Skira wiped her mouth with a napkin, gave thanks for the food, and turned her focus towards the soldiers. The two people standing rigid over there straightened themselves, saluted, and named themselves again. 14 We were appointed this day to be adjutants for Major Skira. I am 2nd Lieutenant Katarina. Similarly, I am 2nd Lieutenant Vander. You're the guy's staff officer, Saitamo mentioned. I heard you've come to take over command in my stead. Let us cordially work together from here on. Skira stood up and calmly saluted. Her stature was shorter than theirs, but it appeared like the motivations they carried were different. In actuality, the two adjutants were somewhat overawed. And not at all. The commander is you, Major Skira. We on the other hand will aid you to the bitter end. Katarina flusteredly corrected, but Skira shook her head sideways. I have not received any formal officer training. All I can do is swing my scythe to live. I have hope in you too. I leave the cavalrymen in your hands. We will devote everything we have. Very well. Then, I will return to my room, so if anything comes up, I won't mind if you come. Except for when I'm eating, any time is fine. Understood. After dazedly seeing off Skira, who left while humming, they both spontaneously looked at each other, and agreed that they had a problematic superior officer. Quite outside the norm for heroes, I guess. I know another person a lot like her. 14 My view towards heroes is different, so no need to go into detail. Even if you begged, I wouldn't. Well, that's a relief. Still, she's a lot different from what I imagined. I thought she would be more, how do I put it? Vander crossed his arms, turned his back to the chair, and sat down. It seemed he was worn out from standing so long. However, I think the rumors are true. I really thought I was going to get killed. From a conversation I heard earlier, apparently she half-killed a military police officer. It seems that's somehow true too. It was probably punishment for interrupting the major's dignified meal. However, as an ally, there's no one more reliable. Katarina pushed up her glasses and immersed herself in thinking about this very interesting state of affairs. To be able to bear witness to a hero from up close was her dream. Vander shook his head, and feeling shocked, muttered, I can't keep up. Next day the 4th Army Commander General David, who had finally arrived, immediately assembled the commissioned officers. Separated into many units, the reinforcing soldiers number 40,000. Together with the residuals of the 3rd Army, they were 80,000 in total. The soldiers dispersed to and were stationed at each fortress in a radius around Belta. General David was impatient for merit, deciding to eliminate the rebel army by any means necessary. David was a contender to be the next field marshal, but he was 14 losing to the brave and celebrated Yalder, and this would be his greatest chance to turn things around. If he obtained the achievement of destroying the rebel army, it would not be an exaggeration to say the cat was in the bag. En route to Belta, he had dropped by the royal capital, where Field Marshal Sharav had strictly ordered him to absolutely do not let them cross Alyosha River. But like he would preoccupy himself with that. The one entrusted with command of strategy was him, David. He was born of high-class nobility with ties to the family lineage that established the royal family. His connection to the current king was also deep. For someone of such high pride like him, it was exceedingly aggravating to be ordered around by a normal-class upstart like the Bazarav family. Gentlemen, I am David, the commander of the 4th Army. Now that I am here, there's no longer need for worry. We will immediately execute the rebels, and I promise you that victory and stability will be brought about here in the central border zone. I am honored to meet you for the first time, Your Excellency David. I am Saitamo, the Chief Staff Officer of the 3rd Army. I have compiled all the reports about the rebel army and notices about the reorganization plan for your perusal. David took a glance at the documents Saitamo handed over, and with a simple, unnecessary, he threw them away. I don't need compiled information from a defeated staff officer. You guys have sullied the history of the glorious kingdom. How dare you unabashedly live on? Do you not know the meaning of shame? Saitama lowered his head at David's abuse. The civil officials on standby nearby also looked down on him in disdain. They had been gathered as persons of good lineage, and they could aptly be thought of as David's clique. 1. Pardon me. What chief staff officer? It would be better if you were a miserable food manager. The staff officers of our 4th Army can think of strategy. You go think about tomorrow's food menu. Really, that you could even show that face of at this assembly. You have no pride, it seems. After all, he came from a fallen nobility. All he has ever known is shame. At one staff officer's denunciation, the other commissioned officers unanimously voiced their agreement. For someone of humble birth to obtain achievement was irritating and unbearable. Yalder may have been frivolous, but he did not discriminate based only on pedigree. Saitama's shoulders shook in humiliation. Sounds that broke the mood spread through the room. It was crunching, like something was being broken. The one making the noise was Skira. Tentatively a field officer, Skira, while unwilling, was participating in this war council. Because of the sudden convening of the war council, Skira had missed out on eating breakfast and was immensely vexed. The room fell silent, wondering what that was, but as Skira had quickly chewed and swallowed, no one was any the wiser. A giant man next to her gave her a fleeting glimpse, but she was playing dumb. She absolutely didn't know what happened. Well, whatever. The cleanup of the 3rd Army, Staff Officer Saitama, you will do it. If you work well, maybe you won't be completely useless. Sir, I will devote everything. Humph. By the way, where's the respected hero that's become common talk recently? Hasn't he played a very active role in the cowardly 3rd Army? Dunno if that's true or false though. 15. When David viewed the faces of the commissioned officers, he stopped at one point, on a small-statured girl wearing conspicuous black armor, on the seat of that imbalanced person. Is it you? The officer given the alias of Death God by the enemy. Sir Dash, I do not know about Death God, but I am Major Skira. When Skira gave a salute, snarky laughs could be heard from the surroundings. After stroking his own beard, David gave a deep sigh. It seems Yalder has also surprisingly gone senile. To even be able to bow his head to one showing such an unsightly, shameful sight. Moreover, to exercise his own political influence and allow someone of such humble birth to succeed the name of nobility. Rank of Major, she says? The army isn't a children's playground. Jesus. He also bent over and got done in by the rebel army. What kind of leadership is this? Affirmative. As it is, his steel division thing was also after all a decoration, wouldn't you say? To be demolished by one blow, they were nothing more than plain papier-mâché. Mere show. To forcibly make this lass out to be a hero was probably to raise morale maybe. Kuka Dash, is not this actually a tear-jerking endeavor? In an amazed manner, they collectively ridiculed Skira. Sniggers and scorns were included, and if it was a veteran with pride, he probably would have been indignant. However, the one actually the target of ridicule did not mind at all. In the next battle, if you don't accrue appropriate merit, I will strip you of your rank. It gives me the chills to think a layman little girl like you would stand shoulder to shoulder with us high-prided nobility. I want to instantly drop you to private by all rights. 15. Sir Dash, I, Major Skira, understand. With a unpleasant humph from his nose, David continued in addition. This will probably be the last time you will be able to speak with me. Geez, what a truly absurd story. That fool Yalder. Your Excellency David, it is about time. David's adjutant warned. David's schedule was completely packed. After the war council, he had a business meeting with the influential men of Belta. Furthermore, a welcome ceremony was held for him. To make his own power known, and to solidify Belta's strongholds, industrious work was necessary. There was absolutely no time to worry about stray dogs. That's enough. Just the commanders of the 3rd Army, you all leave. We will decide what happens next. At the most, you guys should just sharpen our swords. Waving them away, David urged them to leave with hate from the very depths of his heart shown on his face. A commissioned officer oh so helpfully opened the door to the council room and beckoned with his head. Hurry up and leave, he was implying. The members of the 3rd Army, helplessly trickled out. People who had lost their chief were after all just treated like this. No one said a single word of complaint, and with heavy footsteps, they reflected on their own misfortune. Though, only Skira was full of smiles, and with light footsteps, she cut in front of the leader and left. Finally that shitty talk was over, and she could finally get her long-awaited, delectable meal. It was inconceivable that she would complain. 15 Barracks Dining Hall. Skira in good humor was having breakfast. Next to her was Adjutant Katarina. She was silently eating. Together with her superior officer, and slowly, Vander had headed out to check on the training of the cavalry unit. After the meal was finally over, Skira let out a huge exhale. Thanks to the stupidly long talk, her mood wasn't quite good. Have you finished with your meal, sir? Yeah. It was really good. I can still eat more, but that's enough for today. Just how much do you want to eat? Katarina furrowed her brows. Her glasses then slid a bit, and she hurriedly fixed it with a finger. How was the war council? It seems you left midway through though. The bearded idiot told us to. If we don't play an active role next time, he said something like I'll drop to a private. Ma Major. If someone else heard you, you could be put in jail for defamation of a superior officer. He's the highest commander here at Belta. She covered her mouth with her hand, and gestured to lower their volumes. But the voice of that very person was the loudest. If I get put in, then it's fine if I just break out. Right. Please put in effort to avoid that in the first place. I guess. You're correct. Well, do you best then, Second Lieutenant Katarina. 15 Skira smiled and patted her shoulder, and then stood up and left with a farewell. Left behind her was an adjutant who let out an even deeper exhale than her superior officer. 15 Around when a grand welcome event for His Excellency David the next Field Marshal was being held in Castle Belta's VIP room, Skira together with her cavalrymen were attending to a duty of sheer utmost importance assigned in the name of Belta's highest emissaries, the ruinous crest of the Third Army's flag that invited utter defeat for the kingdom. All of them would be disposed of and replaced with the Fourth Army's glorious banner, that kind of supreme order. In simpler terms, it was a present harassment from the Fourth Army to Skira. According to the esteemed officer, you guys are fit for these kinds of odd jobs. This kind of treatment was enforced not only on Skira but also on all the other persons. There was no way mixing the stranger soldiers that came from the northern area and the soldiers that had defended Belta and Antigua would turn out well. They mutually hated each other, and fighting broke out in many places over the most pointless to speak of disputes. Thus, even when they were unfastening the unneeded flags, boos and insults could be heard nearby. Seeing the flags of the Third Army stacked like a mountain, Vander offhandedly complained. Should I have been an artisan, a flag weaver? I am definitely folding flags. He took the flag off the pole, and then replaced it with the new one. He was sick of it that he would collapse. Move your hands, not your mouth. There are still some hundreds more as you can see. Yeah. Roughly 1,000 I guess. I'm hungry. How healthy to be under such a bright, glorious sun. Anyone have a nice boxed lunch? 15 There are none, Major. Though I think where His Excellency General David is has some luxurious food piled high like a mountain that is. They are surely having a staggering feast, you know. Second Lieutenant Vander, mind going over there and getting me some? Please excuse me, but I cannot follow that order. I personally do not want to go to jail, and I cannot escape like you can, Major. When Vander joked around, Katarina threw the battle flag that she was holding at him. Hey, didn't I tell you to move those hands? We won't finish by today at this rate. Yeah. I understand, oh magnificent Second Lieutenant Katarina. Major, we will do the rest. A commanding officer doing such menial tasks concerns our dignity. As he says, Major Skira. There is no need for Major to do these kinds of things. Katarina raised her voice. This was not work for a hero. However, Skira indifferently continued working. I don't know what dignity you mean, but go feed that to the dogs. I have spare time so I don't mind. Besides, look. Those guys of my unit are doing something interesting. Where Skira pointed, a crowd of soldiers with special paint were making a commotion for some reason. It seemed they were repainting the Third Army's flag. A soldier who seemed to have some artistic skill was holding a brush and carefully moving his hand. What the heck are those guys doing over there? It does appear that they are writing something, but 15 When Vander concentrated his eyes, they had finished painting it pitch black it seemed. They had turned it into a suitable flag for Skira. They said they're putting scrapped materials to effective use. Thinking that it's trash anyway so no one will care, I gave them permission. They can still be used, and it would be a waste. If they behave willfully like that, they are going to be scolded again. They are already being glared at, it seems. Warned Katarina, but Skira had not the ears for it, I don't really care. If it's just being glared at, nothing will actually happen. Muttering that she didn't care, Skira continued her work. The many cavalry group members, deeming that it was perfect, cheered in joy. They fastened it to a pole and triumphantly waved it around. An emblem of a white bird was drawn flying on a black background. What do you think that is? A bird, right? A white crow, I was told. He said that in his birthplace, it's a sacred bird that governs life and death, and he thought it was appropriate for me and really wanted to make it. It appears to have turned out surprisingly well. Does such a crow really exist? If there is, I want to try eating one. What kind of taste does it have, I wonder? A white crow was also known as a lucky omen for people. Naturally, it doesn't actually exist. The soldiers, associating Skira's person with death, thought it was a suitable coat of arms. As Skira's name would spread, this flag would take on special meaning. 15 Just spotting it would make the confronting person quake in fear. Just holding it would make one's blood boil and no longer fear death. All because these men, filled with anticipation, working on their own accord for the sake of their overawing superior officer. Still, is a black flag not unpleasant? And not only that, arbitrarily making a flag with a coat of arms is something to be court-martialed for. That won't happen since I've pretty much become a noble. It'll be fine if I just say it's the Zaid family's new insignia. Well, if it still becomes troublesome, let's just say we don't know anything about it. More importantly, isn't there anything to eat? Ah, I have hard candy. Would you like some? Katarina took out a small bottle from inside her pocket. It seemed she carried it for her superior officer's sake. She thought hand candy would be somewhat more agreeable than eating bread in the middle of an important conversation. According to what Katarina heard, the rumor went that Skira had been eating beans at the war council before. Katarina, who had guessing that this wasn't a rumor but more like actual truth, had given up validating it. Of course she didn't want to ask something like, "Did you eat beans during the war council?" "Thank you very much. I'll have some. Please." Not stopping to care at all about the soldiers who rushed up to her, she began tasting the hard candy Katarina handed out. It was just sweet and had no particular taste. Withstanding the urge to bite down, she thoroughly enjoyed the sweetness with her tongue. "We've done it, Major Skira. What do you think about this coat of arms?" "Ah, yeah. Pretty good, I wonder." "Very fantastic. Thank you very much. We will make this the flag of our unit, Skira's cavalry." 15 Sure. Pretty good, I wonder. Great thinking. To the soldier who asked with excitement if the flag for Skira's unit was good or not, Skira suitably nodded and consented. She didn't care for the flag. There was no problem since it distinguished between friend and foe. But that she was thinking that was unknown to the man. His face blushed in delight because he was praised by his dauntless, daring, and dashing commander. He flourished the flag overhead, almost flaunting it. The white crow flew while being shined on by the sunlight. Satisfied before long, he turned around 180 degrees and faced his comrades. "And then, we'll paint all the flags over here." With that dreadful statement, he once again started setting about his work. He had probably been gradually painted by his commander's personality. Their morale is quite high. There is a remarkable difference when compared to the soldiers of other units. "I think their confidence in you is more than enough proof," Katarina said, and pushed up the tips of her glasses. This wasn't flattery or sycophancy. "Actually, just try listening to their conversation," Skira congratulated me. "You may think I'm exaggerating, but I saw it with my own eyes," he said loudly. "We've been together for such a long time, haven't we? Ever since Antigua fell, I think. Their commander person also lost and died in one-on-one combat. All the people who've been above her have for the most part died or met with misfortune," Skira casually thought. Maybe that would mean that Yalder, who hadn't died, would be reasonably happy. For a moment, Skira thought that maybe she was a harbinger of sorrow, but conversely, there were people that she had saved too, so she adjusted her thinking. Bearing the omen that governed life and death, Skira gazed at the white bird carved onto the black armor she was wearing. She wasn't particularly thinking anything. Oh yeah, she hadn't had bird meat in a while. I heard that Major Skira had taken temporary command after that. You struck down the enemy commander and completed your mission. The cavalrymen had proudly talked about it, you know. They say you commanded like a veteran commissioned officer. Even I think it was strange. Faster than I could think, my mouth and body moved on their own. Well, we survived and were able to eat food again. That's definitely something to be ecstatic about. Most of them were also able to make it back. Skira bit the hard candy. Yep, she couldn't resist. She couldn't stand it, and completely pulverized it with her molars. She thought about taking one more, but it seemed the flow of the conversation wasn't appropriate. Skira resisted, and she continued to listen to their talk. She persevered, but the figure of a white, rounded food floated in her mind. She had probably associated this with bird meat earlier. There is probably no need for our aid. Actual combat experience is 100 times more useful than empty theory after all. Certainly. It is said, one experience over 100 pieces of knowledge. Agreed Katarina at Vander's remark. They had experience in bandit subjugation, but they had not the experience of participating in actual combat. They certainly had come to be knowledgeable, but whether or not they could capitalize on it would depend on their decisions on the battlefield. That would mean that Skira had enough aptitude as a commander, they thought. A simple fool should not have been able to survive. But, thought Katarina, what if that fool possessed enough prowess to blow such trifles out of the water? Possibly. 16 I absolutely want to see how Skira fights in the coming battle, soon, with my very own eyes, Katarina thought. Dauntlessness enough to be called death, what a sight it would be. She turned to look at Skira, but her hands had stopped, and she was staring into space listlessly. That aside. I kinda want to eat an egg. A boiled one. Uttered Skira randomly out of nowhere. What? Major, Skira. You know, an egg. Immediate food is far more important than desk theory. All I learned in actual fighting is that lots of food is needed for battle. And therefore, I leave the rest to you two. I have to return to my own work so. Good, said Skira as she stood up and hastily walked to the barracks. The two bewildered followed after her, where they discovered Skira happily peeling an egg. The kingdom's army and the royal capital Liberation Army were contesting for possession over dominion of the central border zone. Why this location was valued that much was apparent if one could see the continent map. The Yus kingdom's controlled territory divided the continent from the northwest to the southeast. To the west was the Keyland Empire, and to the eastern area was the Dolbax Union. The central border zone was the sole area of the kingdom's territory that bordered the other two countries. Of course, many people passed through here, and naturally, it was prosperous. Commerce was blooming. It was currently under the embargo, but that did nothing to check the flow of people. If people were coming and going, then obviously goods would also flow, just now it would be called smuggling. 16 Furthermore, it possessed wide plains and Alyosha River as a source of water, and the earth was fertile. One could expect a harvest of crops from the warm climate, and it was even possible to transport goods on the water using the river. As a matter of course, the towns in this region prospered and were highly populated. The regions the Empire and Union controlled as well. In this area where the borders of the three countries practically touched existed a metropolis that was the very heart of the Mundo Novo continent. It had the Holy Land of the Three-Star Order, the main faith of the continent, and current divided due to a factional strife, an academic city Arte, which held the labyrinth known as the Demon's Nesting Place. It had once been called Labyrinth City Arte. It was a neutral metropolis that belonged to no country, but it was defended domestically and foreignly by armed forces to protect against invasions of the Order. If the Order called to arms, it was assured that adherents in every country would take up arms. In this era, that was all that was protecting their neutrality, their temporary peace. In the northern region of the central border zone, which could expect a great deal of profit, the rebel army had risen up to seize those vested interests. The kingdom would in no way overlook this. The empire was clearly meddling, and consequently, the kingdom sought to crush the rebels in their early stages. The result was that they had suffered a devastating loss with the fall of Antigua, a cornerstone of the southern border zone. Currently, the situation was of Salvador and Antigua in the west confronting Belta in the east with Alyosha River in between them. Losing Belta here would mean forfeiting their sphere of control in the central border zone, and in concert, the road to the royal capital area would be wide open. This had to be prevented at all costs. Therefore, Sharav, the field marshal of the kingdom's army, had strictly ordered to not let the rebels cross Alyosha River. Though the Liberation Army's forces may be growing, there was a limit to how much they could support. If they devoted themselves to protecting Alyosha River, it would be sufficiently possible to preserve the front, Sharav had judged. And then supposing if they sought to exterminate the Rebel 16 army, Sharav thought to muster the First Army, and pincer the rebel army from the north and east with a gigantic force. Though unfortunately, that plan was rejected. If this plan had been adopted, the Liberation Army would certainly have been put in a crisis. Despite them being the Liberation Army, they also took into consideration that they did not want to be in any more debt to the Empire's army, who they were receiving aid from. The Liberation Army had not risen up to expand the Empire's dominion. They had risen up to overthrow the current monarchy. Incidentally, it was simple why the Union in the south had not moved. They were merely observing the situation, transporting goods, and earning money. There was no need to intervene and expressly lose military power. Moreover, this nation was made of a miscellany of small groups of cities, and thus it took an abnormal amount of time to make any decision. A head was elected via election, but every time a decision needed to be made, it would be majority rule after many civil meetings that would drag on forever. In this status quo where they had completely become independent from the kingdom, all the town heads were in agreement, recognizing that an expansion policy beyond this point was futile. Everyone understood that, in a situation where they acquired new land, there would be mass chaos over who would govern it. The strife would be more violent than the other two countries, and the amount of bloodshed would be nothing to scoff at. Hence, they would not war. It would cost money, people would die, and when cities fell to ruin, it would not be profitable at all. The extent to which other countries fought was of absolutely no concern. They would celebrate, selling weapons and property. Commerce over war. Their trade partners were the Empire, and then the Royal Capital Liberation Army. For their bitter enemy, the kingdom, a trade embargo to bring it to ruin. Then for smuggling, they would beat down prices and buy cheap, and force a sale and sell high. Abundant gold and goods were the strongest weapon. That was the Union's current course of action. 16 Report from Armed Spy. Regarding each country's movements. Yo's Kingdom, reinforcements from the northwest to the central border zone. General Yalder reshuffled. New inaugurated as General David. Dolbach's Union, maintaining observation. No signs of military mobilization. Keyland Empire, in the process of concentrating forces in the northwest. Matters of special mention. Regarding General David. Regarding the reinforced army. Concerning the Death God, rumored in the Liberation Army forces. Report from colluders. Dividing the enemy in progress. Regarding acquired goods. Endlessly spelled out a detailed report bearing confidential information. After a quick, flip-through glance, he thanked the spy for his hard work. Well done. Please continue your work. Sir Dash. Make sure to not get noticed by the Empire's spies. It would be disastrous if the Empire finds out. As I have been informed. Please leave it to me. The Liberation Army's tactician, Diener, pondered while gazing at the report. The spy had already departed from the room. Diener had invested his own private property and trained competent people of skill. There were also skilled rangers pulled from the Labyrinth City. 16 His independently organized armed intelligence unit was secret to even Altura, let alone the Liberation Army fellows. They conducted themselves like normal soldiers, but they were like actors who did not show their true face. Single-handedly bearing the dirty work was the tactician's job. In order to keep his princess pure, someone had to do it. The materials necessary for uprising, who would collect them? Where would they be gathered from? Where did all the resources for the growing Liberation Army come from? Did the Empire so easily support them goods every time? Nay. The effects of the bad harvest had also hit the Empire, and not enough of necessary goods were supplied to them. There would be no support from the Union in the first place. The Liberation Army's finances were originally dire. Then, where did they procure goods from? Why hadn't they gone bankrupt? The answer was simple. They would fairly collect from certain places. In enemy territory within reach, there were many storehouses just waiting to be collected from, unguarded, and completely abandoned. All the infamy would be shouldered by the kingdom's army. Actually, the kingdom had done this too, so no one was any the wiser. The realization of a dream required necessary compensation. Altura did not need to know. If she did not stay pure, the people would not follow. It was this virgin, heroic figure that the people, all the men who had given up, would see as the most brilliant white. Altura had said that she was resolute. In that case, he would have her serve as the symbol of the Royal Capital Liberation Army until the very end. Diener had decided. For her ideals, he would perform any and all deeds, and take all the impurity unto himself. But, still not enough. There are too few determined people. Another push is necessary. 16 He closed his eyes and began polishing his plan for hereafter. His colleagues in the Liberation Army had to do it on their own, otherwise it was no use. They would win their right to live with their own hands. Their spirit was still lacking. They had the capacity, and he had prepared the means for it. All that was left was fuel to last them till the end. For this hell-like kingdom to change its present condition, it had to be once burnt to the ground. An incompetent king. Soldiers only for self-protection. Government officials lining their own pockets. Nobility living in endless luxuriously through citizens' money. Taxes increasing in severity. Rising war spending. The withering populace. The starving and dying weak. Oil was necessary to set the royal capital violently ablaze. An evil liquid, viscous like dark mud was. That was what ought to be called, devil in a bottle, asterisk, and it would surely ignite the souls of the people into an intense flame. Sacrifice one to save 100. Whether this was correct or incorrect, the future would probably know. If they won, tens of thousands of lives would be saved under Altura. A messiah that liberates from severe oppression, or a diabolic rebel army. Just which one will we become? He asked to no one in particular. If he executed this plan, that would be a stamping a brand which could not be erased. Did he have the readiness for it? Did he have the heart to accomplish it? Diener slowly opened his eyes, and he burned the report which could not be allowed to exist in the flame of the candle. There was no turning back. In that case, he would determinately march forward only. Even if he were to run his body into the ground. Asterisk absinthe is an alcoholic drink also known as devil in a bottle. The Japanese call it something like devil's liquor. 16 General David, upon finishing work incorporating the Third Army into the Fourth Army, immediately began formulating a plan to recapture Antigua. Suppressing the rebel army was a matter of utmost importance for David. His forces were sufficient. Goods were in abundance as transportation had been completed. If they were to attack, there was no other time except now. Moreover, harvest season was soon approaching. Before the crops senselessly went over to the rebel army, he wanted to hurry up and reclaim them. Recapturing Altura Plains was more urgent than their tight financial situation. In the conference room blazing under the early summer heat, the staff officers of the Fourth Army were clamorously and noisily arguing. In order for their own opinions to be approved, for the sake of catching the eye of the commander, they were frantic in their own right. When one's forces are greater, a frontal attack is the yellow brick road. A cowardly battle is ill-befitting of His Excellency. That's what Yalder said, and he was defeated. We ought to clearly work out a plan here. What is vital is in what way do we cross Alyosha River. There is danger associated with a large army crossing such a wide expanse. We will be attacked by the enemy is what I'm saying. On the other hand, Belta and Antigua are linked by this bridge. But crossing Sulawesi Grand Bridge also has its dangers. He pointed to a site on the map. There was an important point of traffic, where hustle and bustle could be seen, and where peddlers traversed every day. Currently, as the Kingdom and Liberation Army were glaring at one another, there were nearly no merchants using it. It would cost money, but their safety was guaranteed. They utilized ferries. 16 It is unreasonable to make use of that bridge. At best, only around one company could cross at a time. They'll be beset by the waiting enemy and beaten the instant they've crossed. Then how about forcibly crossing the river? We'll push through in one stroke. A few sacrifices are unavoidable, right? A battle can't be fought fearing death. We'll muster all the Fourth Army and cross in a moment. We've been repeatedly training for this. He boldly spread the night pieces on the map towards Alyosha Plains. Strength in numbers, that was his central dogma. With a humph, another staff officer took a piece symbolizing the Liberation Army and whacked it over there. The Kingdom's army piece shot off from atop the map. Like our opponent would just watch while we cross the river. How about you go back to military academy and go study again? What the heck are you thinking? I really want to have a peek at what's inside that upbeat head of yours. This is no different from Yalder. He vilified, and it was almost like he couldn't stand it. Strength in numbers. After that is only God's guidance and luck more or less. What we consider is in what way before the battle starts can we prepare a force that exceeds the enemy. And, we have been increasing the number of soldiers. If that's the case, we should make a confident attack. I cannot see the need to think of some clever ruse. It's pointless. This man was recently appointed to staff officer. He was originally an ex-military officer, and what fate would have it that he would be in this place? He clearly possessed thought and character not suited towards a staff officer. 16 There is a need to hear other opinions. At this one line from the corps commander, everything was settled. He was a staff officer in name only and was basically a personal bodyguard. He was obstinate, but he had a mean sword arm. The chief staff officer of the 4th Army had to consent, thinking that this was David's intention. Spare me the tedious talk. What a staff officer should consider is how to minimize damages, or how to guide the unit to victory. That's all there is. In that aspect, we cross wit instead of swords. Your thinking is that of a military officer and is inappropriate for a staff officer. Don't make that mistake again. Anyway, a forced river crossing is not possible, Your Excellency. If they aim for us when our formation is disturbed and our marching speed has fallen, we will fall easy prey. After hammering down the nail that was the ex-military officer staff officer, he informed David that the contrived river crossing was inadvisable. David was sorting documents while sitting in his seat and drinking water at the same time. The respectable bodyguard cum staff officer did not agree with that manner. I see. What an interesting exchange of opinions. It was gratifying to be able to see the difference in thinking between a military officer and a civil officer. Truly a sight. Then, how about we combine the two opinions? David elatedly smiled, and the staff officers exchanged glances. So, what Sir is saying is, we will use the strategy that those guys used. When we feign attack, we defend. We make them think we won't, we do. We feign numbers, but it'll be the opposite. Wasn't this the fundamental tactic learned in military academy? Are you gentlemen so busy that you've forgotten? One David placed a piece at Sulawesi Grand Bridge on the map, and then another piece was moved to a spot where the width of Alusha River was relatively narrow. Then, he ran them to Antigua Branch Castle. I see. So the unit on the bridge is a decoy. No problem in that case. As expected of you, Your Excellency David. I am in awe of your wisdom. This is a very effective plan, I believe. Those guys will strengthen their formation on the riverside. And then in the long run, Antigua will be completely vulnerable. If they tighten their defenses of Antigua on the other hand, we can leisurely cross the river. Flattered the staff officer, and the other people were also exaggeratedly nodding. Still, how would we cross? Siege weapons are needed to make Antigua fall, right? Also, a supply train is needed to maintain a large army. There is no way we can cross just like that. The bodyguard cum staff officer idly played with a wagon-shaped piece. Siege weapons, rams, siege use ladders, and catapults were currently being prepared. They were lacking those for capturing Antigua. As it was, it would be difficult to ferry them over the river. Regarding the siege use weapons, they are currently being assembled at that very location. Of course, the construction soldiers have been mobilized. Regarding the method for crossing the river, we can just use pontoon bridges. We've brought them all the way here just for that purpose. The chief staff officer placed small blocks of wood on the denoted river crossing site. Small boats would be lined up and tied together, making an instant bridge on top. 17 durability was a problem, but it would be fine if they would last until the crossing was done. I see. In that case, it seems this plan will go well. The bodyguard finally nodded in consent. When the chief staff officer thought about how he would have to give the same explanation to the commissioned officers, he became almost nauseous. But, this amount of hardship was nothing much for the sake of his own fame. If he worked hard, he would be transferred to a do-nothing job like the staff officers of the Third Army. He put his feelings in order, stood up, and summarized the contents of conference. First, we dispatch troops to Sulawesi Grand Bridge, draw out the enemy main force, and nail them down. Late at night and at the same time, we dispatch the construction unit, we build a pontoon bridge at the river crossing site. At dawn, we start the march. The cavalry unit as the 1st Division will cross the river, trample, and pulverize the enemy guards. The 2nd Division of Infantry will build a beachhead and march towards Antigua. The 3rd Division will be the main shaft of supply trains, siege weapons, and worker soldiers. Is this all, sir? David nodded, and the other staff officers showed agreement in succession. The Sulawesi Grand Bridge Diversion Unit will cover the riverside with battle flags like a shroud. Then, they will show the enemy often that they intend to advance. No, perhaps just that won't be enough. I will also take battle formation near the Grand Bridge. If the flag of the Army Corps' commander is raised, that will add an additional layer of believability. 17 informed David, and the staff officers exchanged glances. Though it was a diversion, that did not change the fact that it was a dangerous place. Your Excellency, will you also depart for the front? A diversion unit though it may be, it is accompanied by danger. Of course. Those worthy of nobility must display their authority and stand at the vanguard of the masses. If the commander fears, The soldiers do not follow. That is war. Just as he said earlier, we cannot behave cowardly. David asserted. It was hard to reconcile pride as a noble with life. As a military person, he would devote himself to the kingdom and moreover attain the highest distinction. That was David's aspiration. Your Excellency's honest resolution is splendid. All of us here vow further loyalty. I expect great work from you all too. Sir Dash, please leave it to us. We will absolutely bring Your Excellency victory. In order to guarantee David's safety, the chief staff officer started to further supplement the plan. The commander being killed was the worst possible scenario. Judging from the enemy's main force, for starters, it is difficult to think that they would throw caution to the wind and cross the river. However, in the off chance that they come to cross the bridge, I believe we should surround all of them and exterminate them. If they try and forcibly cross the river, we will meet them at the riverbank. We will also call for reinforcements from Belta at that time. These are further considerations, so there is a need to deploy more than 10,000 to Sulawesi Grand Bridge. The elite of the Army Corps would have to be deployed along with His Excellency's elite guards. We need to assure perfection. 17. If they follow under the direction of His Excellency David, wouldn't there not be any problems? The deployment of the Army Corps' most elite infantry, they would pretend to be 30,000 strong via handcrafted dummy soldiers, which were straw effigies made to wear armor and to hold battle flags. They were substitute soldiers to make the enemy think that they were reinforcements. They would tie down the enemy main force, and they played the most important role in this battle. The commander's leadership would be tested. For example, if the enemy main force were to change course, we would cross the bridge and strike their backs depending on my decision. The enemy soldiers will probably be annihilated, pincered by us and the unit crossing the river. There is no doubt in our victory, wouldn't you say? David reassuringly nodded. The operation had been decided. Operation Alyosha Crossing. This would no doubt be left behind in the kingdom's annals. It would probably be a brilliant military record about David. The road to rising to Field Marshal was assuredly wide open. David unintentionally leaked a smile for his own glorious future. 1st Division, Advance Cavalry Unit. 10,000 2nd Division, 4th Army Mixed Infantry Division. 50,000 3rd Division, Supply Train and Construction Soldiers. 3,000 Sulawesi Grand Bridge Troop Headquarters, 15,000 of the most elite. Left behind for defense of Belta, 50,000 of the former 3rd Army, on standby and prepared for battle. With around 80,000 soldiers pumped in, David's all-in, crossing operation was about to unfold. 17 Conference Room. Commissioned officers who would lead the troops gathered. Duties for the operation in the near future were being assigned, and stations were instructed. Major Skira. Your unit will have 1,000 men. Rear guard of the 1st Division is your duty. Your mission is to not get in our way. Earnestly devote yourself to lookout. Don't even think about excessive things. If you try to steal a march on us, I will absolutely punish you. Drive this into your skull. From the cavalry that was assigned 3,000, 2,000 were reshuffled into another unit. Even so, to be able to lead a unit could probably be said to be fortunate. If there was another field officer who could lead cavalry, Skira would have been discarded at the onset. Forget David, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that all the leaders of the 4th Army Corps loathed her. That she would be demoted to a private had impressively circulated, and there was no shortage of passing snickers. Sir Dash, I will devote everything I have. Humph, you'll probably be just a common soldier the next time we meet. How truly annoying. Contemptibly spewed out Major General Alexei, who would lead the 1st Division, and the surrounding men laughed. Though, the people who were once the 3rd Army kept silent, knowing the validity of Skira's prowess. It would be unbearable to say something excessive and be demoted. Hence, they didn't speak. The mouth is the cause of all calamity after all. Get it? Training cavalry takes an extraordinary amount of time and money. By all rights, a young girl like you would never have been entrusted with even a single rider. Take that fact, thoroughly drive it into your incompetent head, and really understand 17 it. Absolutely do not waste troops. Soundly abide by my instructions. Absolutely do not get in the way of other units. If I judge that you cannot do even that, I will immediately execute you. Got it? Pronounced Major General Alexei. This was not a threat. When he heard at first that this little girl was a field officer and was also leading 3,000 cavalry, he had forgotten to be angry and was dumbfounded. It's because of things like this that the 3rd Army was defeated. He didn't even want to give her 1,000, but he couldn't otherwise. Even just forcibly assigning 2,000 to other cavalry units had affected command enough that he wanted to avoid any more confusion before the start of the operation. Therefore, she was assigned a duty, rearguard of the 1st Division, that anyone could do. As soon as this operation was over, he planned on petitioning for her demotion. He didn't want to see her face. That someone had prepared even a grandiose nickname, Death God, Alexei thought that ludicrous. Major Skira, completely understand. Then dismissed. The talk after this is not for you. Just go feed the horses. Get used to it, because after the operation is over, you'll be doing that every day. Sir Dash. Sniggers enveloped the conference room. Skira alone left the room together with stares of disdain. After listening to such a trivial talk, she was extremely hungry. Let's hurry up and fill my stomach while feeding the horses, thought Skira while whistling. At the barracks cafeteria, she casually purveyed some vegetables and quickly headed to the stables. She threw fodder into the horses' feeding trays and gave her own horse carrots. I'll go with this, what is this do you think? She asked her brown horse, but it intently chewed the carrots without even a glance towards her. 17 She hadn't expected a response, so Skira was talking to herself while stuffing her cheeks. Stuffed lamb intestine. Sausage. How did something like that become something this good, I wonder? Food truly is mysterious, wouldn't you say? While gorging herself with the overflowing meat juices, Skira was enjoying the modest meal with her loved horse. Horses have it nice. They can survive off of grass and water. I'm really envious. Just once, the horse looked in her direction. With a small neigh, it began taking carrots into its mouth again. Skira sat down on the stable's floor and lightly sighed. Again, a fight would start. She should probably fill her stomach while she could in this interlude, since after they sorted, there would possibly be more dried food. She wasn't particularly dissatisfied, but she was more or less tired of it. Well, dried food wasn't bad in and of themselves probably. It was fine as long as she could eat. That was more important than anything. When she returned to her office, 2 adjutants were waiting with sour faces. They had likely heard that 2,000 people had been taken from them. They frowned. A greeting came from Skira. What's the matter, you look like you've eaten a bug. Did it taste that bad? Don't eat bugs, they may contain toxins. Eating one would ruin the stomach. Skira was not endowed with the insight to distinguish between edible and not edible. Same with mushrooms. Each and every one looked suspicious, and Skira did not have the judgment. The best thing to do would be to have someone try eating it. 17 That is not it. The troops have finally had high morale. They just do not understand. Major Skira leading should result in even greater war gains, yet. Katerina raged with enough temper that it seemed steam would come out from her head. She had through great trouble became an adjutant, yet suddenly, there was the crisis that her superior officer would drop to a common soldier. Furthermore, that their own forces had been reduced to 1,000 was no laughing matter. He should have seen the major's military achievements. It seems he somehow does not believe it. Yalder had fabricated it, he said. Ridiculous. There was no need to do such a thing. He would do anything to raise morale, is what I conclude our superiors to be thinking. If I do fall to a common soldier, let's do our best together. Treat me to food please. My wages will be deducted after all. If it comes down to it, I wonder if should sell this armor. Katerina's face flushed when Skira lightly muttered, it seems expensive. Katerina had just taken up a new post, and if Skira was suddenly dismissed, maybe there wouldn't be a position for an adjutant at all. Major Skira Your body won't last if you stay agitated. There's still much time until the operation starts. After looking at Katerina with eyes of sympathy, crunch, crunch, Skira started eating beans. The beans today were sweet. Jackpot. Today might be a good day. 17 You heard the major. Right, honored Second Lieutenant Katerina. Vander put his hand on Katerina's shoulder, and she violently shook it off and shouted in anger. Shut up. I'll show them. I'll get some achievements somehow. Right. If I don't overcome this adversity, me becoming an adjutant would have no meaning. Katerina started fervently muttering with dazed eyes. Vander put his hands up in surrender, seeing that she had gone to her own faraway world. Skira ate the rest of the beans while gazing at her, seemingly very interested. In years to come, this clash would be known as the Battle of Alyosha Crossing. Its outbreak was near at hand. 17 One week after the operation had been decided, David departed from Belta, leading 15,000 troops under his command. He set up camp on his side of Sulawesi Grand Bridge and hoisted the flag of the Corps commander. The Liberation Army in response, as if hailing them, also spread out their forces on the opposite shore. They were showing their intent of, "You shall not cross." As if they would let Antigua, which they so arduously took possession of, fall so easily. Seeing their camp, David snickered. From a rough look, perhaps 40,000? It seems drawing out the main force has gone according to plan. We too as per the plan have pretended to have reinforcement forces continuously arriving. All that is left is to rout the enemy to the spot it appears," said the chief staff officer, and David nodded. "We should order the officers and men to make sure to not be negligent. We must also restrict them from forcibly crossing the river. Strengthen the surveillance. As I have been informed, scouts have been sent to the riverbank, and our lookout preparations are complete. Just as I would expect of you, Chief Staff Officer. You work as fast as ever. I tremblingly accept your praise." The Chief Staff Officer respectfully lowered his head. "It'll be a long journey from here on. I will be carefully watching the execution of the plan from this headquarters." David headed back, and the staff officers followed after him. The stare-down continued endlessly. Sometimes, horns or drums would sound out, and signs that they were about to attack were repeated over and over. With not even a single arrow fired, the day bade welcome to night. Alyosha River crossing site. The construction soldiers, waiting until night, lined up small boats until the opposite shore, and built a bridge of wooden boards. As of now, there still were not signs of enemy soldiers. They had not been detected. After a few hours, several floating bridges were being created. The faces of the construction soldiers showed a little impatience. If they were discovered now, it would be all too simple to send them all underwater. They would be faced with annihilation perhaps. Even so, they safely completed their duty. When the final one was tied down, the construction soldiers went onto land. They would reinforce the bridges until carts could cross them, and they sent a signal to the cavalry of the 1st Division. The sky was growing brighter. The sun would rise shortly. The establishment of multiple pontoon bridges has been completed. The rest is up to you. We, as soon as the 1st Division crosses the river, will construct a bridgehead position. Well done completing your duty. Leave the rest to us. We'll trample them in one fell swoop, just watch us." The commander of the cavalry, Major General Alexei, encouragingly nodded. The head of the construction soldiers straightened his back and saluted. 18. Sir, may the fortunes of war be with you. Although the air was pleasantly cool, tensions were rising. The ones to start the battle will be us. Major General Alexei unsheathed his sword and gave his orders to the soldiers under his command. 1st Division, Advance Cavalry, Sortie. Target, Branch Castle Antigua. OU. Start the advance. Stay in file dash. The 10,000 cavalry unit that would be sent ahead started crossing Alyosha River via the pontoon bridges. Although several horsemen who had not been trained enough fell into the river, by and large they were favorably successful in crossing. They moved out to Alyosha Plains, not being discovered by the enemy. Skira's cavalry unit crossed last as the rear guard. Kind of shaky. I feel like I'm going to vomit. Cannot be helped, it will be for an instant. Please take care to not fall off. It will be a funny story if a second lieutenant falls off. Second Lieutenant Katerina. Take care now. I will not fall off. You'll scare the horses, so don't be so loud. Do it again and I will be the one to push you off. 18 reprimanded Skira in a commanding voice, and Katerina's shoulders drooped. Vander next to her was gently soothing her in a humorous manner, going, there. None of Skira's cavalry unit fell off. They had not raised their new flag incidentally. The adjutants had prevented it, thinking it too indecorum. Though, the cavalry members intended to swap flags once they saw a chance to. Ascertaining that the 1st Division has successfully crossed the river, the construction soldiers continuing work and started constructing an encampment at the Alyosha River crossing site. They started setting up to usher in the supply unit. Concurrently, the main force of the 2nd Division, the mixed 4th Army Infantry Division, started crossing the river. They were a large army of 50,000, and it seemed it would require considerable time to finish crossing. Major General Alexei, entrusted as the vanguard, readily marched to Alyosha Plains. Mysteriously, not even a single enemy soldier was to be found. Perhaps their entire military force had headed to the Grand Bridge. Or so Alexei thought. The 2nd Division was still lagging behind them, and currently, they were in a long, column formation. The only thing the advance cavalry unit had to pay attention to were the movements of the enemy's main force set up at Sulawesi Grand Bridge. In a situation where they were to change direction, the cavalry would have to ambush them. Upon that stalemate would come David's unit, which was aiming to distract them on their side of the bridge, to assault them from the rear. Okay, someone. Go check to see if the enemy's main force is moving or not from the Grand Bridge. Sir, please leave it to me. Another rider, go check the condition of the march behind us. Make haste. Understood. 18 of his guards were sent out for reconnaissance, and for the moment, the 1st Division halted. Because there was not a bit of enemy resistance, the march had gone on too smoothly. In this interval, they would rest their horses, and all the group members would partake in a meal. Skira as well greedily consumed the provisions she was carrying. It was still just past noon at the time. Before capturing Antigua and before night fell, they wanted to set up a battle formation so that the infantry unit could immediately set up siege. A single rider rushed up to Alexei, who was sitting on a simple chair and arranging their progress with the adjutants and a map spread out. Without a moment's delay, he dismounted and loudly reported. Major General Alexei. Figures of enemy forces can be seen at Alyosha Plains in front of us. It's the insignia of the rebel army's leader, Alturas. She's leading several thousand infantry. What did you say? That insurgent girl had nonchalantly come out here. Shouted Alexei, involuntarily standing up. Right in front of his eyes, the road to fame was opened. There was no option but to apprehend her. If he got her head, he would most certainly be promoted. He ought to go. Alexei decided, impatient. Your Excellency, this is a chance that will not come again. If we slay her here, everything will be resolved. There might not even be a need for Antigua to fall. The greatest achievement will be yours, Major General Alexei. I know. Signal the cavalrymen. We will immediately start the attack. Sir Dash. Altura's head will be taken by our hands. We will have any reward we desire. 18 Under the vigorously hot-blooded Alexei's order, the 1st Division Cavalry wholeheartedly rushed towards Altura's unit. Almost as they had expected that, the Liberation Army started retreating like escaping rabbits without meeting them. A slow platoon was crushed by the hands of the cavalry. The cavalry unit's momentum was fierce, with bait right under their eyes. Alexei had not noticed, but the 1st Division and the 2nd Division were already separated by a considerable distance. The 2nd Division, as they were a mix of units, had a disturbed chain of command, and it was difficult to just march. There were many deserters, and morale was low. Since the rear guard did not need to participate in fighting, Skira's cavalry unit poised at a middle area. After all, it would be completely preposterous, not even worthy as joke, for Altura's head to be taken by a little girl. Deeming that now was the only opportunity they would get, Skira's cavalry soldiers were switching flags. Catching the wind, the flag of a white crow on a black background triumphantly fluttered over them. The area was dyed by the setting sun. It would soon become the perilous nighttime. Will we not be pursuing them? Major Skira. We can't go against an order so. Let's just resign ourselves and loiter around here. We just can't be negligent on lookout for a surprise attack. She signaled to the cavalrymen near her, designating them as the lookouts. However, if you take her head in rebel army territory, anyone and everyone will recognize you. I have no interest in eating food laced with poison. In those times, it would be proper to let someone else eat it. 18 Dismounted, Skira took out a walnut that she had placed in her bag. She crouched and broke the shell with her large scythe. The nut was also shattered, so she started putting the fragments in her mouth. Vander whispered into Katerina's ear such that his superior officer wouldn't hear. When Major's doing that, she's like a small animal. You shut up. From a distance, the rider dispatched by Alexei earlier as a scout returned with an urgent expression. The main force at Sulawesi Grand Bridge was probably headed their way. Where has Major General Alexei gone to? His Excellency has gone further westward pursuing the enemy leader. What's the matter? Calm down and tell me what you've seen. When Skira stood up and inquired, she received a surprising turn of events. The main force at Sulawesi Grand Bridge was fake. Certainly, they are numerous, but half of them are demilitarized civilians. The main force of the rebel army is somewhere else. Quickly report to His Excellency Alexei. You don't have to tell me, I know. You guys two hurry up and link up. He spurred on his horse and chased after the main unit of Alexei's. Seeing him go off, Skira crossed her arms. 18, what shall we do, I wonder? The main force is not at the Grand Bridge, which means that they put emphasis on defending Antigua. No, that has no strategic value. Don't tell me we're surrounded. Vander spread out the map he had unchecked. Katarina followed suit, and stated her opinion. Major, I believe we are in quite a dangerous position. Earlier, that force of Alturas has an extremely high possibility of being bait, I think. I see. If we move carelessly, there is the danger that we will be hit by an ambush. Immediately, the scouts dash another rider came running. His face was also extremely agitated. Where did His Excellency Major General Alexei go? I have urgent news. His Excellency has marched forward to pursue enemy forces. What is happening? Our river crossing site is being attacked. They are completed besieged dash. No way. Antigua Branch Castle was the bottom of a bag. Alyosha crossing site was the entrance to the bag. The kingdom's army, of their own volition, had entered this giant bag, this hell. The fact that the forces of David's unit at Sulawesi Grand Bridge was a ruse had been completely seen through. As a plan, it wasn't bad, but with the secret out, the plan had no substance. 18 This plan was ill-suited in the first place for the kingdom's army with its numerous colluders and deserters. Furthermore, because of the mixed units that had been recently reorganized, no one was suspicious, even though spies had infiltrated them. Their information had gone completely to the other side. The cavalry of the 1st Division were pulled in by Altura. The 2nd Division ventured to cross the river, and just as they were crossing, ambushers attacked the platoon bridges, and they were destroyed. Along with the 3rd Division, the supply train, they were divided. Completely surrounded, with Alyosha River at their backs and the Liberation Army that had lay concealed at their front, they ate a devastating offensive. The infantry of the 2nd Division, trying to flee, increasingly became corpses. There were also people who were pushed into the river and drowned. As they were wearing armor, they could not sufficiently swim in places where the water was deep. The encampment that should have become the beachhead was currently like a picture from hell. What should we do? Vander, Katarina, say your opinions. Sir. Our troops are merely 1,000. There is no meaning in us going to reinforce the crossing site. I believe we ought to merge with Major General Alexei, who I fear is about to be ambushed. Currently, with the 3rd Division unable to merge with us, the capture of Antigua will fail. If we do not think about withdrawing, Katarina stated her opinion, and Vander his. Further, there is also the possibility of us being destroyed. We cannot think about how to deal with the cavalry that was baited. Major Skira. Either way, there is no time. Your decision. All right, we dash, Major. Enemy cavalry unit approaching dash. Their numbers are about 1,000. 18 A horseman in the middle of lookout discovered a cloud of dust of enemy cavalry. Skira jumped onto her horse and raised her large scythe. We intercept them. Follow me. Kill them, leave not one of the rebel army lot alive. *U dash. Skira and her forces started galloping towards the enemy cavalry. The white crow of the battle flag, basked in the evening sun, was bathed red like blood. The adjutants also followed her, though while confused at the appearance of their superior officer behaving differently than normal. Was this really the same person? They did not have the confidence to say. Cavalry raising a black battle flag collided into the side of the cavalry raising the flag of the Liberation Army. Skira fluidly rubbed 4 men of their heads, and once again harshly shouted. In a wedge formation with their commander as the tip, Skira's unit on the assault split the enemy into 2. Who are you guys dash? Whose unit? You lot, are the kingdom's army dash. We are Death's cavalry. Now you know, hurry up and die. While impelling everyone behind her, she mowed down the dismayed cavalry. A rider who had lost the upper half of his body was carried forward. She spurred on her horse and swung her scythe in all directions, cutting ferociously. A thrusted spear had its tip cut off, and the soldier's head was blown off by the scythe that traced out a wide arc and came back. A man who resolutely raised his sword over 18 his head was split vertically from the helmet. Blood and gray matter mixed and scattered like trickling fluid when biting a berry. That sensation when she crushed the skull, it was like that walnut she ate earlier, and her appetite was involuntarily stimulated. Hard on the inside, but soft on the inside. Food was very mysterious. Speaking of which, there were still walnuts inside her bag. Skira took out a walnut, put strength in her crimson hand, and crushed it. The nut mixed with someone's blood, and it came to look like some sauce. She tried tentatively licking it, and it tasted like iron. Was it tasty? She didn't really know. She decided to try giving it another lick. And then a nuisance appeared. Skira wiped her mouth and turned around. "You're the commander? Your army is already collapsing. Give up and surrender. You'll at least save your life." A commander who thought himself of high cachet closed in on Skira's dilemma while raising his voice. "Ahaha dash. The only joke's your face. Stop your useless resistance dash." Spear and scythe crossed. Horses stopped, they locked weapons. They intensified their grips on their weapons. The man's face changed to one of anguish. Strong, W, what's with you dash? One come on, my scythe's gradually getting closer it seems. If you don't persevere, you'll get stabbed you know. Cut, stop. Stop please dash that's impossible. You are the rebel army after all. The one who dominated the binding of weapons was Skira. Simultaneously repelling him, the scythe's point stabbed into the commander's face. Skira pushed hard, and his face caved in. You, Gug dash the body of the Liberation Army general spasmed in intense pain. He was still living. Now your face has become a joke. Congratulations. When she slowly pulled out, blood spray spewed out. Skira showered in it and was painted deep red. Not giving him the finishing blow, she knocked him off his horse. Several seconds later, he would probably lose consciousness and die though. She thought his manner of twitching was like a fish washed up on land. When their commander was killed, the unit prepared to flee. Skira's unit, after being thoroughly riled up, routed the enemy cavalry unit. While shocked, Katarina acknowledged her superior officer's effort. Skira's strength, as she had imagined, no, even more than she had imagined, gripped her. Her tongue wouldn't move well. Her brain as an adjutant didn't function. That was splendid Major Skira. Our unit's damage is negligible. It is an overwhelming victory. 19 All right, we will continue and meet up with Major General Alexei. Cavalry unit, after me. Sir dash. Skira's unit dashed in the evening light. Skira's body was covered in blood, and the crow carved onto her armor had changed to red. Blood unceasingly dripped and fell from her scythe. In just today, how many lives had she reaped? She herself also didn't know. The other party, the advance cavalry unit led by Alexei, around 10,000 riders, invaded up to the vicinity of Antigua, caught by Alchura's diversion. His ambition of wanting to kill her by whatever means necessary now could not be stopped. Your Excellency Major General, do you not think we have pushed out too far? The ones behind us dash like I care. Isn't our target Antigua anyway? Being able to eliminate a nuisance is in fact convenient for us. Still. In the middle of the adjutant urging caution, the drawbridge of Antigua Branch Castle lowered, and a cavalry unit rushed out savagely from inside the castle. It was FYNN's elite unit, publicizing the flag of the lion. They had stored their strength and waited for an opportunity all this time. Alchura's unit that was pretending to be routed combined with them, turned around, and contributed to the counter-offensive. Your Excellency. The enemy has launched themselves on us. Don't be flustered. The enemy is a small force, keep calm and counter-attack. 19 In accordance with Alexei's directions, the cavalry in the front set out. The cavalry unit changed their formation, as if trying to wrap them up, to the inverted wedge formation. Then a report came in again. Bad news, Your Excellency. Our plan has been seen through. What do you mean? The enemy's main force has attacked the crossing site. The 2nd Division is besieged. The 3rd Division is unable to cross the river and are at a standstill. We are completely isolated. What did you say? New supply of enemy troops. They're coming from the left and right. The spread out 2 wings, the beast dashed while baring its fangs to tear them off. That's ridiculous. Why? Why is a main force of the enemy here? Alexei was shocked, and as he was overcome with surprise, ambushers from the left and right beat their war drums and resolutely started an assault. Enemy soldiers were approaching their headquarters that was low in manpower. Under the command of Liberation Army Commander Biraus, they were his picked troops that he moved like his own limbs. Due to Alchura taking command of the troops, their morale had raised to maximum. No one bore any anxiety. Under pressure from the left and right, the vanguard cavalry unit was forced to take a close formation, and their numbers were gradually diminishing. 19 Mobility was a cavalry's life. They were fragile if surrounded. War horses that had lost their riders ran around aimlessly. His voice dry, Alexei decided to take command, but the progress of battle was already no longer in his hands. Making soldiers who had fallen into chaos to be steady would be difficult no matter how great or famous the commander. Charging onto them, the Lion's cavalry split their troops and pushed in. Their vanguard was Lieutenant Colonel Fynn. He took steady aim while spinning his spear. He repelled Alexei's elite guards and drew near with the force of raging tides. He dash. Don't be distracted. You bastards, aren't you listening to my orders? Dash. Don't let the enemy soldiers approach me. Defend, defend without fail. Dash. I see you, Major General of the Kingdom's army, Sir Alexei. I will have your head. Silence, scoundrel. Dash. Alexei took his sword and fought against him, but Fynn's long spear stabbed into his heart. His ambition was vanishing along with his life. As a simple finishing blow, his head was cut off horizontally. The battlefield bursted into cheers, and at their limits, the kingdom's cavalry whose morale had fallen to tatters scattered in every direction. The Liberation Army persistently continued pursuit and killed half of them. The first division was pretty much annihilated. Many soldiers of the kingdom and battle flags were tragically abandoned. Moving to meet up with the advance cavalry unit, Skira and company discovered the defeated cavalry of the kingdom. The several tens of Liberation Army cavalry in pursuit were crushingly mowed down in payback. She asked for the circumstances. Where is Major General Alexei? Is he safe? His Excellency Alexei was killed in battle. We fell into a state of complete anarchy due to the enemy's encirclement, and escaped in all four directions for dear life. What happened afterwards I do not know. 19 muttered the soldier saved from his predicament while putting his breathing in order. The cavalry that were saved all bore wounds. There were none that could not move. The men that couldn't were already left behind and had fallen into enemy hands probably. I see, so he died, huh? You've done well to make it safely back. Lucky for you. Come, you should get treated at once. It would be a shame if you died. Someone, come treat this person. Death gently stroked his shoulders, and the wounded soldier twitched and stiffened. A nearby soldier rogered while performing a respectful bow. Sir Dash. Understood. After instructing for the treatment of the remnants of the defeated army, Skira faced her adjutants. What ought we do after this? Your opinions. The sun will fall soon. We can only slip into the night, march, and find a place we can somehow cross the river. However, places where we can cross are few in number. I think we should hold back and watch. The places we will head to will assuredly have ambushes. Vander pointed out several places on his map. He was a pragmatic man, and was starting to think that surrender was inevitable. That he had almost no loyalty to the kingdom, was actually his true feelings. He didn't know what his colleague Katerina was thinking though. She had an easy-to-understand personality he thought, but there was something strange about her. 19 He could say the same for this respected, young hero though. There was something uncanny. What do you think became of the river crossing site? I do not know. However, it would be dangerous to think optimistically. We ought to act while assuming the worst. What about the possibility that they've crossed the bridge, noticing that General David was a ruse? That, I do not know, but I fear they are in a confrontation. In all probability, they probably couldn't move. David was attached to his very first strategy, and he would not cross the bridge. Similarly, reinforcements would probably not come from the crossing site, expressed Katerina, giving her own personal opinion. All right, we will head northward and rest for a short while. We will recover the remnants of the 1st Division, and then devise to retreat. Northward? But Sulawesi Grand Bridge is in that direction. That was my intention. If we can confidently make it back, then that is undeniably good. Even if something like a pontoon bridge isn't built, haven't we already dealt with bigger things? I've also used it myself to escape once, so. If you get it, then we will hurry and depart. First, I have to have a meal. Skira shouldered her scythe and began galloping as the vanguard. The white crows silently started following after her. Hoisted on diagonally forward spears, they started the parade. Perhaps they were no longer feeling fear, the light in the cavalrymen's eyes had vanished. They just simply followed the instructions of Skira, their superior officer. There was not a single sound of insecurity. Their formation was precise, and their horses advanced forward, focusing on the darkness in front of them. Vander thought that very eerie. 19 Katerina was trembling in delight. Her eyes weren't wrong. This girl was definitely a god of death, she thought. She was convinced. She wiped off the blood adhered to her glasses, and moved her horse in line beside Skira's. She was glad to be alive. So glad. Katarina wanted to loudly shout. Skira's unit camped at night in a place hard to be discovered by the enemy, and met and recovered cavalrymen from the defeated 1st Division. In total, they were now 2,500, and they planned to change course for Sulawesi. The defeated cavalrymen, every single one of them, were those that had been taken away from Skira's unit, and they had as if enthralled by death came in a straight line to Skira's campground. Vander was lost for words, and he felt chills on his spine. Such a ridiculous thing couldn't happen, he thought. How could these defeated soldiers know of this place? It was unimaginable no matter how one used common sense. They were not broadcasting this location either, no way they could build something like a fire. They were stifling their breaths so as not to stand out. Why? How? He was drowning in doubt. And then, the scariest thing was not a single person thought this strange. As if this was something obvious, the cavalrymen had welcomed them with smiles. The escaped people too, were more pleased that they were able to be reunited than they were at having their lives saved. Vander could not understand no matter how he thought. Katarina took it at face value. It turned out like this, so this is how it should be, she said. The battle flags of Skira's unit melted into the darkness, but they were raised high as if on display. The soldiers held them over their heads, while smiling as if they had gone mad somewhere. As if not feeling fatigue, they continued. And continued. Every soldier except Vander was looking up at the flags. 19. A bird prowled the dark scenery, an ominous bird that governed life and death. These men had come home, with this black flag as their objective. Skira chewed on dried meat while gazing at them, and she laughed happily, and mischievously. Skira's speech pattern changes. Hopefully my translation accurately reflects that she is now more forceful and no longer as lofty. 19. Sulawesi Grand Bridge, David's diversion unit headquarters. Thinking that they had successfully pinned down the enemy main force, David was in an extremely good mood. He composedly sat in his chair, and was waiting for time to pass while drinking cider. There's no battle this comfortable, probably. Just by taking a battle formation, victory was in their hands. Humph, those rebel army guys aren't such a big deal. After all this, are the insurgents little girls? Friggin' Yalder, to have fallen behind these kind of guys. He'll never be called a brave general ever again. Certainly, General Yalder was weak-minded. He did receive his just deserts though. This time, there will be no mercy. We will continue to Antigua, and Salvador Fortress will also fall. We'll massacre all the survivors together. We'll also weed out those that worked with them. So that a matter like this never occurs again, we will thoroughly do them in. David stabbed a knife onto the rebel army's stronghold on the map. However, they are not showing any movements entirely. Despite us already confronting them for 3 days. They have not even shown a sign of changing course. Are they planning on abandoning Antigua? They're probably scared of a pursuit attack and can't move. After all, they are a gathering of small fry. They can't advance, they can't withdraw, enemy though they may be, I pity them. They aren't worthy of sympathy. 19 replied David, confidently, at the chief staff officer's words. While we are like this, it is probably about time our main body has arrived at Antigua. I believe it is likely they are in the middle of the siege. Or maybe even it has already fallen. They're truly idiots. They probably know what has befallen their castle about now. How about tying a letter to an arrow and letting them know? They'll think it's a sham, but it's real heh. Once they know, they'll be helpless. When David laughed loudly, the Servile chief staff officer also smiled. Victory was before his eyes. He expected information to reach them that they made Antigua surrender soon. If the enemy planned on staying, then they would be pincered from Antigua. The enemy's momentum would be halted, and if they retreated to their headquarters, Salvador Fortress, they would pursue at once. After that, they would start the cleanup, and it would be the best chance to accrue achievements. Trample, pillage, and then massacre. The things soldiers wanted. Military officers surely were also filled with fighting spirit. The door to glory would soon be opened. Interrupting him, the sounds of horns reverberating sonorously could be heard. Following were the sounds of drums and chimes. So they're doing that too, huh? Let them unreservedly and gaudily play. It's good entertainment. No, they have not given the order for a fake attack today yet. A staff officer stated his doubt, but he was brushed away with a whatever. Since the unit would currently not move out, there was no need to care about military regulations. A short time later, a messenger came to David's headquarters with a report. Excuse me, Your Excellency. A staff officer inquired to the messenger who executed a salute. "What's up?" "Sir, the confronted rebel army has movement. An enemy force composed mostly of infantry is advancing to Sulawesi Grand Bridge." "Humph, idiotic pretense. Is this a desperation move? They're just asking to be crushed." David drained his cider while amazed. "Your Excellency, there is no need to panic. Let us wait and make it rain arrows. I believe they are just testing the waters. If we go for an offensive, they will easily retreat. I leave it to you, Chief Staff Officer. I permit you to pursue a little. But, avoid chasing too far. There is absolutely no need to lose troops over something so trivial. Sir Dash, please leave it to me. I will immediately drive them away." The Chief Staff Officer gave his instructions, and the messenger double-timed back to the vanguard. Then, another messenger flew in. This time, it was different than last time. His face was agitated. Please excuse me Dash." 20 His face was caked in mud and sweat, he bore wounds, and his breathing was haggard. David unwittingly grimaced and berated the messenger before he could speak up. "You are a messenger of the glorious kingdom's army, aren't you? With such an appearance, can you really accurately communicate your information?" "Why, Your Excellency, bad news Dash." "Calm down you fool. You're so noisy, what the heck happened?" "The 1st Division aiming for Antigua was destroyed. Major General Alexei was killed in action. The advance cavalry unit was annihilated." At the messenger's voice, the place fell silent. No one could speak up. The messenger continued and reported said news. "The 2nd Division that crossed the river have their backs to it and were suddenly attacked. They were besieged, lost half their numbers, and are preparing to flee Dash. Don't screw with me. Like there would be something so ridiculous Dash. Check one more time. Isn't the enemy's main force right in front of our eyes?" David threw down the glass in his hands. But, the report was not over yet. "The enemy has reconstructed the destroyed pontoon bridges and crushed the 3rd Division. Furthermore, they are heading this way. They crushed the 1st Division, routed the 2nd Division infantry unit, and afterwards repaired and reconstructed the pontoon bridges. The 3rd Division at a standstill before the river crossing had encountered them. As they were a force mainly 20 of siege weapons and supply convoys, they were annihilated with no means of resistance. Having crossed the river, the Liberation Army main forces were not heading to Belta but to Sulawesi Grand Bridge. They had not prepared the siege weapons necessary to assault Belta, but more importantly, Sulawesi Grand Bridge was an important position that they wanted under their control. If they took this place, that would be similar to driving a wedge into the Belta area. Lies. I can't believe it. This is misinformation. No, the enemies lie no doubt." David stood up while trembling. The staff officers' faces were pale. If this was true, staying here would be too dangerous, since the enemy's main force that crossed the river would be heading here. They would be pincered. "Your Excellency, the vanguard has started battle at the Grand Bridge, and many of the enemy are trying to cross the river using ferry boats. Shoot them down with arrows. Absolutely do not let them approach." "Roger Sir Dash, understood. Your Excellency, we must urgently pull troops from Belta. We will be pincered like this." "Silence Dash, continue the strategy. Soon, a report that Antigua has been taken control of will come, surely Dash. Going along with these lies is going along with the enemy's plan, right? I won't be tricked Dash." David kicked away his command post desk. The 4th Army's main force was still going strong. He could only believe that. They were only a mishmash of insurgents, a defeat was impossible. That he, David, would be defeated was impossible. 20 The final piece of information flew in for the agitated David. Reporting Dash. "A great number of enemy soldiers has been confirmed from the south, their flag is the rebel armies. We are being attacked from the side Dash." The violent sounds of war could be heard. From far away were the coming sounds of horses' hooves. Time, for David, stopped Sulawesi Grand Bridge, Liberation Army encampment on the opposite shore. Having confirmed the progress of battle, a silver-haired general was nodding many times. He was the commander who led the main force unit that David was thinking of. To not have seen through the decoy from the very beginning, how pitiful. It would suck to be them To have every particular of their strategy seen though, just judging from their staff officers, they are crazy. Just thinking about it gives me the shivers. Taking that into consideration, the ones that set up this strategy were probably the staff officers. That they don't know of our army is proof. Those guys will be defeated just as they should be, muttered the colonel silently, and a staff officer agreed. The colonel's words pains my ears. Although our morale is sufficient, we are insecure about our skill therefore. 20 This diversion unit in particular was an assembled force of 10,000 regular soldiers, 5,000 militiamen, and the rest were volunteering civilians. Due to their battle flags and phony straw soldiers, they kind of appeared something like 30,000 or 40,000. But, one cannot win a battle with just skill. It is the soldiers' morale that matters in the end. They must have the drive to win, they're nothing without it. No matter how one uses plans, or how an excellent commander commands. Certainly. We have an ideal that needs to be realized. We will not lose to the lot of the completely decayed kingdom. That's the spirit. These old bones are a bit tired. The commander joking patted his back, and the adjutant spoke up while smiling bitterly. We will work you until the end, Colonel. The extremely comical monkey show of mutual decoys glaring at each other would soon end. They were coercively crossing from the front of the river using the bridges and small ferries. Their main force would attack from the side. The situation had completely reversed right now, and overrunning the enemy encampment was only a matter of time probably. The Grand Bridge's defenses and offenses were equal, but the difference was that the enemy would be completely pressured from the side by a unit hitting their flank. Just one more push, and the enemy that had fallen into chaos would be kicked aside, and they would take possession of Sulawesi Grand Bridge. They had already inflicted serious damage onto the enemy's defense forces, and it wouldn't be long before Belta Castle also fell probably. The aged commander recalled the face of the young man who distinguished himself in this battle, the face of the hero carrying the future kingdom on his shoulders. He 20 was a man who would realize their dreams without fail. He wondered if he would be able to see it with his own eyes. You know, I heard Lieutenant Colonel Fynn took the head of the enemy commander again. What frightening performance as always. The flag of the lion is not just a decoration it seems. He had smashed the enemy cavalry unit and had taken Major General Alexei's head he heard. He took it upon himself to pursue the remnants of the enemy 2nd Division it appeared. He will soon be the hero of this battle I bet, Lieutenant Colonel Fynn will. His fame amongst the soldiers is also on the rise too. If he gets promoted again, he'll finally be on par with Yuha, Princess Alchura, and now Lieutenant Colonel Fynn. With this, the reputation of us old people will collapse. Humph, we definitely don't want to lose to the youths. We'll just have to show them the difference in how long we've served. How about it? The commander exhaled with his nose and stood up. Old though he may be, he could still move his body. He took his battle axe in hand, and swung it around, just warming up. The colonel still has much active service left in him, is it not about time we also go for a full-on charge? Okay. Shove the rearguard infantry unit to the front. Tell the civilians that have cooperated with us to stand back. The outcome of this battle has already been decided. All that's left is to squash them. We'll splendidly take the enemy commander's head, and devote our battle Princess Alchura. How about it? Sir Dash, understood. 20 The Liberation Army, Sulawesi Grand Bridge Diversion Unit, started the attack. This battle should have been concluded with this one attack. David's 20,000 were pulverized from the front, and they had already fallen into pandemonium. They were inferior in numbers, lacked leadership ability, and their soldiers had not the will to fight. As a consequence of the mixed units which had been haphazardly merged, each unit's cooperation was in a sorry state. Already, the units would collapse before long, and the Liberation Army would be able to rout them. Every one of the Liberation Army generals nearby Sulawesi Grand Bridge expected an overwhelmingly favorable victory for the Liberation Army. This battle should have ended. Until behind the civilians who breathed sighs of relief, bathing in their victory, a white, ominous bird appeared. It was a unit galloping with terrible speed, in ranks with not one thread out of file, uninvited to the party. The people watched them with smiles. It was reinforcements from Salvador Fortress. They waved their hands in their air and beckoned them. Someone even raised a cheer. They linked shoulders and were laughing. These men no longer oppressed smiled from their souls. They had finally been liberated, and they were content from the bottom of their hearts. Until a blood-stained scythe would mercilessly swoop down on them. Now at an audaciously close distance, Skira's cavalry had gone northward, aiming for Sulawesi Grand Bridge. They had soundly shut down all the Liberation Army scouts, and they had finally arrived behind Sulawesi Grand Bridge. Luckily for them, they had not encountered an enemy unit. Not a single horseman had defected. They had 0 deserters. For a unit in the middle of a rout, This was almost unbelievable. Their provisions carried on hand had already been exhausted. Skira was at the limits of her endurance. She was awfully hungry. Why did she have to experience such an empty hunger? 20 Major, this is the last candy. Please help yourself. When Katarina offered a sacrifice to death, Skira silently took it and crunched it. Absolutely not enough. Her irritation due to the empty hunger did not stop. Her shouldered scythe was trembling in rage. Vander asked carefully, so as to not disturb that rage. Major. What will we do after this? In front of us, an enemy unit is lying in wait. We have made it this far safely. If we go a little more northward, there is a ford we can cross. He cut his words off there, because he was glared at with bloodshot eyes. If he spoke poorly, it seemed like that maddened scythe would swing down at any moment. Skira was just in that bad a mood. Despite there being a shortcut right in front of our eyes, why is there a necessity to make a detour? Second Lieutenant Katarina. Are you of the same opinion? While losing bloodlust from her small body, she glared at another adjutant. There is indeed no need. We will stab them in the rear, and they will only be smashed altogether. We can absolutely break through. I will devote even the last vestiges of my poor strength. That's so? Then no problem. Let's go. Sir Dash, there is no problem at all. Major Skira. 20 Katarina pushed up her glasses, and took out a small rod from her waist and elongated it. It was a telescoping, portable magic cane. This was the first time Vander had seen that cane. He had heard not a single word that this second lieutenant colleague of his had knowledge in sorcery. Oh, oi. You can use sorcery? I've never heard of it. I just never said it. However, there is no longer a need to keep it hidden. For Major Skira's sake, I will devote all my power. I had decided this some time ago. I will happily use pagan asterisk magic. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. The daughter of a heretic is a heretic. Spoke Katarina rapidly on and on. Her eyes were the same as the other cavalry members. What do you mean? Asked back Vander, who could not understand. Katarina did not respond to that question. 2,500 cavalry waited for orders. For the order to charge and decimate. The horses neighed, sensing their bloodthirst, and their bodies shook. Skira raised her scythe, and gave her command. Target, Sulawesi Grand Bridge. All members charge dash. Kill them. OU dash. Their yells resonated, and Skira galloped down the hill at the vanguard. Her two adjutants followed, the 2,500 cavalry kicked up a cloud of dust, and they started 20 dashing like a fierce wave. The Liberation Army flag was drawing closer. Many enemy soldiers began to notice Skira and her group. They soon started to let out cheers and waved their hands. They were welcoming death. The unarmed civilian people were smiling. However, Skira's expression did not change. Before her eyes were simply enemies. Food just waiting to be eaten. Wait, stop. Stop your ordesh. Her scythe mowed down several civilians who tried to flee, and she went straight ahead. The cavalry following behind her charged while reaching with their spears, and they trampled and killed scores of people. Kill whoever you get your hands on. Don't bother asking who they are. Kill all the rebel army dash. Death gave her command, and the cavalrymen's devastation began. Weaponless civilians ran, trying to escape. Some poorly equipped militiamen resisted, but they were pierced by spears thrusted from on horseback, and they died. Skira massacred the enemy camp like cutting weeds. Her scythe flew left and right, spun like a watermill, and randomly cut off limbs. Her momentum did not stop, and she rushed all the way to the front of the enemy camp. Spare us. We aren't soldiers. You guys, are the kingdom, right? Why would you do this? Let us go dash silently, towards these men who had sank to the ground, the scythe's tempered edge extended, and killed them. To accompanying her, Katarina pointed her cane towards their bodies and chanted a spell. It was necromancy, which manipulated soulless corpses. It was magic for people who had fallen off God's path. Their only one usable spell. The corpses could not move freely like the caster. There was also no way to move hundreds. It was her limit to move to. From self-study, she could only learn just this one spell. Go. How interesting that is. To reuse corpses, very intriguing. Thank you very much, Major Skira. What happens after this? Explode dash. The reanimated corpses crawled deep into the enemy soldiers, and deliberately exploded. The blast swallowed the surrounding soldiers, and the area was pregnant with the smell of burning bodies. Skira observed, seemingly very satisfied, and once again started the slaughter. Vander took only humans that had weapons as his opponents. Before his eyes were clearly not soldiers. Only humans that seemed to live in farm villages until a few days ago. He had not become a soldier to slaughter the citizens, not to conduct this kind of indiscriminate slaughter. He was different. He was different from them. Die dash. Shut up. Take this dash. Thrusted spears crossed, and stabbed into a body. Aiming for that opening, a lunged spear stabbed into Vander's back. Shit, he thought, but the arm was immature at 21 seemed, and the spear's tip grinded against his armor and was deflected. He pulled out his spear, intending to counter-attack, and he hastily turned his horse's head around. It was a Liberation Army soldier wearing crude armor on his body. His height, short. It appeared to be a boy soldier. Maybe about the same size as Skira, maybe even a little shorter. His face was still childish. He was shaking in surprise that his spear that he had thrusted as hard as he could was deflected. He was completely disheartened. Tisk dash, be obedient kid. Do you have a death wish? Hi-ah, dash, don't be so brazen dash. Vander knocked away the boy soldier's weapon with his spear. He did not have the intention of killing children. But I said to kill everyone, Second Lieutenant Vander. From behind the unarmed boy soldier, the blade of misfortune swung down. After a cry like a squeal, he died. He was still a child, Major. Vander scowled at her, but Skira paid no mind and swung off the blood. She shifted her gaze, searching for her next prey. 21 then, why was he on the battlefield? If you will resent the one who brought him here. He could no longer fight dash, if he can pick up a sword, he can still fight. And then, he will challenge you again. Are you not a soldier? Or are you a saint? Do you think we're at a church? All members, gather dash. We will crush the enemy at the Grand Bridge dash. Under Skira's command, the cavalry gathered, and turned their horses towards the Grand Bridge. Colonel, enemy attack from the rear. Cavalry are advancing while killing the civilians. What did you say? Where the heck did they come from? The enemy cavalry should have been annihilated right? But they're here. Enemy has a white bird coat of arms on a black flag. Their vanguard is a commander holding a scythe. The rumored death god? All right, we'll stop them in their tracks here. Absolutely do not let them break through the bridge. We'll be laughed at if they can get away successfully. The raiding cavalry that raised havoc for their supply trains from before. The unit associated with the name Death. He had heard of their rumored commander. Sir Dash. Infantry unit. Assemble the formation. We'll obstruct the Death God's charge. The infantry unit dispatched to the middle of the bridge, commanded, constructed a wall of spears. A cavalry certainly had rushing power, but they were weak against 21 readied spears. They would absolutely hesitate, fearing death. If they encircled them at that time and attacked, there would be nothing to fear. Spear line, forward dash. Shoulder to shoulder dash. Spears, bracey. The spearmen, overflowing with morale, braced their spears. From the direction their allies should have been, blood spurts flew, and an odd army came charging. While they were in a column formation, they were coming in just a single, straight line. Spears dash. Forward dash. D. The troops holding the black flag plunged into the wall of spears with absolutely no hesitation. They propelled their spears from atop horseback and decided to run the spearmen over with their horses' momentum. They felt not a moment's indecision. Horses and rider were skewered. While being skewered, they were also taking down the enemy infantry. Soldiers that had fallen off their horses threw themselves off the Grand Bridge, making sure to take the enemy with them. Skira's unit had teared open a section of the spear line by sacrificing dozens of soldiers. In that opening, Skira was swinging her scythe from atop her horse. Katarina, who had exhausted her magical power, was also swinging a sword. The regular soldiers of the Liberation Army were pushed back. They couldn't stop the enemy's momentum. The commander, kill that commander. That'll weaken the enemy's momentum dash. Absolutely halt them dash. Colonel, you are too far forward. Please step back. 21 The adjutant stopped him, but he shook him off and wielded his battle axe. He smashed a charging cavalryman. Though he inflicted a fatal wound, the rider was about to stand up again, so he cut off his head. What fearsome metal, he was inwardly shocked. They were clearly different from the other soldiers of the kingdom. Shut up. They'll break through this bridge at this rate dash. You monsters dash. What's with the force of their charge, Colonel? This is dangerous. Surround them with soldiers, flatten them with numbers. Do not show them any leniency. Raising his voice, he encouraged his soldiers. One rider in black armor stood out conspicuously. She was their commander, no doubt. When the colonel thoughtlessly glared at her, he met her eyes. Skira smiled like a little girl, whose face was covered in blood. The colonel was entranced by death. Ah! A small sickle stabbed into the face of the speechless colonel. It was a throw with no prior movements. The commander of the Liberation Army Diversion Unit had easily died. The throat of the adjutant, who tried to help him up as well, was pierced by a thrown sickle. David's headquarters, being pincered. Disastrous reports were coming in one after another. David's headquarters had also become perilous. He unsheathed his heirloom sword and steeled himself for when the time would come. A noble had to proudly die. 21 Why, Your Excellency? Please, you of all people must escape, Your Excellency. We will open a way out to Belta. Spoke up the chief staff officer, but David shook his head sideways. I cannot. If I escape right now, we will be completely rooted. If I had to run away and uncouthly die, I would die here. I have my pride as a noble -b, but Belta. If David escaped, it would be assured that they would be rooted. But, in this situation, it was the defeated commander's duty to save even a single soldier and repatriate to Belta. David may have his pride as a noble, but he was the worst commander. To David, who stood at the head of the army with his elite guards, a report for the umpteenth time came. Your Excellency David Dash. What is it this time? Have they finally broken through the bridge? Reinforcements. Reinforcements from our army has come. Bullshit. Where the heck did they come from? Don't tell me they abandoned Belta. David was not fool enough to leave Belta Castle empty. He had sent out a messenger, and strictly told them to devote themselves to defense. As far as he was concerned, it was absolutely unthinkable for reinforcements to come from the Belta area. No dash. Reinforcements from Sulawesi Grand Bridge. They have boldly penetrated the enemy camp. 21 For a second, David had thought this messenger had gone mad. The other staff officers as well. But, when he shifted his attention to the bridge, the situation was strange. David's unit that was being pushed back was making a comeback. The enemy's river crossing unit was also turning away without reaching land. Whose unit came? Is it Alexei's cavalry dash? David naturally leaned forward in excitement. His voice cracked in anticipation. Who came? Did Alexei's cavalry survive? Reinforcements from the royal capital? It would be difficult to believe, but it wasn't impossible for it to be volunteer soldiers. White crow coat of arms on a black flag. The commander is unknown, but they are overrunning the enemy encampment. Why, Your Excellency? Please use this. A staff officer handed over a spyglass. It wasn't as good an Empire-made one, but one could see close enough to the Grand Bridge. David investigated steadily. A black flag and a white crow emblem. He hadn't seen it before. He had no recollection of there being such a family crest. Black was also bad luck. He looked at the cavalrymen holding the flags. Everyone was fighting with terrific valor. They trampled the enemy without paying any mind to thrusted spears. He stared at the especially conspicuous commander holding a scythe. She was wearing a helmet, but she had that characteristic short stature. A young face covered in crimson blood. She was a young, female commander with a twisted smile while slashing at her prey. That's Major Skira. 21 Her name escaped his lips, and he was lost for words. At such a fearsome manner of fighting, he could not articulate. She was splitting the enemy as if she was a veteran general. When he thought they had broken through the bridge, she gave a further command, and once again charged towards the opposite shore. The spirit of the enemy soldiers, who had not expected them to turn around, was completely crushed. The enemy unit who had lost their leader were like novices scrambling for their lives, trying to escape from death's scythe. Following them from behind were the cavalrymen savagely swooping down on them. The Grand Bridge was awash with fresh blood. Why, Your Excellency David? We cannot just let this be. Take our forces on the bridge and allocate them to our flank, and then plan to retreat. I do not think we have faculty to fight the enemy's main force in a series of battle anymore. Your Excellency. Major General David, Your Excellency dash. Your orders immediately. Yeah. I leave it to you. Hurry and deal with it. Sir dash. The chief staff officer barked his orders to the military officers angrily. They had to avoid being annihilated at all costs. They were desperate. That's a death god. Certainly, death itself. Was why, Yalder right. While shivering, David gazed long at Skira's style of fighting, as if eating it up. He had completely forgotten about commanding. Afterwards, the troops of David's unit assigned to the riverbank and Grand Bridge were successfully moved to the flanks. 21 The Liberation Army contributing a fierce attack from the side were bewildered at a counter-attack beyond their expectations. The unit that was on the verge of being routed had suddenly gotten a second wind and were making a comeback. The Liberation Army that was striking from the side, though they were called the main force, were mostly comprised of only units swift on their feet. They stressed the ability to pincer, and they should have made the enemy take to their heels with a swift attack. After a series of battles, they had built up fatigue, and the soldiers' power had fallen as one would expect. Due to the difference in stamina and their declining might, the casualties on the Liberation Army side gradually started increasing. The Liberation Army commander, Biraus, deciding now was enough, temporarily pulled his soldiers back. There was also the report that many civilians and militiamen were victimized. He needed for the state of affairs to calm down. David escaped from his predicament and somehow scurried back to Belta. Defeated soldiers were continuously returning. All the soldiers were completely exhausted. The kingdom's army had lost too many things in this battle. 4th Army surviving soldiers, 30,000. A third had died in battle, and the rest had thrown down their swords and surrendered or deserted. Driving a wedge into Belta, Sulawesi Grand Bridge was taken, and even the river crossing site was snatched away from them. Afterwards, the Liberation Army would probably close in on them like a noose around their necks. David was angry and embarrassed, and he fell ill from his anxiety due to self-condemnation. The Battle of Alyosha Crossing ended in the crushing defeat for the kingdom's army. Their loss did not end in just losing troops and Sulawesi Grand Bridge. As the sun set on the kingdom, it had the result of making known to the populace that the kingdom no longer had the power to put an end to the rebel army. The victorious Liberation Army took the surrendered soldiers into their fold and further surged in power. 21 Skira quietly repatriated, taking her cavalry along with her. Each and every one was blood-stained, but they entered the castle as if proud of that. The castle garrison that had ushered them in could only watch them with held breaths. The white bird was painted deep crimson. Just how many lives had it sucked in? While wearing her bloodied armor, Skira rushed into the barracks cafeteria. She took as much as she could, and headed to the campgrounds where her soldiers were waiting. All the surviving cavalrymen were smiling while eating together with their commander. That she was able to have an enjoyable meal with her comrades made Skira very happy. After consuming enough for 3 men, Skira fell asleep with a contented smile. As for those victimized civilians, their story would be handed down to posterity as the tragedy of Sulawesi Grand Bridge. They boldly faced the death god's surprise attack, fought, and then died noble deaths. They were heroes. In commemoration of their altruism, a large monument to comfort their spirits would be erected beside the Grand Bridge. One of the causes for the kingdom's decline could be said to be its harsh taxation. The wealthy who lived luxurious lived were one part, but the majority of the kingdom's citizens were comprised of peasants who were especially oppressed. Violent tax collectors would frequently turn up and take away what little property there was. Punishments would even be dispensed on people who could not pay the established amount. Same if they refused conscription. The peasants of the kingdom were all sick of it. Even so, the people who would rise up were few, since they had grown accustomed to being oppressed. Despite being under deathly hardship, despite all the people who would starve and die, they would not kill. But, when danger to one's life actually approached, anyone would take up arms. Humans were not ones to silently submit their necks. They were not going to be victims. What had changed the lamentations of these men to seething rage was a single event. It was the Tenang Rebellion. Having emerged victorious in the battle a few days ago, the royal capital Liberation Army moved headquarters from Salvador Fortress to Branch Castle Antigua. They had also done so as there was the appeal of gradually drawing closer to the royal capital. They assimilated the surrendered soldiers and expanded in scope. They had also taken possession of Sulawesi Grand Bridge. Currently, they were capturing every fortress and town in the Belta area. Then, if Belta Castle where David had secluded himself fell, the central border zone would completely fall under Liberation Army influence. It would solidify their weak foothold in the area, and it would become increasingly possible to launch an invasion in the royal capital's direction. As the Liberation Army continued to win consecutively, the might of their officers and men would rise in tandem. Though they had paid the price of not a few victims, for the 22 sake of the oppressed citizens, they would voluntarily throw themselves into battle. Everyone embraced the hopes and dreams of their young symbol, Princess Altura. Branch Castle Antigua Conference Room. Military officers and civil officers were arrayed. Here, topics relating to military affairs, financial affairs, government, and diplomacy were debated, and where Altura would give her ruling. As they were currently expanding their sphere of influence, there were a mountain of challenges. What they were discussing now was regarding the aftermath of the Alyosha River engagement. In the other day's battle, is it true that there were many civilian casualties? Why did Borhek have to die? Altura depressedly inquired. Colonel Borhek served long before she had raised an army and was an extremely helpful man, always taking care of her. He excelled at leadership and was a military man she could place faith in. She wanted to fight with him. She wanted him to watch over her. The generals who happened to be present at the time were also making grieving faces. To that question, Tactician Diener reported that it was the truth. Yes. The weaponless civilians who were taking refuge in the back were attacked by the kingdom's cavalry. Having launched a surprise attack, that group of the kingdom began to overrun them, gunning for only the civilians. Deciding to obstruct this atrocity, Colonel Borhek departed for the front, and though he boldly fought back, he was killed in battle. However, due to his noble sacrifice, he was successful in saving many civilians. Colonel Borhek absolutely did not die a meaningless death. At Diener's words, the military officers showed expressions of indignation. Those guys were a disgrace to all military men, they thought. The kingdom was rotten to this extent, they thought. One group of people of course noticed that the truth had been distorted when it was reported. But, they did not speak up. They reasoned that it wasn't all lies. 22. Diener. You said there should be no injury to the people. That is why I approved your dummy soldiers' plan. Then, how did we end up with this kind of result? I did not think that a commissioned officer of the kingdom would take the initiative and target only the citizens. They hunted down only the weak, and their figures enjoyed themselves slaughtering as they pleased. It was like the work of a beast. They probably do not have any pride left as knights. It was completely my mistake, Diener. Naturally, he had expected the possibility that there would be victims amongst the civilians. If his plan went well, he would hail the civilians as heroes. If they were caught in the crossfire and became victims, he would call it a tragedy. It would promote morale, and he would use it as material to spread groundless rumors, he schemed. It was a definite truth that they, unarmed civilians and citizens of the very kingdom, were killed. He would take that truth, mix in some exaggerations, and disseminate it, further circulating the kingdom's bad reputation. He had already given his secret orders and released his agents into the Belta area. The fruits of his labor will show sooner or later. Give the families of the victims liberal remunerations. They cooperated with our dreams and lost their valuable lives. We have to surmount their sacrifices and realize our ideals. Diener, please help us. Sir, leave it to me. I will give the bereaved families suitable recompense. Next report. Hearing Princess Altura's words, a civil official plainly read aloud documents. A request for aid has come from a farm village under Liberation Army influence. It is a request saying they want goods and provisions as they are in poverty. There are many more identical to this one. 22 many texts telling of wretched conditions had come addressed to Altura. Diener. Do we have any surplus goods? Lines of sight turned to Tactician Diener, who responded without a change in expression. There is no way we would have that amount of surplus, however we cannot just overlook them. After all, the great cause that we stand for is to overthrow the current monarchy and rescue the suffering people of the kingdom. That future will absolutely not come to those who cannot care for those below them. Or take advantage of them. Then, urgently give them charity. Show them the morality of our Liberation Army. As soon as possible, we must have the incompetent Kristoff off the throne. I do understand. Please leave the matter of goods to me. We have received no shortage of support from the Empire, as a consequence of the princess never wavering and betraying her faith. Many civil officials fixed their eyes on Diener with a look that asked, "Just what are you saying?" But Altura showed no signs of noticing their behavior. If one were to talk about the civil officials, all of them knew that they had no surplus with their current finances. As they had just put Belta under their influence, their tax yields were not extremely high. It would still take some time until the chaos died down and they put a system of government in order. Diener ignored the glances coming from the group of civil officials. I am begging you, Diener. I will be pushing hardships on you. Those words alone are enough for me, Diener. 22 Diener closed his eyes and lowered his head. Seeing that, Altura augustly nodded. Are there any other reports? Then, we will conclude here today. If anything happens, notify me immediately. Sir Dash, understood. When Altura left her seat, the generals saluted and followed after her. Left behind was Diener, still sitting in his seat in the conference room, and Vice Commander of the Liberation Army, Prince Alan. Alan approached Diener's side, and spoke in a small voice. Diener. Are you planning on doing that again? Do you really think this is correct? You don't know when Altura will find out. Alan was being notified of Diener's activities from a unit of agents of the Empire. It was not a matter that could be disclosed, and there was a strict gag order on the participants. Those intelligence agents were Alan's protégés, so he could trust them. Of course he was not informing his homeland, the Empire, since in the future, it would become a weakness. But, if it ever became intolerable, he planned on overthrowing Diener and banishing him. He could not let him become a cause of ruin for the Liberation Army. Absolutely, I am paying careful attention so that I do not get noticed. I am only allowing my own mercenaries to execute it. As long as they get paid a large amount of money, they will not say anything. They in fact will enjoy doing it. 22 He did not know how many hamlets they had attacked. They would plunder while disguised as kingdom soldiers. They were originally humans who resorted to robbery. Gleefully, they were endeavoring in their duty. It ended at just pillaging. They had been instructed for the time being to not kill if possible. Because in the end, these villages would enter under the control of the Liberation Army. Their labor was valuable. If his mercenaries grew too impudent and couldn't stay their hands, he would just get rid of them and hire the next batch. It was a very simple matter. Mercenaries were not the Liberation Army's companions, just disposable pieces. Alan was silently listening. Diener apathetically continued his talk. Moreover, I cannot make goods appear out of thin air. The world is not so generous. No matter what means I have to use, I will absolutely must obtain them. For the sake of our expanding Liberation Army, and for the sake of supporting the citizens entering under our jurisdiction. To bring about a time of peace requires an initial investment. These are emergency measures until we can expect steady tax revenue. Nevertheless, this ought to be the last time. Calmly, but quickly, detailed Diener. The central border zone was from the start a fertile land. If they raised the morale of the peasants and created an appropriate government, it would surely become wealthy. They could also expect commerce with each bordering nation. They would remedy the excessive tax rate, perform a clean sweep of government officials and feudal lords lining their own pockets, and conduct a thorough reform. The Liberation Army had enticed them, guaranteeing their social position, chipped away at their political power, and stolen their power to resist. When they noticed they had been deceived, everything would be over probably. The Royal Capital Liberation Army had taken drastic measures in their duty to wash away the accumulated pus. 22 However, to accomplish this, they needed tremendous support from the people, otherwise, it would all end as a pipe dream. An impetus was needed to change the people's hatred towards the kingdom into support for the Liberation Army. This time will be the last. What do you mean, Diener? If we take complete control of the central border zone, there will no longer be any need for these troublesome matters. Also, this final, commodity procurement operation, will be the straw that breaks the camel's back for Belta Castle. Having suffered a crushing defeat, this right now is the greatest chance to erase the kingdom's authority over this region. Diener spread out a map on the table and pointed out Belta Castle. Behind it was the town of Tenang with a red mark on it. It was a place not included in their capturing plans. We are already capturing fortresses on the front line of Belta. What more are you planning? Are we not just going to wait for a proper time and encircle Belta's main castle? Insufficient. Still not enough. The force of their fire is absolutely not enough. For our great cause, it has to become a hellfire strong enough to burn the entire kingdom to the ground. The commander David can probably no longer move. He is frightened and only hardening the defenses. A commander who has lost his self-confidence, soldiers of the kingdom in chaos, a populace with accumulated discontent, and the spreading infamy, all the kindle has been assembled. Afterwards, it just needs to catch fire. What the heck are you thinking? When Alan looked at him with eyes of misgiving, Diener with a tranquil expression distinctly answered. 22 Of course, only victory for the Liberation Army, and overthrowing the current monarchy. My life was used only for this one purpose. The Royal Capital Liberation Army is my everything. Do Alchura's ideals really exist in you? Is this not too reckless? The one perverting her ideals the most, Diener, is it not you? A clean war does not exist in this world, Your Highness Prince Alan. All that there is only a hideous reality that makes one want to avert their eyes. However, there are also things that do not need to be known. Princess Alchura is fine as she is. The people see their aspirations in her. Humans is completely filthy like me as well. He stood up from his seat, faced Prince Alan, and gazed into his eyes. Prince Alan. Your cooperation is necessary. I would like you to shoulder the dirty work along with me. I want you to defile yourself with dishonor enough to smear even your soul with blood. We will crown ourselves with filth after this war is over. I will take all the sins onto myself consequently. Diener was making a bet. He had seen through that this man harbored personal feelings for Alchura. Diener was also aware that these emotions very much exceeded his affection towards his fatherland. He would take advantage of that and pull Alan to his side. He would bind him hand and foot so that he could never turn back. This man could be expected to play the role of negotiator with the Empire. By all means, Diener wanted to entice him. Alan avoided an immediate reply. It took resolution and determination to accept this proposal. He had to make sure he had it. To immediately cut down any selfish motives he may have, his hand reached for his sword. 22. Will this truly be for Alchura's sake? So that her ideals may continue to be pure. Reality is not. Someone has to protect her from this dirty mud. We will be that shield. I want you to shoulder that role next to the princess. I understand. I will listen to you. Do with me as you wish. After a long silence, Alan consented. Quietly, Diener spoke. Alchura would certainly rage if she heard this plan. It was an act completely polar to her ideals. It sacrificed the few to save the many. It would not be strange for her to cut him down in such a situation. The other commissioned officers probably wouldn't stay silent either. Actually, having heard the matter, Alan was also enraged, and he seized Diener by the lapels. For the sake of victory for the Royal Capital Liberation Army, Diener sold his soul. In a place slightly east of Belta Castle was a town called Tenang. Protected by low ramparts, it was a simple and commonplace hamlet with no redeeming features. In that hamlet, neighboring peasants suddenly gathered and were raising furious voices. Each one held crude weapons and, filled with anger, were closing in on the feudal lord's building. It was a town with no appreciable defense besides its ramparts. Soldiers that tried to obstruct them were pushed down and violently beaten up. The townspeople, completely startled, did not leave their houses. They did not want to get involved. When the figure of the bewildered feudal lord appeared from the building's terrace, the peasants bitterly screamed. We've paid our taxes like we were told. We complied with repeated demands. And yet, why will you kill us? Do you intend on stealing even our lives? They were saying. 22. The feudal lord didn't understand what they were saying. Sure, he was imposing a harsh tax. He was also requisitioning goods as per orders from the kingdom and funding the war. But, there was no order saying to kill. They would not part with their precious labor force for no reason. The peasants were wrung dry, but they had just barely enough to live. If not, then they would no longer have any tax revenue. That was why they would not be killed. I don't get what you're saying. But, what you guys have done will not be pardoned. Hurry and break up and return to your work. Any more will be regarded as treachery against the kingdom, and everyone will be apprehended, he responded. The peasants did not consent. A genocide was happening at a neighboring farm village right now. Survivors were extremely few. Also, everyone had seen the figures of the kingdom's soldiers. How could they believe the words of someone that was habitually oppressing them? Even if he was the feudal lord, it was difficult for him to force the peasants to retire. Soldiers had been lost at the earlier battle, and the town's guards were few in number. In just numbers, the peasants that had visited for a directly appeal exceeded the guards. The instant when he was thinking how to deceive and pacify them, from his building flew out a single arrow. That arrow struck the breast of a woman holding a baby in the middle of the crowd. The feudal lord had not given an order to attack. But, an arrow was fired. Silence enveloped the surroundings, now packed with bloodlust. Then, it instantly exploded. Kill him, kill him. The order came, and the peasants rushed into the feudal lord's building. 2 bodies of soldiers were torn by farm tools, and they died. Luxurious furniture and works of arts were all broken. The feudal lord and his family were dragged out and burned alive. The building was set ablaze, and the town of Tenang had been completely occupied by peasants. The weak people who had wrested victory from their depriver through their own hands roared in celebration. When someone shouted hooray, everyone followed afterwards and yelled repeatedly. In the end, the flag flown high was the flag of the Royal Capital Liberation Army. David fell into a state of panic, hearing that they had lost Tenang behind Belta Castle. At most, it was just a feudal lord being killed by peasants and making a town of the kingdom fall. But panicking that their path of retreat had been cut off, it's preposterous for the likes of peasants to kill the feudal lord. Wipe everyone out, he had arbitrarily issued the order, and sent 2,000 infantry immediately to Tenang. The peasants put up a good fight, but in the end, they were laymen who had not received training. In not even a few hours, the gate was broken down, and the town was invaded. Everyone who had participated in the rebellion was cut down. It was wholesale slaughter with no heed to young or old, man or woman. There were also townspeople who got mixed in and bit the dust. Everyone suspicious was killed. News of the Tenang rebellion and the Tenang atrocity spread throughout the Belta area, and many feudal lords trembled in fear of receiving the resentment of the peasants. Many feudal lords who were on the fence, anxious that they would be killed too, declared support for the Liberation Army. Soldiers guarding fortresses also lost their fighting spirit, and they discarded their swords and threw open the gates. Most of them were peasants that had been conscripted from a farming village in this very Belta. In not even half a month, the Liberation Army had captured the towns and fortresses of Belta, and all that was remaining was Belta Castle. The kingdom has lost power in the central border zone to that extent. The Fourth Army was further weakened from 23 successive desertion and surrender, and now only a force of 10,000 had to defend the castle. David had sent a request for reinforcements ASAP to the royal capital, but the only response was, defend Belta to the last. As the empire in the northwest was increasing their movements, there were no spare forces left to be sent in aid. Field Marshal Sharav had appealed that the First Army ought to be sent forth, but Prime Minister Farzam had rejected it, saying it was unnecessary. What ought to take precedence was defense of the royal capital, and he would not approve anything that would weaken it. At the end of his wits, Sharav decided to dispatch 5,000 of his troops as a rear guard. They made an expedition to Roshanik's stronghold, which amounted to an outpost wall for the royal capital area. After Belta fell, it was not unlikely for the Liberation Army to carry on their momentum and close in on the royal capital in one go. As well as to gain time, they needed to hold back the Liberation Army there temporarily. Roshanik was a stronghold in name only. Its walls were low, and it was on low-lying ground. The reshuffled General Yalder was appointed to be the commander. Do not act rashly and avoid excessive ardor, he was strictly ordered. No voices of opposition were raised from the generals. They thought of him as simply a disposable rock. On the other side of the map, David at a loss had resolved himself. He would not approve evacuating until the end. Goods continued to be brought into Belta Castle, and they fortified their preparations for a siege. It would be a siege battle with no hope of reinforcements. Before the battle, morale kept on falling. As for Skira, she had used up all the money provisioned for the siege and bought food in bulk. Reports that the Liberation Army guys were making an expedition and gradually approaching Belta Castle had come in. Naturally, they could not buy from neighboring towns, as they were no longer under kingdom rule. As there was no other way, they called the merchants from Alyosha River, and had purchased from the smuggling merchants of the Union. They were exploited all the while. 23 those guys sold cheap to their partner, the Liberation Army, and blew up the price for their adversaries, the kingdom's army. So that their future customers would think well of them. Of course they would do that. They would make up the deficit from their trade partner the kingdom. Prices had jumped up to 5 times their normal value. If you don't like it, don't buy, they had said. Skira's office room was completely buried by bags of wheat and dried food. At this landscape crowded to the point where one couldn't even find a place to stand, even Katerina was surprised as one would expect. With this much, even if the castle's provisions are used up, we can seclude ourselves for a month. We're out of money thanks to this though. How refreshing, said Skira while giving the wheat bags a satisfactory smack, as if just saying, check it out. Katerina pushed up her glasses and looked around. It was certainly a good stash, she thought. But Major Skira, even if the Major is able to seclude herself, we do not have so much. If it was Skira, even if the castle were to fall for example, she would lock herself in the office alone and would definitely show the will to fight. As long as there was food, she seemed to be able to fight forever. Katerina had a hope, She wanted to be present in such a situation if possible. How would Skira welcome her last moments? What kind of face would her dead body have? It was imprudent, but she couldn't say she wasn't interested. Though she too would probably die right after, she would be careful to not die until then, considered Katarina. Would she rise to fame? Would she fall to ruin? Which one it would be was still not clear. All she could do was support this superior officer with all her being. Katarina renewed her determination. 23. You don't have to worry. I'll give you your share too. Food tastes better when eaten together, right? But, if my cavalry eat, even this amount would soon be gone, it seems. As she was not starving, Skira was still in a good humor. My gratitude for the Major's generosity. However, let's think about that after the food's gone, since I feel hungry when I think. Oh yeah, what happened to Second Lieutenant Vander? Sir Dash, he has completely shut himself in his room. He will not even show his face. His physical condition is poor, I heard. Oh. That's fine then. I will be going to Staff Officer Saidamo's place after this. You do what you find appropriate. Go rest your body so you don't collapse at a crucial time. Understood. Skira headed to Saidamo's office room and knocked. Saidamo had been expelled from the position of Chief Staff Officer and was relocated to a Staff Officer's office. He was given material management duty as per David's order. This is Major Skira. You called, sir? Enter. Excuse me. After raising her voice, she opened the door, and there was Saidamo with his grim face. Compared to when she first met him, his face was worn out. He probably had his worries. Skira didn't ask because she didn't care, though. She didn't bring bread today as a present. She had eaten it earlier. 23. It's been a while, Major Skira. As always, I've heard about your style of fighting. You've probably also preserved the honor of General Yalder, who recommended you. It seems there was no point in giving you adjutants. No, their work was extremely helpful. Well, that's good. I understand now that you're an existence that won't be killed so easily. Your infamy has also befittingly spread. Death God of the Kingdom, Major Skira's aide. A deplorable female commander that had massacred great numbers of officers, soldiers, and civilians, they say. Doesn't it seem like you're being made an enemy by the rebel army? A black flag with a white bird coat of arms. At the previous battle of Alyosha Crossing, Skira's name had instantly spread. At this current point in time, she had killed the most commanders of the Liberation Army. There was no longer anyone amongst the officers and men of the Liberation Army that did not know of her. She was recognized as the worst enemy that ought to be despised. Sir, I killed all those guys of the rebel army. Is there any problem? No problem at all. Infamy is an indispensable part of a hero. If we win, it'll turn the complete opposite. You should behave as you see fit, like you are now, until the end. Cynically laughed Saitama, who then returned to his serious expression. Sir. Understood. Moving to the main question, unfortunately, this Belta castle will probably fall. No sight of reinforcements, and even if the enemy surrounds us, we can't stop them. From an objective standpoint, we have 1 month give or take. There's more or less a source of error though. I fear that there will be an outbreak of a great number of betrayers. How long we can persist, only God knows. 23. Saitama disinterestedly announced the fall of the castle. If he were heard by the military police, he would have been restrained. But lying doesn't change anything, so he stated only the truth. What were important for a siege battle were goods, morale of the soldiers, and whether one could expect reinforcements. No matter how superior the defense power of a castle looked, it was worthless if its interior was rotten. In a state where even one was missing, the fall could be said to be a matter of time. Skira was listening silently. No particular surprise could be seen. She had a face that said she really didn't care at all. Saitama felt his stomach hurting bit by bit. When push comes to shove, you take your soldiers and aim for Roshanik's stronghold. It's meaningless and stupid to have cavalry die inside a castle. The time taken to train them, the money, and the maintenance costs, all of it will be futile. If you're going to die, die outside the castle. Sir, I will do my best to die outside the castle. Worried that she might not have understood, Saitama restated it, in a way that even this girl would understand. In simpler terms, don't see the fate of this castle as your fate. Crawl, struggle unseemly until the very end. Consult with your adjutants in detail. That is why they were assigned to you. Sir Dash, Major Skira, understand. Very well. Dismissed. Excuse me. Saitama watched Skira's figure leave. As usual, He didn't know if she was listening to people talking, but he felt the unique drive that brave warriors with long military service had. If he saw Skira's almost fearsome fighting style, he would have thought that natural. As they had lost the battle, she could say goodbye to a promotion, but by 23 all rights, she should have a medal. That David's unit was somehow able to escape was due to there being an offensive from Sulawesi Grand Bridge. Speaking of David, he had wasted away after losing the battle, and it seemed he could no longer stand. His glorious future was shut, and the infamy that he was the perpetrator of the atrocity was thoroughly being spread. His filthy name would be left in posterity certainly. History was written by the winners. Saitama guessed that David planned to die here. If he was going to leave, he would have escaped a long time ago. He would probably fight proudly until the end like a noble and then die in satisfaction. Saitama was thinking like it was someone else's problem. His body was already on the decline. He was comfortable with that fact. But, he did not intend to die in a place like this. It would be a futile death in that case. He would once again crawl up somehow. He planned on surviving from Belta at all costs. I cannot die yet. There are still things I have to do. Vander, secluded in his office. Ever since the morning, he had continued to gaze at a single letter. He was troubled. This would influence the rest of his life. He had to think this through. He put strength in his hands gripping the brush, and slowly wrote a reply. After the sealing wax dried, after he looked around the area, he left his room. With this, I can no longer go back. The one to smile upon me, in the end, will it be a goddess, or a god of death? 23 Vander muttered to no one in particular, and he recalled the figure of his superior officer. He took a deep sigh, and with his eyes on a certain place inside the castle, he started walking. 23 Having expanded their war potential, the Royal Capital Liberation Army had gradually set about their strategy to gain total control of Belta. Reshuffling former soldiers of the kingdom's army added to their forces, the participating soldiers in this strategy numbered 60,000. 20,000 guards were stationed at Antigua and Salvador. Their support from the citizens was plenty, and now that harvest time was over, goods were in abundance. The long-standing Altura became supreme commander and had carried out the encirclement of Belta Castle. She was constantly seen together with the soldiers, and this was also to show that her ideals were not lies. First, she recommended surrender to David, the commander on the defensive. In exchange for the lives of the castle garrison and civilians, immediately vacate Belta Castle, she said. However, on the condition that only David, the man regarded as the main perpetrator behind the Tenang atrocity, be put to proper trial. David refused. He sent a violent hail of arrows in response to the Liberation Army surrounding them. Judging that there was no room for negotiations, Altura stepped forward to give the siege order to the soldiers. She unsheathed her treasured sword from atop horseback and turned its point towards Belta Castle. We are righteous. Belta Castle will fall, and the hammer of justice will strike the man behind the massacres, David. Kindred souls of the Royal Capital Liberation Army. For our dreams, please lend us your strength. Victory for the Royal Capital Liberation Army. Judgment on to David. Long live, Princess Altura. Long live the Liberation Army. 23 The organized Liberation Army soldiers raised up their weapons and shouted in fervor. Their voices were intense enough to shake the heavens and probably circulated as fear inside the castle. Army, start the attack. Victory to the Royal Capital Liberation Army. All units advance dash. Forward dash. Catapults, begin the advance dash. When Altura sent the signal to start the siege, the unit commanders all simultaneously gave their orders to advance. Infantry carrying shields held sandbags and rushed to the moat. As the drawbridge was raised, they first had to make a path. Siege towers would then send in soldiers to the ramparts, and battering rams would then hit the gates. This was the preliminary step to allow those siege weapons to get close. First, they would fill in the moat. Because Belta's moat was both wide and deep with water, they needed a proportionate volume to fill it up. To halt that, archers on the walls systematically lined up and assiduously shot arrows at the Liberation Army covering the ground like ants. Defend dash. It's over if they fill up the moat. Absolutely stop them. B. But the numbers are too different. Don't worry about aiming. Just shoot dash. Kill them dash. Damn it dash. The archer's commanding officer frantically rebuked the shouting group members. They kept on shooting, and kept on shooting, but the Liberation Army's numbers were endless. Moreover, the opponents did not keep letting themselves be attacked. Naturally, they were returning the volley from below. And then the true threat, the catapults being hauled from behind. They originally belonged to the kingdom's army, but at the river battle, they were seized by the Liberation Army. These powerful siege weapons that should have been pointed towards the enemy would be let loose on their own heads. While gazing at the giant's rocks that were drawing nearer at a frightening speed, the archer's commanding officer cursed his own misfortune. Prepare the catapults. Target, enemy's west rampart. Catapult preparations complete. Targeting, enemy's west rampart. Start the catapult. Fire dash. Giant stones that were heavier than humans collided with the wall. Stone and wall were smashed, and many archers were blown away. Hit confirmed, load the next shot, hurry dash. Catapults were set up uniformly in front of every castle wall. Their stone supply was maintained due to the efforts of 500 men, and attacks were sporadically fired at the wall and inside the castle. These weapons had problems regarding their accuracy rate and rate of fire, but those weren't important. That they had a long range and could perform a unilateral attack with no fear of counter-attack were their great advantages. It would be fatal if struck by these giant stones, and they flew everywhere, surmounting the castle walls. It would also inflict considerable psychological burden, and the organization inside the castle could also be expected to be disrupted. What was thrown were not just stones. Oil, garbage, corpses, sorcery mines, anything was fine. It would be great if they got a direct hit on the well, their source of water. The corpses and garbage would also be a source of disease. The besieged side would have no means to defend against that. If the enemy came out from the gates to destroy the catapults, that would be in accordance with the Liberation Army's expectations. FYNN was quietly watching the catapult offensive be repeated. As his unit was cavalry at its core, a siege battle was not a place for his activity. He could only pursue fleeing enemies and be guards for the catapults. His adjutant, Milla, addressed him. 24 So we resorted to force in the end. It would be better if they just obediently opened the gates. There is no meaning in persisting here after all. Is a commander's final duty not to save the lives of his garrison? General David probably has something he calls honor. Though if it were me I would have immediately surrendered. Spare me the rain of rocks. To be crushed and flattened to death is no joke. He muttered while watching a rock sail through the air that was shot alongside an encouraging yell. FYNN had been promoted to colonel, rewarded for his merit up to here. As he had worked his way up from being a private, he was the most successful man among the Liberation Army. Though currently it was nothing more than an honorary rank, it could be thought of as a promissory note for future promotions. If Altura became the next queen, he was already recognized to be the one who would probably carry on the essence of the rebirthed kingdom. He was young, full of wisdom, and had real achievements. He was gathering enough popularity from the soldiers that he was right after Altura in fame. FYNN conducted himself appropriately too, and he was hailed as a warrior soldier and hero. Colonel FYNN. Will they launch themselves at us, do you think? Do I think indeed? As their moat is filled, they are more and more likely to come. In such a case, when they run into our firm siege, a hell is waiting, where our troops stationed in ambush slip behind them and cut off their path of retreat. I do honestly recommend that they surrender. Be that as it may be, because Belta is a solid fortress, our side will have many casualties as well it seems. I believe it would not be unreasonable for starvation tactics here. It would take time, but if they cut off their supply of goods, Belta would fall without any fighting. Though, due to the supply they had in stock, it would probably take half a year before they would starve and admit defeat. 24 Well, our tactician, Sir Diener, did not think it as up to the task as a planless offensive. It is my guess that he hates conservative plans like starvation. He intends to put on display that we have enough war potential to make a castle capitulate in a short time frame. Of course, I cannot assert that is unconditionally true. It is hard to understand what that man is truly thinking. The drafted strategies of the Liberation Army were predominantly created through Diener's hands. Altura would agree to it and give the order to implement it. That was it. There were wicked rumors circulating around Diener, and FYNN didn't have trust in him. FYNN didn't think he would turn traitor, but there was no doubt that Diener would calmly throw away the lives of soldiers. He was different fundamentally from FYNN, who had been drawn by Altura's ideals, and the former general of the kingdom Biraus, who hastened to join seeing the misgovernment. Those rumors, are they really true? For example, the rebellion. There was a plausible rumor whispered between the generals, about the Tenang rebellion being contrived. There was no proof. But, everyone unanimously agreed that Diener, if it was him, would be quite capable of doing it. Their arrangements for after the Tenang Rebellion and Tenang atrocity were too quick. That in half a month their sphere of influence had extended this far was all due to Diener's ability. The rumor had jealousy and envy mixed in, but there was no smoke without fire. Fynn cut Milla short, telling her to be careful with his gaze. It would be troublesome if she was heard by someone. Diener's protégés, his spies, were scattered everywhere in the Liberation Army. It was to guard against traitors in their midst. Everyone's affiliations, birthplaces, and social positions were different. There were also people who earlier were soldiers of the kingdom. Fynn understood that Diener was vigilant. That Diener's vigilance 24 was also near Fynn himself. That man trusted no one except Altura. What spurred Diener on to that extent? Fynn could not even imagine. Milla. Rumors are rumors to the very end. If one were to launch an accusation, one has to have a myriad of proof and facts. You ought to be careful about uttering suspicions of a Liberation Army comrade in the middle of a battle. There is nothing we have to worry about. We should just work solely for the realization of our ideals. Sir. Please excuse me. I misspoke. Milla unintentionally stiffened at Fynn's forced smile. His eyes weren't laughing, and they were only focused at his aspirations. Fynn had two sides to him, one as an innocent military man, and one ambitious for future promotion. His adjutant, Milla, was serving him on top of understand that, but even so, she was pressured by his emitted spirit. This is just me talking to myself, but I believe we do not have to do anything. There is only one fate for those who have sold their soul to the devil. He will surely not be able to escape from his doings. Death will simply devour him to his very soul, and he will be perpetually tormented in eternal purgatory. Fynn recalled the face of the death god while muttering in a small voice, that female commander that he had once driven away. At Sulawesi Grand Bridge, her cavalry unit had killed a veteran army general, an acquaintance of his, and rampaged as they pleased. Most likely, she was still alive. That would not die so simply. She was probably sharpening her scythe in Belta Castle even now, waiting for an opportunity to prey upon them. Fynn prayed for her to hurry up and die, before that scythe would reach his own neck. Belta Castle, south side wall. Stones continued to be thrown, and while showered by an intense volley of arrows, Skira was commanding an archer unit. Cavalry obviously had no role to play inside a castle, so everyone had dismounted and taken up bows. 24 Katarina was unabashedly exhibiting her proficiency in archery that she had engraved onto her body through training. Vander had also finally returned to his normal self and was commanding the soldiers. Back to speaking of Skira, because she had never used a bow before, she was lining up small sickles that she had bought in advance from the town inside the castle. There were 100 in total. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she had bought all that there were. As for the money, it was borrowed from Katarina since Skira had already used all of hers up. Major? What in the world are you planning to do with those sickles? Asked Vander with a quizzical expression, and Skira answered him with naked murderous intent. Want to know? This dash. She threw it with absurd force that there was recoil. It stabbed between the eyebrows of a soldier who had gotten into the mood and was frolicking beside the catapult. Seeing their comrade fall down, the soldiers panicked. Skira threw in rapid succession. Seeing the sickles as if homing onto them strike the vitals of the soldiers, Vander's breath caught in his throat. Monstrous as always. What kind of brute strength is that? But there aren't many left, you know. Once they're gone, I'll just be throwing rocks. She threw a fist-sized rock at a soldier holding up a shield beside the moat under the ramparts. During that time too, an arrow grazed Skira's side, but she was absolutely heedless to it. The rock scored a direct hit on the helmet, and the soldier fainted. Skira thought it was regrettable that she couldn't confirm if he died. 24 How long can this hold out? This castle. It seems though that the moat will be filled in after 3 days or so. What will become of us, do you think? Muttered Vander while surveying the Liberation Army surrounding Belta Castle. Until the moat was filled with sandbags, they would probably continue delaying like they were now. Once the moat was filled, it would be all the more dangerous. The siege towers for getting soldiers on the walls would be unleashed. Then, if the castle gates were broken down, there would be a melee inside the castle. That happening would be the same as the castle falling. The enemy soldiers would endlessly rush in. Skira glared at Vander, who decided to sigh. Don't think about extraneous things, think about killing even one more trash of the Liberation Army. Second Lieutenant Vander, your hands haven't moved since a while ago. Is your condition still poor? Or maybe you're just thinking of something, I wonder. You don't have to hold back. Tell me at once. Like she was peering into his innermost thoughts, Skira stared into Vander's eyes. Vander felt chills down his spine at the sharpness of Death's intuition. He had to immediately deny it. Otherwise he would be killed. Please, I beg your pardon. There is absolutely nothing wrong with my condition. Then hurry and kill. There are enemies in swarms. Starting from the guys you don't fancy, kill. Skira kept on throwing rocks while shouting. A good many were crushing the faces of enemy soldiers. There were also times when body and shield were blasted away. Seeing their commander's strenuous effort, the cavalrymen who had switched to bows also roused themselves. 24 Don't fall behind Major Skira. Bows ready dash. A cavalryman who had experience with bows had taken command in place of Skira. Skira was occupied throwing rocks. OU dash. Volley, fire dash. All the arrows were simultaneously fired. Like rain they deluged onto the Liberation Army soldiers, raising screams and sprays of blood. One beat too late, Vander pulled back his arrow, and released. Katarina was observing Vander's behavior from the side. She held suspicions that he was probably, but she did not say anything. He still hadn't done anything. However, there was need for precaution. When the sun began to set, horns echoed, and the Liberation Army was backing off. It seemed today's siege was over. The catapults were also moved back outside of weapon range. But, the defending side had to constantly be vigilant. There was also the possibility they would wake up early and find their moat being filled. There was also the consideration that a construction unit would put up rope ladders and scale the walls. They absolutely could not take their eyes off of the Liberation Army's movements. A siege battle was a clash of stamina and willpower. They would have no choice but to rest their bodies while paying attention to look out at night. The flames of torches lit the Liberation Army's camp and completely covered the perimeter of Belta Castle. At the same time it was to guard against a night attack, it was also to demonstrate their own power. 24. These lights were arrayed in a way that seemed to surround a coffin that was being filled, bit, by their hands. It was as if the Liberation Army was giving them a burial, Skira thought. Here was her third home. First was her poor village, next was Antigua, then this Belta. Would she be chased out again, at the hands of the Liberation Army scum? Or would she die here maybe? She couldn't die yet. Still not enough. Skira took off her helmet, leaned against the wall, and silently took a breath. She tucked back her sweat-stained brown hair. She took off her gauntlets and rested. She was hungry. It would be nice if not rocks but food were to fall from the sky. Everyone would surely be happy then. Belta Castle, David's office. David had assembled the staff officers and opened a war council. With this, they had lost count of how many pointless war councils they had. David with an utterly worn-out face was sitting in his seat. Next to him stood the ex-military officer staff officer propping up David's weakened body. Reinforcements. Have the reinforcements not come yet? Hurry them. If they don't hurry, Belta will fall. Your Excellency. We can no longer send out messengers from this castle. It is impossible for even a mouse to escape. The chief staff officer plainly told the truth. Not a single released messenger had returned. There was no way they could return. Why won't they send reinforcements dash? Despite that, if Belta falls, the royal capital will be in jeopardy dash. That garbage Farzam is crumpling up the reports, I bet. That nothing but incompetent upstart who only kisses ass dash. 24 Agitated, David shouted in anger, and then painfully coughed. Your Excellency David. Getting excited will harm your body. Indeed. Without His Excellency David, this castle will not even last a day. Please take care of yourself. In such a situation, no matter what it takes, we need to get in contact with the royal capital. If we strike an opening, surely we should be able to do something. I do not doubt it. The enemy is just a mishmash, and the garrison's morale is booming. If we pincer them from inside and outside, we can definitely win. The staff officers spit words contrary to their true feelings. It now no longer required confirmation, Belta had been forsaken. Reinforcements from the royal capital would absolutely not come. While everyone was making a show of caring about David, they would afterward consider their own future plans. They were surrounded by a large army of 60,000, stones rained on them, and the moat was in the process of being filled. The castle would doubtlessly fall. If they stayed as they were, they would share the same offense as David, as partners in crime for the atrocity. There was still time. If they defected, they could probably still distinguish themselves. If they could get a guarantee for their own social status and rank, they wouldn't particularly mind the Liberation Army. Deeds that would be leverage, throwing open the gates, burning the food, and then, David's head. Implementation would require their own troops. They had to lay the groundwork to gain the cooperation of the generals. It would be a race against time. It would be futile if someone else betrayed first. Except the chief staff officer and the ex-military officer staff officer, not one man had the intention of dying alongside David. 24. Today's war council will conclude. Gentlemen, you are dismissed. Good work. Sir Dash, excuse us. David too was a noble who had fought in a factional dispute to the end and ascended to his position now. Understanding the workings of those men's hearts was like taking candy from a baby. He did not plan on letting a single one escape. He would take them to hell too. When the staff officers that had been of David's clique departed, he addressed the ex-military officer staff officer, Conrad. Conrad. As of today, you are released from your duties as staff officer, and will be restored to military officer. I will instruct you in matters hereafter in due course. Until then, lead the military police and patrol each and every gate and provisions warehouse. No mercy to those taking suspicious actions. No matter who they are, execute them. Sir Dash, understood. Major Conrad saluted. As a pure military man, he personally did not understand difficult matters. He would simply just follow his superior's orders. After all this time, he had no intention of groveling to live. Chief Staff Officer. This is how it'll be. Your burdens will increase, sorry, and please. Understood. Your Excellency and I will share the same fate. I will follow you until the end. He had staked everything on David. If they were to be defeated right now, he had made the resolve to accept that return. After all he had been through, he had no plans of switching to the winning horse. 2. Sorry, but let me rest, just a bit. Humph, I didn't expect that I would have fallen so low. No matter how tall the tower, it takes just an instant to collapse. I can't make fun of Saitama like this. While receiving support from Conrad, David returned to his room. His glory had fallen and scattered from his hands. In exchange, he had obtained notoriety that would be remain for generations to come. A heretical noble who massacred civilians. How would he meet his end? He couldn't help but laugh. If he was going down, he would have his betrayers meet the same fate. He had heard that the dead tried to drag down the living. In that case, shouldn't he too emulate that? Fortunately for him, there existed a person under his command suitable for that role. Death God, huh? Your Excellency David. No, nothing. The scythe brushed his own neck, he felt. He felt the monster impatiently, restlessly waiting for that time to reap it. Its figure was of Skirazade. 25 Liberation Army Campground, front line. The general's morale was soaring, and everyone galvanized themselves, saying tomorrow would be the day they bring down Belta. Diener estimated that the siege operation would end after 1 week. If they ignored casualties and sieged zealously day and night, it might even fall immediately, he thought, but there was no need to push themselves. Now that they'd come this far, even if he erred at the very end, it would not change anything. The moat was being filled in while the catapults were backing the infantry. Then, once they were able to use the siege towers and battering rams, they would instantly have superiority. With no sign that enemy reinforcements were coming right now, they were incessantly only making a frontal attack. It would pressure the enemy soldiers' wills, bring out internal collapse, and make them open the gates from the inside. Now that they succeeding in converting numerous traitors, the surrender of the castle was only a matter of time. Sir Diener, seems the siege operation is progressing as you firstly planned. Our subordinates are also rising in energy. The veteran General Biraus greeted Diener. Excelling at clever tactics, Biraus was the center of all the Liberation Army generals. Everything is according to Kakaku * in the not-so-distant future, maybe, the doors will be thrown open. 25 Belta Castle shown on the map, was completely surrounded by Liberation Army pieces from all 4 sides. Afterwards, we just have to pay attention for a desperate attack from the enemy. What the cornered enemy will do, we do not know. We have to keep sustained surveillance. That is true, however. In a little while, I plan on weakening just one place in our encirclement. If we venture to show an opening, we will lure out the enemy. The pieces arranged on the eastern side were pulled back. I see. You intend on deploying ambush troops to their path of retreat. Even if they know, the enemy planning to escape will have to take their chances. Staying is just waiting to be destroyed. Here, I plan on killing the rumored death god. Because she has steadily become a dangerous existence, even if I have to resort to force, I will have her leave the castle. That cavalry unit will definitely plan to escape at the fall of the castle. On their path of retreat, they may conceal themselves and march, but there is a perfect woodlands area. They should be passing through it. I will accost them there. He guided with his hand to be understood, he hit that hand. He would lay an ambush for the soldiers on their path of retreat, and kill in one fell swoop the defenseless cavalry that could only progress forwards. The enemy would doubtlessly move at night. Their field of vision would be obscured, and they would not notice the troops in ambush. No matter how stalwart she may be according to the rumors, she was limited to being human. If he crushed her with numbers, he could undeniably kill her. No matter what kind of hero she was. Death God. Going by the name of Scheherazade, if I recall. A daring and resolute, young, female general I heard. I would love to see her once. 25 Birouz jokingly played around. However, his eyes weren't laughing. Many of his colleagues had been killed, and he was inwardly grinding his teeth. Losing Borhek and Voller was painful. As officers with a plethora of experiences, they carried the important role of guiding the next generation. That death god had simply clipped that away. While unfortunate, that opportunity may never visit you, I believe. I will have the death god urgently return home to her former world. The perishing kingdom doesn't need something like a hero. Diener declared, and he sent his gaze towards Belta Castle. The severe hail of stones were continuing even now. The enemy's counterattacks were gradually dropping in severity. Everything was going well. 6 days passed since the start of the siege. As usual, reinforcements hadn't come. The moat was being filled up hour by hour. Belta Castle, under such a hopeless situation, VIP room. Skira had received an invitation from David and was festively enjoying an extravagant, fancy dinner. It was thanks for undertaking a certain duty for him, and to show that he valued her labor the other day. When he asked her what she wanted, she had unashamedly responded, "Delicious food." David, who had no appetite, was watching the female commissioned officer consuming the meal before his eyes and unintentionally, wryly smiled. "Major Skira, is it delicious?" "Yes." "Tasty." 25 she responded without raising her face. She was not wearing her armor or gauntlets right now. Though, her weapon was left under her. "That's so. That's good. It's something our finest chef made. You should slowly taste it." "Sir Dash." "Understood. It's fine if you don't talk while eating. You calm down and eat." She nodded, and cut the meat using the knife. It was the meat of the rare Cologne cow taken from the kingdom's northwest region. Food made using it was something commoners could never even dream of eating. While tasting the trickling blood sauce, Skiras was throwing steak into her flapping mouth. In addition, things like fruit taken from the Union and Empire brand wine were laid out. It was, so to speak, a dinner table of high-class nobility. Skira was insatiably wolfing everything down. This little girl who looked to be the same age as his own daughter did not at all appear to him as a feared death god. David was gazing at this supper scene with profound interest. There, the latest intruder barged in. It was a man of nobility leading 10 of his own troops. He was a human who curried favor with David and had the position of staff officer. Triumphantly pointing his unsheathed sword, he had a vulgar smile. Skira paid him no mind and continued eating. From their perspective, they could only see her small back. "I wondered who it was, if it isn't Staff Officer Asar. How rare of you to hold something like a sword. What happened?" 25 David asked with blank eyes, and the man called Asar snorted. "Humph, that's evident. I'll surrender to the Liberation Army and present your Excellency's head." Princess Alchura was originally connected to the royal family. Going to serve her has no demerits. "And so you came all the way over here? I've truly troubled you." David tipped the wine bottle. Skira stabbed a fruit using her fork. The fruit was green with a vascular pattern, and it had been cut into uniform, perfectly sized pieces. She ate it, and it was really sweet. "How unlike you, Your Excellency. For this little girl from God knows where to be shown this amount of compassion. As the perpetrator behind the Tenang atrocity, you have to behave so until the end for me." Asar gave the signal, and a soldier approached the table. "Yo, this ain't the situation to be carefreely eating dash." After strong poking Skira's head, he overbearingly pulled out the tablecloth. The tidily arranged silverware, as well as the food, fell and scattered on the floor. The wine bottles broke, and the liquids streamed to Skira's feet. In Skira's hands were left only a fork and knife. I was made extremely despondent by you, Your Excellency David. I had, risking my own life, served you up until here because I was sure that would be walking the road to success. There is no value in a ruined noble. Nevertheless, your head still has value, I heard. Therefore, as consolation for serving you until now, I have come asking for 25 such. If you can sympathize, Sir David, will you submit that head to me, without any pointless resistance? Joked Asar, making a motion cutting his own neck. Up until gathering his own troops, he'd thought he had been slow, but his target was still lingering, and he was relieved. He had been worried that those other guys had gotten ahead of him, but that was needless anxiety. The other staff officers also unexpectedly had their hands full, it seemed. In that case, he wouldn't hold back, and he, Asar, would claim his prize. He would instruct his soldiers to kill. After that was done with, he would have to open the gates and get inside the Liberation Army. There was still work to be done, as there were in no small numbers fellows who would devote themselves to the kingdom until the end. Sir Asar, what do we do about this little girl? She would be a setback, so can I kill her? That one soldier gripped Skira's slightly shivering hair. She was quaking in fear, it seemed. It aroused the soldier's sadistic heart. It seems like His Excellency favors her. We was probably lonely all by himself. Blast 'em both off. Sir Dash. Yo, you heard eh? He said I could kill ya. Hee, what kind of face will ya die with na dash? This moment the soldier's face drew near, Skira turned and drilled the knife into his face and gouged deeply. Not caring how much he struggled, she stabbed, over and over again. Grisly howls echoed throughout the room. Hey, my food has become a mess thanks to you. Hey, you listening? 25 basking in the blood spray, Skira asked close to his ears. Because he was doing nothing but screaming, she rammed the fork into the crown of his head and threw him at the wall. After a light, mushy sound, the room finally became silent. David, rubbing his beard in exasperation, had also gotten embroiled and was spattered with blood. What's with you dash? No wait. Why, you're Major Skira. That's right. It's over with you it appears. I was ordered to by His Excellency David, you know. He told me to deal with the scum who decided to betray the kingdom. As thanks, he served me this meal. She picked up a piece of meat that had fallen to the ground, and ate it. The meat juices poured out inside her mouth, and then, a rich, iron taste. It's the death god Skira. Hey, I didn't hear about this. What ya mean this guy hates bodyguards? You shitty noble dash. Ain't this different from what you said? Indignant, a commanding officer like man shouted. He knew of Skira's strength. He had been in David's unit on the retreat. They surely could not win. Terror coursed through him just by confronting her. Before he was seized by death, he had to escape. Immediately. Silence. Do you know who you are questioning? Anyway, our opponent is alone. Surround and kill her dash. Ya retard dash. You can say that crap cause ya to know her strength. Even if we had 100 we couldn't win. Ain't no way we can win against a monster dash. Screw this, I'm out. Yo, we're leaving quickly. See, commanding officer, please wait for us dash. 25 The soldiers were scrambling to leave the room. Despite them defecting to survive, death lying in wait was nothing to sneeze at. Life over merit. This was a shared thought for them. Wait. Hey. You disobeying my orders dash? I said to wait. He went to run after them, when something was thrown at his back. His posture destroyed, he fell to his knees on the floor, and his eyes met that something. It was a staff officer, who had been his colleague until a while ago. Also, an opponent that he was fiercely competing against for promotions in David's clique. Hi dash. Staff Officer Asar. You were the slowest you know. Others had come even earlier. I didn't expect you to do the same overused actions and achieve the same result though. You actually disappointed me. Come, take a look. The end of the betrayers. David stood up and kicked numerous spheres that were hidden under the table. Seeing them, Asar soiled himself from unmeasurable fear. They were human heads. Skira grabbed her scythe left on the floor and started walking to Asar, while cracking her neck, very irritated. Wait please. Spare me. If it's money I can give it. Major Skira, I beg you dash. Oh, yeah, kill David, not me. And together to the Liberation Army dash go together to the Liberation Army you say? Ahaha dash, what amusing things you say. Well then, Since I was able to hear an interesting chat, I guess it's about time. 25. She smiled with a blood-smeared face, aimed for the balling Asar, and swung it down. David nodded, seemingly satisfied, and gulped down his wine that had something red mixed in. Major Skira. My apologies troubling you. Also, I'm going to apologize for my rash remarks before. Just like this, I apologize. David lowered his head. Skira was watching him with no strong feelings in particular. You, escape from this castle. Saitamo has also requested you to do so. I dare say that the moat will be filled in tomorrow. If that happens, we won't be able to hold out. Sir Dash, understood. I will remain here, but I plan on making an escape with the soldiers that can move. Command has been entrusted to Major Conrad. The plan will include both you and him. Carry it out tomorrow night. I, Major Skira, understand. Dismissed. May the fortunes of war be with you. Skira saluted, swung the blood off her scythe, and departed. In the room where the smell of blood permeated, David closed his eyes for a short while. Next day, the moat was completely filled. The real siege would begin. Siege towers begin the advance dash. Shoot down the enemy archers. The siege towers advanced until point-blank range of Belta Castle and started a furious assault. 2 draw bouse dash. Fire dash. From inside the tower while hiding their bodies, they started shooting at the rampart archers. Having lost the high ground advantage, the soldiers of the kingdom were dying one by one. Still, they could not take refuge. If they descended from the castle walls, the siege towers would send out planks. Infantry would break in from there in succession. They wouldn't be able to stop them if that happened. Hence, they absolutely had to defend the castle walls to the death. The besieged side not only had to pay attention to the siege towers, but also to below them. There was also the possibility of the enemy setting up rope ladders and scaling the walls by force. There was further need to concentrate fire so the gates wouldn't be broken by battering rams. Absolutely don't let them break through. Don't hand over Belta to the rebel army dash. Show them the tenacity of the 4th Army dash. The garrison commander's voice rang in vain. The spirit of the defenders was already on the verge of collapse. In such situations, there were cases where the soldiers roused themselves from the commander's sternness. But, that would be difficult due to the ex-noble David. More important than anything, was that he had not once come out from the main building. There was no way morale would rise. Skira had entrusted the job of commander to Katarina, and she was discussing with Major Conrad. It was concerning the escape plan that would be executed this evening. Conrad was the very picture of a boorish man, and he spoke nothing but what was needed. Major Skira. I'm Conrad, newly appointed to commander of the 4th Army. As for the plan, we'll carry it out at the same time the day changes this evening. As far as I-26 can see from up high, it appears the encirclement of the East Gate is thin. Accordingly, we'll break through from the East Gate and aim for Roshanik's stronghold of the Canaan area. Interposed between the Belta area and the royal capital area was the Canaan area. It was surrounded by steep mountains, and one had to pass this Canaan to reach the royal capital. After traversing the single, plying main road, the expansive Great Plains stretched out, and in its center stood the royal capital Blanca. Canaan itself was a barren land, and agriculture could not be expected from it. As it had no special industry to speak of, it was a poor area with a low population. Even if one attacked it, there would be no benefit. However, one had to pass through if aiming for the royal capital. And so, what should my cavalry do, I wonder? As Conrad was of the same rank as her, Skira stopped with the tiring formalities. She was swinging her feet while chewing beans. Conrad didn't particularly care. Stand as the vanguard, or be the rear guard. Either way, it'll probably be a harsh battle. I'll go with whatever's left. I don't care which. If they were to make the best of their mobility, it would be correct to be the vanguard and instantly dash away, but regrettably, the enemy would for a fact be waiting for them. Due to ambushing soldiers, casualties might be enormous. Then, as for if they were to leave as the rear guard, that would be another hell, since there was a high chance of being surrounded by reinforcements from the north and south. It would be the end for them if they stopped moving, and they would definitely be annihilated. It goes without saying that the rear guard had a very high probability of dying. Then shall we decide it like this? I'm fine with either. 26. Either way she would do nothing but pummel the Liberation Army. What she would do wouldn't change. On one of the beans in her hand, she drew index mark with her nail. Another one was left unmarked. After mixing them around, She took one in each hand, and held them out to Conrad. The heck? The one with the X is the vanguard. Your luck will be tested. Good luck. Entertained, Skira brightly smiled, and presented two separate fates. The sunset, and the Liberation Army withdrew their soldiers. No assertive offense came. Most likely, that they planned to escape had been seen through. The Liberation Army did not want to waste soldiers, it seemed. Dazzlingly casting light, the torches began to swathe the silent Belta castle. The final night had come. Looking over the surroundings from the intensely damaged castle wall, the torches on the east side did look lacking. Beyond them were woodlands, and a road that continued to Canaan. It would be a thorny path. Under Conrad and Skira's command, 5,000 soldiers of Belta Castle were gathered. With injured but able to move as the minimum, this amount was all that could be gathered. People who did not feel like escaping remained inside the castle. The Fourth Army that boasted of its majesty was now a shadow of its former self. There were now no other soldiers besides these that could move. As soon as the escape was successful, the ones that couldn't planned to open the gates and surrender. David had strongly refused to escape, and he remained alone in the main building. The chief staff officer took it upon himself to burn important documents. He threw all their past glory into the fireplace, and in the end he would probably take poison. 26 Conrad sent Skira the signal. Skira raised her scythe in response. Someone could be heard gulping. If they were to run, this was their last chance. They absolutely must not stop. But, at that time, an explosion roared inside the castle. From the main building, tendrils of flame began rising. Except the east gate, all the gates were thrown open, and the Liberation Army that was tired of waiting flooded inside. It seemed a turncoat did this. There was no other timing to earn achievements than this. Open the castle gates dash. Conrad roared from on top his horse, and the final gate was opened. Conrad's unit, begin the advance dash. All members charge. Forward dash. OU dash. Infantry raising the flag of the Fourth Army began the charge. Each and everyone was fatigued. There were people who soon planned on throwing down their swords and deserting in the other direction. From the east gate, everyone had different thoughts, and they scattered in every direction. Command had already disappeared. The ones following Conrad's directions were merely 1,000 men. It was the unit directly under him that he had been leading way before. That they somehow maintained their morale was Conrad's skill. With their commander leading, they decisively charged, aiming for the woodlands. Skira saw off that unshapely procession. Her cavalry did not leave at the same time. Skira had a sudden premonition, and for some reason had stopped. Major, will we not be going? 26 The cavalryman with archery experience asked composedly. Skira's cavalry, under their black flag with white crow, maintained high morale. They numbered 2,300. The somewhat smaller number was due to deaths during the siege. Skira thought that the deaths of her comrades was very unfortunate. That the people who would eat a meal together with her decreased, definitely made her feel lonely. But, that was war after all, it was inevitable. Skira ate the portions they would have eaten. It's about time, shall we go? It's gotten considerably brighter. Flames blazed fiercely from the main building inside the castle, the place where David was. Tendrils of flames rose from every cast gate. There was now nothing anyone could do, Belta had fallen. Katerina reported. Major. As I thought, Second Lieutenant Vander is not here. I fear that, no, I am certain that he was the turncoat. Will we weed him out and deal with him? If you will it, I will absolutely kill him. Let's leave that for next time. There are other things we must do right now. Sir Dash. Skira held out the scythe that was perched on her shoulder sideways. They would sortie. Then, are we going to? Asked one cavalryman, and Skira nodded. The cavalry members lowered the visors of their helmets. Skira did not like the heavy helmets that they were wearing. Not 26 heeding her group members' warnings, she equipped a lighter-made one that she liked. Major Skira, your orders. Prompted Katerina, pushing up her glasses. In her hand was her ready cane. Skira's cavalry, will change course dash. Follow after me dash. Follow Major Skira dash. Raise the flags dash. OU dash. Kicking her horse, Skira dashed forward. The cavalry raised their spears equipped with the battle flag and orderly raced after her. Enemy soldiers in high spirits, not expecting there to be enemies, were trampled to death by horses, and mowed down by spears. Into the darkness, white crows were unleashed. A dogged pursuit of the Liberation Army had begun. Conrad's soldiers were falling by the wayside, starting first from the people with no stamina, and they were dying at the hands of enemy soldiers. They slipped through the enemy's offensive, and finally took refuge in the forest. Then, arrows were shot at them. I knew there would be an ambush dash. Don't confront them, keep running. But there are enemy soldiers everywhere dash. Concentrate attack on one area. There should absolutely be an opening dash. 26 Conrad earnestly gave his orders. In the middle of doing so too, he was knocking down arrows while swinging his sword. Would there really be something like an opening? Wasn't this a dead end? Uneasiness was eroding him. Despite their numbers dwindling, Conrad's unit continued the hard fight. Don't let a single one escape. Massacre the kingdom's soldiers dash. If we take the enemy commander's head, we'll get a bounty. They absolutely aren't getting away dash. If it's the rumored death god, we're promised a huge bounty, and a promotion to a general. We have to kill them, and avenge our fallen comrades. They pursued the cavalry running in front of them. Their opponents were frantically running away, and a counter-attack wouldn't come. There was no battle this easy. Victory was assured. They chased after the enemy soldiers while their mouths bent cruelly. They would kill them, take their heads, and earn achievements. That instant, the enemy cavalry faced them out of nowhere. They had suddenly dropped their speed and turned their horses. Confused at what was going on, the pursuers halted. Aiming for that lull, a rider wielding a scythe instantly assaulted them. It's Skira. The death god is dashed the scythe bit into the throat of the shouting soldier at the front. His body itself was raised up. From his mouth came an unreal scream, and his limbs convulsed back and forth. Just how much intense pain was assailing him? The surrounding soldiers couldn't even begin to describe it. After cheerfully, easily waving him around, she ripped him off, and licked her lips. 26 Death searched for its next prey, prowling, and pounced. It swung its scythe in all directions, and blood began to gush in tandem with its swings. Afterwards, the coordinated cavalry trampled the Liberation Army infantry that had been in pursuit. What are you doing dash? The enemy is in the middle of retreat dash. Spread out and surround them dash. A heroic rider went to attack, but he was split from his head by a single blow. Helmet, armor, even the horse, was bisected vertically. Another man no longer had an upper body. The horse with the lower body on it began to wander about, as if looking for its master. Hi dash. Next one won't come? Anyone's fine. Hurry, come at me. Get her dash. Exhaust her. Permission to use bows. We can bring her down if we concentrate fire. No. Do you want to friendly fire dash? Bows weren't useful. They were too close. Stray arrows would hit their encircling allies. Seeing that the pursuers had stayed their hand, Skira's cavalry began to change course again. Marching at a deliberate speed that just begged to be attacked, the infantry would surround them again, and then a massacre would start. Every time, the number of dead bodies increased. Perhaps they were seized with fear seeing this calamity. Reinforcements didn't come. No one wanted to do something like stand before death. All the more as the battle had been won. Enough. Any more is pointless. We'll leave them to the guys in front. 26 haha. Monster dash. Shit dash. We weren't told about dealing with the death god dash. After 3 massacres were repeated, the pursuit unit gave up. This was a battle they had won. Why did they have to die? Why were they the only ones who had to face against this kind of monster? They helplessly watched White Crows race into the woodlands. Major Skira dash. Ahead of us in the woodlands, Conrad's unit is in combat. It seems they were ambushed. Well then, we shall hit them in the flanks. It's a bit dark, so I guess we have to brighten it up. Katarina dash. Skira decided their objective while taking a stance with her scythe. On its blade was skewered a pitiful corpse of an enemy soldier. Katarina sent magic power into that corpse using necromancy. I am ready whenever dash. Alright, take this dash. Tensing up, she hurled the corpse. The corpse was thrown into a thicket, where it seemed ambushers were concealed. Katarina snapped her fingers, and the corpse exploded, setting the thicket on fire. The surprised ambushers hastily jumped out, whereupon Skira's cavalry stormed and crushed them. Katarina dash. Next dash. Please leave it to me dash. Skira had obtained many sacrifices. She was picking them out from the pile at her feet and lobbing them one after another. 26 Each time Katarina snapped her fingers, a tremendous explosion would thunder, and enemy soldiers were scorched. Each time, there would be screams and torn off limbs flying in the air. My cavalry, charge dash. Kill them dash. The cavalry unit began faithfully charging as per Skira's order. Thrusted spears from the shadows skewered several cavalrymen. The skewered riders, though vomiting blood, still plunged into the mass of enemies. Kill the enemy. Skira's orders were absolute. Until they ceased to breathe, they would continue to kill. Even if 5 spears pierced their torsos, the cavalry continued to battle. They drove forward while pierced, and cut off the heads of enemy infantry before their eyes. Then, they died while laughing. Major dash. Enemy troops from behind us. Their numbers are 1,000. Kill all of them dash. Katarina, you take half and go ahead. Meet up with Conrad. Be brave and plunge through the fire. Come with me afterward dash. We will kill all of them entirely dash. She threw a corpse, and it exploded. The woodlands bursted into red flames. The ambushers escaped outside, unable to bear it. Sir dash. Second Lieutenant Katarina, will advance forward. Katarina and the cavalrymen as instructed marched into the fire. Seeing them gone, Skira turned around and confronted the pursuit unit. A man who seemed to be the enemy's commander postured with his sword and spoke up. Too quietly, surrender dash. You can't escape anymore. Throw down your swords and dismount dash. Immediately. Behind Skira blazed evil fires of hell. The black flag was brilliantly illuminated by the flame's brightness. While baring its teeth, Death smiled ferociously. Next to her, the cavalrymen raised their spears and formed ranks. My cavalry will continue to fight even when dead. Of course I will too. Right, what do you say? Long live Skira's cavalry dash. Victory to Major Skira dash. All members brandished the battle flags even higher and chanted in unison. Seeing that bizarre spectacle, the pursuit soldiers stopped in their tracks. There was something uncanny about these guys. Right, they were like soldiers who had resolved themselves to die. They weren't afraid of dying. Therefore, they resented the living, and would drag them to hell. Fighting against the dying, repulsive. The pursuers didn't want to die in this kind of place. The soldiers' hands were shaking, the platoon leaders included. The trembling of their bodies wouldn't stop. Oh, why did come to chase these guys? They cursed their own misfortune. Very well dash. Then we will not lose. Even if the kingdom's army is defeated, I will continue to win. I'll make you scum know your place dash. Death to the filth. Death to the rebel army dash. Gee, go away. They're monsters dash. These guys are monsters dash. It's death, death is coming. Run. 27 The pursuit unit that had been vastly superior was utterly demoralized, and they began to flee, fallen into a state of panic. From behind, the cavalry unit began to overrun them. The flags of the Liberation Army were trampled, and spears pierced into the back of soldiers' heads. A one-sided counterattack was beginning. In the captured Belta Cast, sensing that there was a disaster, Diener had sent out the soldiers deployed to the north and south as a pursuit unit. Through pressure from overwhelming numbers, they had finally driven Skira and the others into the woodlands, while sustaining countless numbers of casualties. With this many sacrifices, it really didn't seem like a mopping up operation. There was no strategy. Through overwhelming violence, every pursuit was being repelled. Diener recognized that he had misjudged Skira's power, and thereupon, he was even more convinced that they had to kill her here. Kill the death god dash. She'll be a source of evil if she gets away here. Make sure to kill her dash. Sir Diener, please calm down. Diener's follower restrained him. The nearby generals too were in mute amazement at this unfamiliar side of Diener. What is that? Don't screw with me dash. I won't recognize something like that dash. I can't recognize something like that dash. Sir Diener, calm down. Belta Castle has already fallen. Is this not according to your plan? 27 Diener didn't lend an ear to Birouz either. That cannot be left alive. If that gets away here, even more blood of the Liberation Army will be shed dash. When he thought they would withdraw while making the best use of cavalry's mobility, they charged at him. Furthermore, it was a thoughtless method of attack with no regard to their own deaths. He would not accept such a method of fighting. He could not accept it. That's why he necessarily would kill that thing here. The Liberation Army was Diener's everything. Skira killing them like worms could not be left alive. Send in FYNN's Lion Cavalry dash. Strictly order him to unconditionally kill that thing. Why, your will be done. The messenger ran away hastily. While biting his nails, Diener continued with bloodshot eyes to look down on Death's forces. Katarina had linked up with Conrad's unit. Skira was toying with the Liberation Army while continuously hitting and running. Utilizing the darkness and their mobility, she repeatedly changed directions, conducting pincer attacks from the left and right as if the two groups were at a constant understanding. Despite suffering immense casualties, the Liberation Army continued their tenacious pursuit. Now joined by cavalry spearheaded by FYNN, they finally began to regain composure. It was through this brave commander standing at the head of the army and admonishing them that they had regained calmness. While isolating and severing coordination, FYNN was crushing every soldier of the kingdom. 27 You men have fought well. You have done enough. Please throw down your swords and surrender. We will absolutely not treat you poorly. I guarantee it. FYNN advised surrender to the cornered enemy. In front of his eyes were 10 cavalry covered in red. They had separated from Skira's main group, and in such an unexpected situation, they had decided on their own to stand their ground. On their spears were skewered the corpses of the Liberation Army's militiamen. Their black flag was soaked with blood, and it released a slimy, disgusting radiance. There's no surrender for Skira's cavalry. There's no defeat for us. Long live Major Skira. Death doesn't exist for Skira's cavalry. We will continue to live alongside Lord Skira, replied the cavalrymen, unconcerned. They pulled out their spears from the corpses of the militiamen, and turned their bloodlust towards FYNN. Seeing that, FYNN's adjutant Milla gave a warning. These guys are mad in some respects. Persuasion is impossible, I believe. They are dangerous. So it does seem. There is no helping it, but let us do them in. When FYNN gave the signal, they formed ranks and surrounded the cavalrymen. The cavalrymen, showing no fear, commenced their final attack at FYNN. Colonel FYNN. There is no problem. 27 He exchanged sharp thrusts, and skewed with a counter. At the same time he pulled out, he sweeped, and knocked the rider off the horse. The other cavalrymen too were killed at the hands of the infantrymen's spears. Every enemy soldier gripped their spears tightly, showing their will to fight, until the end. As long as they had stamina left, they would probably continue to fight again. You cut it out and die. They're still breathing. Soundly finish them. Ha, are these guys monsters? Having surely given them the final blow, FYNN and infantry decided to head towards the next place. Come, let us go towards the next. From behind his back, a cavalryman who should have been killed leaped up and rushed forward, trying to sever his carotid artery. It was the cavalryman who had been stabbed in the heart earlier. He shouldn't have been able to move, and yet. FYNN struggled, trying to shake him off, but due to absurd strength, he didn't as he would have liked to. Impatience showed on FYNN's face for the first time. Victory for Major Skira. Colonel FYNN. You, let go of the Colonel. Milla forcibly tore him off and cut off the head with her sword. FYNN's breathing was ragged, and he stared at the corpse. The face of the corpse, freed from its helmet, had a ghastly smile on it. 27, US, saved me, Milla. As an enemy, how dreadful. Battle instinct such that they try to kill the enemy even when dead. They do seem to be Death's cavalry. What spurs them on to such extents, do you think? They do not appear to value the depraved kingdom that much. Who knows? I personally do not. Perhaps the commander's charm. FYNN made a small sigh and resumed pursuit. Warning bells were going off, his instincts telling him he ought not mess with death. He stifled that, and advanced into the darkness with not a trace of light. Trepidation could be seen on the soldiers' faces. They were under the daring and resolute insignia of the lion, however, the darkness stimulated their fear. They didn't know when, from inside the darkness, a scythe would reach out for them. They held up torches as if performing an exorcism, and they marched inside stillness, while praying they wouldn't be fascinated by death. Night expired, and the pursuit continued even after they crossed the woodlands. Conrad's unit was totally exhausted and could no longer fight. On the other hand, Skira's unit continued to march, not breaking rank. If an enemy appeared, they would change course and intercept them. After forcing them away, they would once again return to rank. The Liberation Army had organized 5,000 as a pursuit unit, and they advanced to the Canaan area to kill the Death God. On the other side, Yalder in Roshanak's stronghold, heard news of the enemy movements via his deployed scouts. Repel the enemy troops, and immediately rescue the friendly soldiers. Kicking a staff officer stopping him, He personally led 4,000 out and launched a surprise attack on the flanks of the Liberation Army in a column formation in hot pursuit. As their file extended in a line, they were divided and fell into disorder. 27 matching them, Skira's unit also decisively charged again. They thoroughly beat up the pursuit unit and routed them. The surviving forces of the 4th Army was 2,000. When leaving the castle, the soldiers that had numbered 5,000 was diminished to 2,000. These men who had gone through hell finally stepped into Roshanik's stronghold while receiving Yaldar's assistance. Everyone had suffered some wound, and their personal appearance was run down. It was a miracle they made it this far. Without Major Skira's actions, these men probably would not have reached Canaan. This strenuous labor is very befitting of a death god. General Yaldar sang praises of Major Skira's laborious battle. Although bearing wounds, Conrad, who had survived, stated his thanks. He had chosen correctly at death's choice, and had seized his good fortune. At the same time Skira's promotion to lieutenant colonel was decided, she was conferred the Knight of the Kingdom medal. That was unprecedented in this kind of defeat. Skira appropriately received it. She didn't care for medals, and what she wanted right now was something completely different. Afterwards, she received special feast that Yaldar had prepared, and she finally had a contented smile. Everyone, you all have truly fought well. The soldiers not here with us are always with me, thus I have to eat their share. Skira murmured to herself while moving her knife and fork. The only one who could hear her was Adjutant Katarina beside her. 27, Major Skira. Curious, Katarina asked Skira. No, nothing. Eat, don't mind me. This is a privilege of the living. Sir. 1,500 remained of Skira's cavalry. All the forces of Roshanik's stronghold, 7,000. General Yaldar, when he decided to meet the Liberation Army here at Canaan, received a messenger from the royal capital. Field Marshal Sharav directly appealed to the kingdom, and made them approve to dispatch half of the First Army, 50,000, to the Canaan area. They would divide each corps into smaller units, and continuously send in forces. Incidentally, Staff Officer Sidamo had escaped from Belta Castle, and once again took his place as Yaldar's assistant at Roshanik. He had disguised himself as a plain soldier, and finding an opening, he had escaped. Witnessing the fall of Belta, the Empire, deeming the time had come, proclaimed a declaration of war against the kingdom. They began marching towards the kingdom's northwest. They set about capturing the line of forts in their way. The season was already early autumn, and they sought to capture them in the early stages before the harsh winter set in. Meeting them was the kingdom's 5th Army. They were a solid army corps with men born in the kingdom's northwest, and their unity was extraordinarily tough. They had strong anti-empire sentiments, and an envoy coming to advise surrender was executed on the spot before he opened his mouth. In the kingdom's southern area adjacent to the Union was the kingdom's 2nd Army rooted to the spot. It was by nature an area with strong feelings of independence, and the instant the 2nd Army were to leave, it was certain for the feudal lords to revolt. 27 The tied-down commandant of the 2nd Army could only grind his teeth, watching the strife everywhere else. The other party, the Liberation Army who had taken control of the Belta area, was faced with a choice. Do they seek to capture Canaan and make a beeline for the royal capital? Or do they look past subjugation of the royal capital and seek to capture the southern area, where there were dangers of independence? Or maybe, do they go ahead and do both? Everything would depend on the decision of the Liberation Army's young leader, Altura. Having turned traitor to the kingdom's army, Vander had thrown open the castle gates, and taking advantage of the confusion, he had been successful in taking the head of General David. Recognizing this success, he was welcomed by the Liberation Army and received as a captain. He entered under Diener's command, and it was decided he would lead the former soldiers of the kingdom who had surrendered. Captain Vander. I heard that you were under Major Skira's command, and her adjutant. Sir Dash, that is correct. There is something I would like to ask you. Do not lie, and tell me the truth. Okay. I am already a man of the Liberation Army. I will tell everything I know. Diener decided to obtain information regarding Skira. He wanted even the most trivial of details. The Death God's personality, thinking, leadership method, he would grasp and understand those, and in the next battle, he would bring them together. Sure, Belta Castle had fallen, but individually, he had lost this battle. He hadn't been perfect, he had let Skira escape. He had wanted to kill that annoying Death God. He would kill her next time. Without fail. Diener interrogated Vander, while concealing his surging desire to murder. 27 Belta cast, undergoing repair work post-haste. In the conference room inside the castle, the opinions of the generals and staff officers were completely divided into two between the fast war plan, immediately make Canaan surrender and seek to capture the royal capital, and the safe plan, capture the southern area while gunning for Canaan. The men, bolstered by their successive victories, strongly asserted that they ought to aim for the royal capital as soon as possible. I would like you all to remember what our great cause is. To liberate the royal capital from the hands of the despotic should have been our mission. Then, why do we have to go a roundabout way? I'm having a hard time understanding. That's right. While we are twiddling our thumbs, the people are suffering. It's also obvious that the enemy has already caved in. All the more so because the Empire has also declared war. This detour road where we go out of our way to make the kingdom's south fall is not necessary. Altura had not yet revealed her own opinion. Until she heard every member's views, she would not give her judgment. Her decision was just that important. The lives of all the Liberation Army's soldiers were at stake. When Altura sent her gaze towards Diener, he lightly coughed and began speaking. I think we ought not be impatient. Time is on our side. The more we wait, the more advantageous it is for us, and the more disadvantage it is for the kingdom's army. Also, the harsh winter will set in soon. Canaan is not so weak that it can fall in a short time frame. Too, there were people who showed bitter expressions hearing Diener's opinion. They were people belonging to an opposition faction, who didn't think well of Diener's rise to prominence. They were long-serving members of the Salvador faction, who had accompanied Altura ever since she raised an army. The reinforcements who came from the Empire were also included in this faction. Or, they were of the Belta faction, surrendered soldiers who midway through had approved of her motives and assembled. Those closest to Altura were of course mainly the people of the Salvador faction. But, going by just numbers, they were exceeded by the Belta faction, and so their opinions couldn't be ignored. Altura sought a delicate guidance. When she leaned any which way, that would birth dissatisfaction. It would accumulate, and then explode, just like the current kingdom. Oh my, I would not have expected such words from Sir Diener, who excels in ingenuity. In the battle a few days ago, the one who sent 5,000 troops in pursuit to Canaan, wasn't it you? They were repelled without accomplishing anything. I won't let you say that you've forgotten all the blood you've spilled, criticized Gomza, a staff officer of the Belta faction, and other members agreed. That is what happens, soldiers are moved without thinking. Sure, it was you, Sir Diener, who felled Belta. That was due to your skill. But, the ones who accomplished it were the officers and men of the Liberation Army, and especially the militiamen who risked their lives participating. I would be worried if you were to forget that it was by the efforts of everyone with the like ideals. Then, does Staff Officer Gomza have a plan for felling Canaan? Of course. I have already put arrangements in order for its capture. I have considerable ties with the feudal lords of the royal capital region. We have exchanged messages saying that they will absolutely revolt as soon as we Liberation Army invade the royal capital region. 28 Gomza took out secret messages from his breast pocket. On many letters, the names of feudal lords of the area past the Canaan area were written down. He had leveraged the connections from when he was affiliated with the kingdom's army and put this plan to action. What the feudal lords were seeking was guarantee of security. This had been easy work for Gomza. Afterwards, he would monopolize achievements in the Belta faction, and had to make a foothold to seize power after gaining control of the royal capital. A puppet regime of the Empire was a very real threat. At this rate, the Empire would take advantage of the civil war and act as they pleased. This was a fear that the people formerly of the kingdom's army had. The one who brought about this fear was tactician Diener. He was a suspicious character close to Prince Alan, dispatched from the Empire, and his birthplace was unknown. He was a thorn in the side for the Belta faction, and they were vigilantly waiting, like a beast hunting its prey, waiting for a timing to overthrow him. He hadn't shown many mistakes before, but the pursuit defeat a few days ago was their long-awaited chance, they were sure. Sir Gomza. I believe I asked about the capturing of Canaan. Capturing the royal capital should be a conversation for later. Now don't be so flustered, Sir Diener, as I will explain in detail hereon. Of my subordinates there are many who know of this area's geography in detail. Please take a look at this. Gomza started to explain while indicating with his finger on the spread-out map. 28 If we are to go for a frontal attack, we will have to control this main, connecting road to the royal capital. However, this road is tightly surrounded by steep mountains. A level castle though it may be, there is also Roshanik's stronghold. If they were to take battle formation in this mountainous region, they would be difficult to assault, wouldn't you all say? True, our opponents can fight while making the best of natural, strategic positions, while on the other hand, we will have to constantly fight on level ground. Altura nodded. Diener was silently listening. Exactly. If we decide to recklessly attack, we will suffer terrible losses of troops. Here, let us change the conversation for a moment please. Beyond this mountainous region of Canaan are 3 fortresses. The first is our target, royal capital Blanca. Southeast of there is Saya Fortress. And then soon to be completed is Cyrus Fortress to the southwest. He pointed out the places one by one. From Belta, the closest one was Cyrus Fortress in the southeast. Once they traversed the road, to the west would be Cyrus and to the east would be Saya. Then right between them was royal capital Blanca which could be seen. This 3-pronged defense, assuming they traversed Canaan, would be the kingdom's final bastion. It will become a troublesome enemy for us for how close it is to completion. Biraus observed while rubbing his white facial hair. While in the middle of capturing one, they would undeniably be attacked from behind. To deal with that, as much as they hated to, they would have to divide their forces. 28 Still, I conclude that it is not dangerous as of now. As it is near completion, guards still have not been stationed. The only ones there are citizens gathered as laborers, inspectors, and a small number of guards. Then for us, we are in luck, for we have the guidance of the stars. While talking about the information gotten from his spies, Gumza proudly tapped the map. Diener prompted him to continue. And this good fortune is. In the Canaan Mountains, there exists a pass that only the local people know. Naturally, it is not on maps. Strangers were also not notified of it. Past this shortcut, is the back of this Cyrus Fortress. From their planned site of capture, he showed an area further west. It was a steep, mountainous area called Gulbahar Ridge. Gumza was saying to cross this ridge, expropriate Cyrus, and drive a linchpin into the royal capital area. However, is this not dangerous? You will not be able to avoid annihilation if you find yourselves isolated. That does not seem to me a place easy to send reinforcements. Altura showed her concern, and Gumza shook his head saying there was no need for anxiety. It is for that reason that I have schemed with the feudal lords around Cyrus. The people who have the spirit will absolutely cooperate with us. I want to borrow 3,000 light infantry as an advance unit and 5,000 for a rear guard. With just that many, we can defend to the end. It will soon be the advent of winter, and if it snows, it will be 28 impossible for a large army to march. During that time, we will pressure Canaan from the front and back. Diener, what do you think? If this succeeds, Canaan will probably fall without any effort. We will be able to cut off their supply line. As a consequence of Canaan being barren, it will be extremely difficult for domestic production. The supply from the kingdom is their lifeline. But, the probability is 50 to 50 I'd say. Diener showed misgivings, but Gumza blew it off. He had made preliminary preparations up to here. Though he of his own judgment laid the groundwork with the feudal lords, he had poured in not a negligible amount of funds. He would not pull back after all he had done. He kneeled, lowered his head, and appealed to his own resolution. It wasn't a lie that he had done it for the Liberation Army's victory. Princess Altura. Dangers necessarily exist in any plan. But, the Liberation Army would not have come this far if they feared danger. I beg of you, please give me the order. Surely, I will surely bring you success. After brooding for a while, Altura gave her decision. Understood. Gumza, I leave the command of the operation to you. However, we will concurrently go to capture the southern area. Diener. You go hasten the plans for the kingdom's south. Biraus. You will take the soldiers and go with Diener. Sir Dash. Understood. The Liberation Army had decided on their policy. As the 1st Division, 30,000 would deploy to the front of Canaan and set up camp. They would tie down the opponent's defense forces. They would refrain from attacking, and just confronting was their goal to the very end. 28, as the 2nd Division 30,000 would cut off Canaan's supply line, aiming for the kingdom's army to perish on their own. If the enemy were to retreat, they would carry out the suppression of Canaan. Diener and Biraus were sent for the capture of the kingdom's south. It was decided that Altura would take overall command from Belta Castle. That night, Diener released his agents given secret orders into the kingdom. If his doubts were correct, they were the insurance. Even if he was worrying for nothing, there wouldn't be a problem. In the Rotten Kingdom, there would definitely be people who would make use of the false information they would sow. The kingdom had already become ground ripe for secret activities. Soon, An honest tree would wither. All that would remain would be rotten plants. It would be a simple matter to mow them away. Kingdom Army controlled Canaan territory. Roshanak stronghold campsite. While surrounding a bonfire, everyone was having a meal, drinking alcohol, healing their fatigue, and amusing themselves with conversation. There were few pleasures for soldiers. In this kind of remote place, there were no other amusements. Having earned spectacular war gains and having saved allied soldiers, Skira's cavalry was received as heroes. The soldiers of Skira's unit were very popular, and were being asked, what kind of person is Skira, and, are the rumors of her prowess true? So, is it true? About y'all and Sir Skira. Isn't that death god thing just a fable? As far as I can see from far away, she ain't no different from the village girls around here. The guard crossed his arms while groaning quizzically. That they had great activity was certain, he thought, but it was to what degree that he was uncertain of. They had 28 broken through Belta's encirclement, and then beat up the pursuit unit black and blue. Just what kind of hero was that? He wanted to laugh. This wasn't some fairy tale. Major Skira, no, maybe Lieutenant Colonel? The rumors are pretty much on the dot. She is only about 18 though. If you just saw her fight once, you won't ever again say it's a lie. A man from Skira's cavalry said as he poured more alcohol. 10 men around him, overjoyed, crowded around and listened attentively. According to guys that survived, you guys also fought fiercely, they say. Maybe you get inspired when Sir Skira leads you? As if right? Ha ha ha. You guys even got rewarded. Ain't I jealous, cause we're pretty useless, ha. Maybe I'll try petitioning to change commanders too, since then I can get some achievements and get promoted. Everyone joked around while laughing. The man from Skira's cavalry, while gazing at the bonfire, plainly said, how do I even describe it? When I'm under that flag, fighting together with the lieutenant colonel, I don't feel scared anymore. I really don't fear dying anymore. Even I think it's kind of strange. That's just you being hyped up. Like there'd be anyone not scared of dying. Now that you say that, I guess. I get excited fighting, but I definitely am scared of dying. Death doesn't exist for Skira's cavalry. We will never die. Even if we lose our flesh, always under the black flag's crow, we will be eternally be together with the lieutenant colonel. That's why Skira's cavalry will not be defeated. We will never be defeated. 28 Everyone while speechless stared at the man who had continued the conversation with blank eyes. As if like reciting from scripture, the man was convinced of the righteousness of his faith. In his eyes shone a fanatical light. Hey. You okay? The man snapped back to reality, and looked around his surroundings. He lightly laughed, and gulped down his drink. Wait. Just speaking figuratively. We fight with that kind of enthusiasm. The lieutenant colonel always fights at the vanguard for us. Following her is the least we can do. Oh, okay. How reliable. Well, let's drink. If you don't drink when you can, you're going to regret it. Why, yeah. Kman, drink. After that, everyone continued to drink in silence. Like trying to smother the fear of death. Like trying frantically to avert their eyes from it. It, being the black flag fluttering high above the stronghold. Its white crow, they prayed that it wouldn't swoop down to their own backs. If they were possessed by it, they would surely become like that. The man of Skira's cavalry was happily gazing at the flag. Roshanak stronghold, officer dining room 28. Skira was invited to a meal by Yalder. Though Belta may have fallen, for individual military gains, she had earned merit that no other could match. Yalder was in an extremely good humor, and was drinking alcohol while heartily laughing. Major Skira. No, Lieutenant Colonel. I wasn't wrong to have recommended you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Don't worry about the formalities. Don't hold back, eat. I heard from Saitamo that you like eating more than anything. Isn't that right, Staff Officer Saitamo? Sir Dash, you are not mistaken. Having made it back from Belta, Saitamo nodded. He had some wounds, but not to the degree that he couldn't move. He had once again taken his place as Yalder's aide, and was working as a staff officer. Skira looked at Saitamo with a sidelong glance and returned to eating again afterwards. Some kind of grilled fish that she didn't know of, rabbit meat, mushrooms, wild plants, fruit. Maybe they could be called blessings of the mountains? Though the ground may be barren, the mountains by themselves would have these harvests. At the dawn of the Third Army's revival eventually, I plan on having the Lieutenant Colonel be the force's keystone. We will absolutely take back the pride of the fallen Steel Division at the next battle. Got it, Saitama. Sir Dash, I, Saitama, will expend all my power. Good to hear. Well then, you should slowly enjoy yourselves. Eat as much as you like, I won't mind. I will be going first. If something comes up, don't hold back and come look for me. Understood. Skira saluted while eating, and Yalder departed after a stifled laugh. His former manner of haughtiness was becoming more subdued. Saitama, thinking that this was a good trend, nodded to himself. As long as he didn't have his arrogance, Yalder was a peerless commander. Though if he didn't have it, without any special connection to nobility, Yalder would not have been entrusted as the commander of the Third Army. Well then, Lieutenant Colonel, I will also excuse myself. You've done well living and making it back. Your instructions have not changed. If you're going to die, die outside. Dying inside a fort is a waste of the cavalry. I understand, Staff Officer Saitama. Don't worry about that thing with Vander. We will make him accept punishment for turning traitor someday. This will not be your duty. Though you probably understand without me telling you. I will massacre the rebel army. He will be killed by my hands invariably. A death sentence from the death god, huh? Humph, I wish I could let that guy hear it. Saitama snorted and left. Skira strongly stabbed the fork into the lump of rabbit meat, and violently bit some off. It tasted of rich blood. Next day, the main body of the First Army led by Field Marshal Sharav took up their new post at Roshanik Fortress. Sharav immediately called the generals and opened a war council. He had sent out the scouts that had come with him here and was getting a general picture. Losing Belta was a serious setback, but he would not cry over spilled milk. Now, they had to defend Canaan to the last and absolutely prevent an invasion of the royal capital. We have lost the Belta area, but we still will not permit an invasion towards the royal capital. I have heard that the Fifth Army in the northwest is putting up a good 29 fight against their opponents, the Empire. If they continue at this rate, they probably won't fall before winter. Once winter comes, the ones to die will be the Empire lot. The Imperial Army was struggling in the northwest fortress area. Unexpectedly, the kingdom's soldiers were maintaining discipline. If the Fifth Army had faced off against the Liberation Army, the northwest region would have probably easily fallen. But, to the residents of the northwest area, the Imperial Army was an absolutely irreconcilable archenemy. There was a long hatred of mutually killing and being killed. After all this time, compromise was unimaginable. The people took the initiative, and got to their feet to fight with the soldiers of the Empire. As shitty as the kingdom was, it was more preferable than surrendering to the Empire, they thought. If placed under the Empire's control, it was clear that they would suffer unsparing oppression. Old, young, men, and women, everyone realized that this was a grim hour, and they all wielded swords and rose up. They met the Empire's main force at the forts, and disrupted the enemy's supply train with commando units lurking everywhere. The Imperial Army, having commando units of the kingdom with home field advantage as their adversaries, were at a loss. Repeating these raids at the most unexpected of places and at the most unexpected of moments, the citizens voluntarily lended their aid. Who was military and who was civilian could no longer be distinguished. If they were defeated, the rain would become even more distressing. Also, winter would soon come. Supplies would become a trouble, and marches would not go well. The plan to blitz the fortress area and aim for the royal capital was already at a standstill. But for their honor, they could not withdraw. They would draw both sides into a nothing but wasteful war of attrition. Starting the war in autumn was the cause of all the Empire's problems. They had taken the area lightly, thinking that if they displayed military force, the area would immediately capitulate. We have obtained intelligence that the enemy is moving their soldiers to capture Canaan. So that we can deal with them whenever, we have to put our preparations in order. No, instead, how about we launch an assault on Belta? If the enemy is drunk on their victory and show an opening. 29 proposed Lieutenant General Barbara, but Sharav rejected it. Leave out the nonsense. If we suffer a crushing defeat next time, that would affect the life and death of the kingdom. We must be prudent when moving the army. Refrain yourself from rash speech and conduct. Sir Dash. I beg your pardon. After glaring at Barbara, Sharav turned his gaze to Yalder, concerning his duty of defending Roshanik. Your Excellency Field Marshal, I, Yalder, had blundered at Antigua, and have no reputation nor honor. Nevertheless, I would like a chance to wipe out this disgrace. In the next battle, please appoint me to the vanguard. I will slay the rebel army without fail, I will show you Dash. appealed Yalder while flushing red. Being a warden of Roshanak was not a joking matter. He would be the head of the army and defender of Canaan. For Yalder, that was a role he wanted to undertake no matter what. Yalder. Until we arrived, you've done well protecting Roshanak's stronghold. You are acknowledged as far as that goes. But, it seems you have not listened to my directive. What would that be? Do not act rashly and avoid excessive ardor. That should have been my order. Yalder. You were imprisoned by what was in front of you eyes. How would you take responsibility if the fortress fell? If the enemy had sent in a detached force, what would have become of Roshanak? You would have repeated the same blunder as with Antigua. 29 rebuked Sharav, who was unusually indignant. Yalder sputtered while he objected. Our allies on the retreat were being pursued by the enemy. What was wrong with helping them? I could not just abandon them. Yalder. It seems you haven't reflected. If you're here, the defense of Canaan will be in jeopardy. That Roshanak has been safe was nothing more than luck. Your Excellency Sharav. Seeing that, Barbara snickered. He had been troubled that Yalder had been reinstated and given the meritorious duty of defending Roshanak. He couldn't stop inwardly laughing at a reprimand that he hadn't expected of Sharav. He wanted to clap his hands. That urge would probably be taken to the extreme in this next instant. Yalder, you are demoted to Lieutenant General. Take the soldiers of Belta and return to the royal capital as you are. Your punishment will be designated later on. Here is a written notification of your demotion. Pass this on to Staff Officer Saitamo afterwards. Open your eyes, and drive this into your head. Sharav cold-heartedly told Yalder while showing him an envelope. Yalder's face had gone pale, and he had been listening in a daze. Why, Your Excellency. Please reconsider. I beg of you, please, one more chance. Annoying. The order has been given. Someone, take Yalder outside. It seems he's too tired and unsteady on his legs. Instructed Sharav, and Barbara approached with a smile. 29 General Yalder, Mr. Yalder. This is not a place for you. It would be great if you could just hurry on back to the royal capital. Be Barbara. You bastard. Guards. Accompany Sir Yalder back to his room. The Lieutenant General is a little tired. Yalder decided to struggle, but he was subdued by the guards that came running, and was carried out by force. Seeing him gone, Sharav let out a small sigh. Well then, let's carry on the war council. Skira's office. Having received a report from Katerina, Skira was nodding her head disinterestedly. Skira's cavalry, which had been of the 4th Army, would be sent back to the royal capital. His Excellency the former General Yalder was completely disheartened and seemed likely to commit suicide. Saitamo had said that these days, he didn't even have that normal energy of his. Having his ups and downs, the former general also had his various troubles, it seemed. Take preparations for battle, Skira murmured in a small voice. She was probably thinking about something. Considering it was Skira, what she would do would not change, so she didn't particularly care. Katerina also seemed to be thinking about something, but she didn't decide to speak of it. Second Lieutenant Katerina. Got candy. Sir please take this. Katerina took out a candy from a bottle and presented it. Skira pinched it up and threw it in an arc into her mouth. Skira had a dubious expression, because it tasted of salt. 29, Second Lieutenant Katerina. What is this, I wonder? A hard candy with added salt. I have heard that the good parts of sweet and salty mix well. It is an excellent item where you can take in salt and sugar at the same time. Oh. So, have you tried it? No, of course I have not. I had bought this for you, Lieutenant Colonel. It was quite a high-class item, sold in the town of Canaan. I'll give all of them to you. It'll be a present from me. Make sure to eat all of it. Sir. Thank you very much. Katerina pushed up her glasses. While watching that, Skira crushed the candy that had a complicated taste. The last bits were extremely salty. The royal capital Blanca, Skira had not once been there. Surely, it would probably be an amazingly lively place. She had heard that there would be many treats. While imagining them, Skira began to doze off little by little. Katerina moved her to the bed. Everyone was tired. They had always been fighting together. On a day like this, they should leisurely rest. Roshanak Garrison, a mixed unit of the 3rd and 4th Armies, under Lieutenant General Yalder, were ordered to return to the royal capital. Afterwards, they would be named Yalder's United Legion *. They numbered 7,000. 29 Yaldar's United Legion had been ordered to reposition to the royal capital. Taking along the defeated soldiers from Antigua and Belta, Yaldar headed towards his destination with heavy steps. After having been demoted, he had lost his appetite, and his face had become pale. Since Yaldar was rather overweight, Saitama inwardly thought that this was a good thing. An express messenger from Sharav visited this depressed Yaldar. "Stand by and wait for orders." Hearing that, Yaldar was exasperated, thinking, "Is he harassing me now?" Saitama went to comfort him. "This is a unique chance to rid yourself of the dishonor," he said. Yaldar, not understanding what Saitama meant, had a question mark above his head. "Let's just follow instructions right now," strongly counseled Saitama without answering Yaldar's confusion. Also, as to carry out one more secret order, Saitama gave instructions to Skira's cavalry. She was the strongest card in his hand, the card of death. Flush out the colluding feudal lords, and gather information. In the kingdom's southern area, the feudal lords' movements reeked of conspiracy. This had reached Sharav through his scouts. Through investigation, he understood that they were gathering an excessive supply of goods and mercenaries. Judging that the possibility they would rise to action in concert with the enemy was high, he had feigned dismissing Yaldar, and sent them in as a covered squadron. Pity for the person concerned, but Yaldar's personality was one that couldn't put up an act, so he had no choice. Since he had a suitable reason to be dismissed, and it wouldn't give the colluders misgivings, Yaldar was chosen. Sharav needed to put on the act since they were in a situation where even the contents of the war council would be passed to the enemy through their spies. 29 Sharav had sensed signs that an enemy surprise attack was probable, but he couldn't read as far as their route of invasion. Cyrus, Saya, there was also the possibility they would outwit them and assault Roshanak's stronghold. Currently, the enemy's main force was heading towards the front of Canaan's main road, and a division of Sharav's first army had taken formation to meet them. Normally, he wouldn't be concerned about losing. The enemy was also just confronting them, and an assertive offensive wouldn't come. Only sporadic skirmishes were occurring. "I knew it. They're waiting for something, that much is obvious. I feel no will to attack from the enemy. I think it is as you say, Field Marshal. We ought to increase the number of scouts and strengthen our lookouts." Sharav muttered while looking at the map. Major General LaRuse agreed with him. He was a general barely approaching 40, and he didn't particularly excel in military prowess, but he had steady leadership. His personality was very cooperative, and he was a good commander to work with from Sharav's point of view. As these kinds of people had become scarce, Sharav was desperate to have him. He didn't mind comrades who had desire for promotions, but there were too many of them who behaved based on their own judgment. He didn't want to speak ill of David, who had died in battle, but losing Belta had definitely been devastating. Even if they protected Canaan, it was not unlikely the Liberation Army would aim for the royal capital via the kingdom's south. Before the kingdom would gradually fall to ruin, he had to take some kinds of measures. But, his pieces were too few for that. His own first army couldn't even move freely. Wasn't there any way to eliminate that parasitic fiend, Farzam? He inwardly thought. We will not make any progress at this rate. We might as well launch an attack. Has not a request from the royal capital come, saying to annihilate them? Lieutenant General Barbara called for a proactive offensive. This man, a lump of desire for promotion, was absurdly strong when the wind was behind his back, but was weak 29 when beaten down. He was the type of person unsuited towards defense. For the most part, it would be this kind of recklessness that would cause a firm formation to be broken. Sharav hadn't wanted to appoint him, but there were political nepotism circumstances, so there was nothing he could do about it. Ignore the request of the man who doesn't know the actual situation. Now isn't the time for incautious movements. What are you saying? That may have been the field marshal's words, but that is disrespect towards His Majesty. Myself was talking about Farzam. The foolish instructions all came from that man. Some youngster who hasn't ever been in the army shouldn't boldly meddle in a war. Grief, what a terrible era it has become. How he lived this long is a mystery. Your Excellency. Any more is your right. Myself talking is of no help. We should just consider how to successfully defend Canaan. When LaRuse requested prudence, Sharav cleared his throat. Barbara harumphed in ill humor. It is about time soon that Lieutenant General Yaldar arrives at the royal capital. To change the subject, LaRuse spoke of Yaldar's case. He'll probably arrive after a few more days. Sometime in the future, I plan on giving him another chance. His decisive personality is not displeasing to myself. What's essential is that he becomes humble. 29 calmly fibbed Sharav while rubbing his facial hair. If everything went as planned, they should have already began work weeding out the conspirators. Also, that death god who had recently become the talk of rumors was under Yalder. In such a critical situation, her presence was quite reassuring. While gazing at the map of battle formations on top of the desk, Sharav racked his cobwebbed brain. It was evening. While basking in the red rays of the sun, 100 cavalrymen led by Skira were marching in rank. We met quite a bit of unforeseen difficulties. They had a strong sense of duty unexpectedly. Skira spurred on her horse while her scythe perched on her shoulder. Next to her was Katerina in parallel holding a sack. The strangely bulky sack would be necessary proof in the next town. The thing held in the cloth sack was fresh, and its fluid was soaking through. However, due to the Lieutenant Colonel's superb questioning, we have gotten hold of most of the information. You were also able to extrapolate the principal offender. Splendid. Praising me won't net you anything. Unfortunately. I don't have anything anymore. Skira shrugged her shoulders. She looked back at the cavalrymen trailing behind her. Once we arrive, start preparations for food. I'm already so hungry I could die. I've eaten all that we have sadly. She turned over a small bag. All that fell out were crumbs of bread. Whether she liked it or not, there was nothing left. Even if she shouted, that wouldn't fill her stomach. It would be a waste of stamina. Sir, please leave it to me. I have packed a set of cooking tools. I have also obtained ingredients some time ago, so I believe you will definitely be satisfied. A cavalryman smiled, showing his white teeth. Yo, when do you buy them? When you guys were languidly on guard duty. Oh, you trying to make yourself look good. The crowd of cavalry around her went into an uproar. Skira nodded a few times, and smiled cheerily. I'm looking forward to it. Let's hurry up and finish our work, and then eat some good food. I hope this time won't take too long. Sir Dash, we will be arriving shortly. The town of Millard was in sight with its front gates tightly shut. This city was located west of the soon-to-be-completed Cyrus Fortress. Its feudal lord, Evgen, seemed to understand reason in comparison to other nobles, and his reputation amongst the soldiers and citizens was favorable. Moreover, he excelled in leadership, and they heard he often bore the role of mediator between neighboring feudal lords. 30 The kingdom's flag was waving over the town, but on its surrounding ramparts glinted the eyes of archers prepared for war. Skira's mouth curved, thinking how helpful it was that he was truly easy to understand. They exchanged a back and forth in front of the gate, and finally entered the town an hour after that. Millard's feudal lord, Baron Evgen, was distressed. Before long, a Liberation Army unit would cross over the ridge, yet, why at this timing would a unit of the kingdom come along? There had only been a small crack in his discretion, that much was certain. But, there wasn't enough time. Goods and personnel were necessary to rise up and hold out until winter would come. He had taken out funds for just that, employed mercenaries, and prepared goods to offer the Liberation Army. He had needed to coercively hasten things along. What should I do? Honored father. The unit of the kingdom has not yet entered the town. Let us immediately drive them away. They cannot come inside. Evgen's eldest son suggested a hardline policy. He was Evgen's prided son, overflowing with wisdom and with a future to look forward to. He would someday be the successor of this Millard territory, and would maybe develop it further. But, he was still young. He lacked experience. For a 20 or so year old, it was impossible to escape from this situation. If they chose to fight, the kingdom's army would immediately march on them, and Millard would fall. In the plan, the Liberation Army would first aim for the barely occupied Cyrus Fortress. The kingdom would probably ignore Millard, which would have fallen. The kingdom doing that may seem heartless, but as a tactic, it was correct. This operation would come to naught if the main target, Cyrus, didn't fall. 30 If we chase them away, our will to rebel would be clear, and their forces would immediately head towards us. That danger has to be taken into account. After all, we still don't precisely know our opponent's motives. Still, I cannot believe that the kingdom's cavalry would come all the way out here at this time. It is obvious that they have gotten wind of something. Ushering them in would be suicidal. Evgen spoke up to calm his shouting son whose face was reddening. But, there's still no way they know everything. Their forces are too few if they were coming to suppress a rebellion. It's likely they're here to descry the situation while showing off their might. It serves as both a check and a threat. Evgen's decision would affect the lives of the neighboring feudal lords. Their lives were very much intertwined here. They had wagered all their chips into the Liberation Army. They could no longer backtrack. Then, will you really let them in? Making them wait anymore would probably make them suspicious. It'll be fine if we play it off as vigilance against night burglars. As for their questioning, we shall adapt ourselves to the situation and respond. Leave the rest to me. You take the other things and go to the room. I understand. Honored father, I beg you to take care of yourself. While having an expression that showed he didn't agree, the eldest son returned to the room where the family was waiting. Evgen called the guards and fortified the perimeter of the reception room. He instructed the mercenaries outside to take up arms and ordered them to kill everyone immediately upon the signal. If by any chance the discussion were to break down, he had to kill the 100 cavalry. It would be fatal if even one rider were to escape. He absolutely had to exterminate them. 30 Well now, the rest depends on the opponent. Though I would love it if they somehow quietly went back. As of now, there's no need for pointless bloodshed. Evgen took a big, deep breath to calm his nerves. Then, he steeled himself, straightened his back, and headed to the reception room. Parlor, surrounded by guards. There were 2 female officers. One of them was a short-statured girl who looked about 20, no, not even 18. She was clad in unbefitting black armor and had an intrepid smile on her face. The other female officer wore glasses and had silver gray hair. A cute-looking pink ribbon gathered her hair behind her head. As soon as he entered the room, they turned their eyes towards him, as if surveying him. My, thank you for taking the trouble of coming all the way to a place like this. I am called Evgen, the one governing this belt of Millard. I hope to make your acquaintance. While making a forced smile, he sat down across from them. The small-statured girl was sitting with a smile on her face. The woman with the glasses stood beside her, and was whispering something into her ear. Somehow, it seemed the short girl was of a higher rank. When he squinted his eyes to check, her proof of rank was lieutenant colonel. The woman with the glasses was wearing one of a second lieutenant. How did this kind of girl who looked powerless become a lieutenant colonel? Was the kingdom's army just in that much distress? It seemed his decision hadn't been wrong, Evgen inwardly thought. Good evening, Baron Evgen. I am Lieutenant Colonel Skira with a cavalry unit affiliated with Yalder's United Legion of the Kingdom's Army. This is my adjutant, Second Lieutenant Katarina. I am Katarina. It is an honor to lay eyes upon the renowned Baron Evgen. 30 The woman officer called Katarina very deeply lowered her head. At her feet was a sack wrapped in cloth. Maybe it was intended to be a visiting gift. Lieutenant Colonel Skira, and Second Lieutenant Katarina? Well, please make yourselves at home. It must certainly have taken great effort for someone so young to have made it up to Lieutenant Colonel. You flatter me. After killing enemies, before I knew it, I made it up to this rank. I myself am bewildered. I have no handle of commanding after all. Responded Skira while laughing. Her eyes weren't laughing at all. She was continuing to observe Evgen's behavior. Same with Katarina. Her feet were slightly apart, and she had a stance like she would unsheath her sword at any moment. They completely distrusted him. Sweat appeared on Evgen's brow. And so, just what business is there at this late hour? Recently, a kind of night burglar has been frequenting. I have taken labor to get validation. If I could, I would welcome any advance information. Evgen clapped his hands, sending the signal, and wine was poured into the glasses prepared in front of Skira and Katarina. Red wine. He instinctively thought it was an inauspicious color. When he clapped his hands one more time, that would be the signal for the guards to barge in. These pitiful officers would be caught in a bloodbath. If possible, he wanted this to end peacefully. He prayed they were reasonable people. At the worst, he was fine with them taking money. Or maybe, if he got them on his side, these women's futures would be bright too. There shouldn't be any reason to stay with the kingdom that was heading towards ruin. That would be something you would know the best, right? Baron Evgen. 30 What are you saying? Said Skira as she tilted the glass. Red fluid sloshed. Dear me, I am unable to understand what you are saying, but it seems you harbor doubts about this humble me. I swear to the star god that there is no such thing. He declared, sticking out his chest, and there was loud laughter. Ahaha dash. What a cheap god, Baron Evgen. Please do not make me laugh so much. My stomach is rumbling. Even if you say so, the truth is the truth. First, I would like you to clearly say, so that this humble Evgen can understand, what you want to inquire about. When Evgen feigned innocence, Skira exasperatedly shook her head. Katarina had her eye on him without so much as a blink. Simply put, Evgen. When and from where is the scum of the Liberation Army coming? If you confess everything right now, I'll permit you only your life. Skira's attitude took a completely change, and she threatened with an expression like a beast. Evgen was involuntarily lost for words, but he quickly pulled himself together. This was after all a threat. There was no way she could actually do it. He could not yield here. What an impolite use of words for a lieutenant colonel. That was extremely discomforting. What a rash remark towards a man who swears absolute loyalty to the kingdom. Then, you won't mind if I take that as you having no intention of speaking honestly. 30 I am not in a position to speak honestly, I do not know at all what matter you mean. If your business is just that, I would like you to immediately leave. I will send a protest to the kingdom in due form about this matter. You should resolve yourself as much as you can. Guards, take the lieutenant colonel back. See her off. Evgen shouted, but there was not a quiver from the guards waiting next to the doors. They were petrified on the spot, as if they were sculptures. Hey, didn't you hear me? Guards. How noisy. Katarina, seize this fussy man. Sir Dash. Katarina produced her cane and called for the guards. They grasped his arms and pressed his face onto the table. Evgen was restrained by strength not owned by humans. What are you doing, Dash? You bastards, have you gone mad? He angrily shouted, but the guards didn't move. Their eyes weren't focused on anything. Their complexion was darkish, and out of their throats stuck out sharp knives. The blood had coagulated, and only that area was dark red. What's that wound? Why can they move? Why, just what, Evgen? This isn't a situation to worry about others. I'll give you just one more chance to choose. Think carefully. If you honestly speak everything now, I will kill only you. There's also proof, so how about confessing, I wonder? Skira tapped the table slowly with her finger and offered him the choice. 30p, proof? There's no way you would, Dash, we have it. Amazing proof that would absolutely satisfy you too. So fresh that it might still be living. Please take a good look with those eyes. Waiting beside nearby, Katarina placed the cloth sack at her feet on top the table. The bottom part of the cloth had changed color to black and was giving off a stench. Katarina skillfully undid the knot, and there was. See, Cheslaw. Cheslaw, the feudal lord of the town neighboring Millard. The two towns were nearby, and he had a close friendship with him. He was the man Evgen had first revealed the plan to. Now looking, however, he had become a tragic figure. The former Sir Feudal Lord of the neighboring town. He had been quite stubborn, but in the end, he spoke his heart out. About the locations of the letters you two had exchanged. About what kind of plan it would be. Except, the most vital informations, are something only you know, right? That was the reason we came all the way out here. Do you understand, I wonder? Next to Cheslaw's head, she threw a bundle of letters. Secret messages that had been strictly safe kept inside of a vault. Dash, so, your answer? 30 Skira asked the final question. Evgen, after keeping silent, shook his head sideways. I don't know. Even if you show me something like that, it means nothing to me. If you understand, hurry up and leave. He tried to squirm free from the guards restraining him. But, his body couldn't move. Seeing that, Skira tiredly let out a sigh. I'm hungry, so I didn't want this to be something troublesome. No matter, let's get it over with. Lieutenant Colonel, please leave it to me this time. I will make him spit everything out, absolutely. You'll be okay? If it's impossible, I'll do it. No, there will be no problem. I may look like this, but I have knowledge more or less. I will do it so that he will himself will want to talk. Please allow me to show you. Katarina made some toying motion with her hand. It gave an impression like something spherical was rolling in her palms. It was probably some bad habit. Skira, deciding well it'll fine, entrusted everything to her. Well then, I'll return back to beside everyone. The materials are shut up in the aforementioned room. It seems to be quite a large family. Use only what's necessary. Freely to your heart's content. Sir Dash, please leave it to me. Well then, Baron Evgen, shall we go? Katarina approached Evgen and whispered quietly into his ear. At the tone of her voice, he reflexively got goosebumps. 30s, stop. I don't know, Dash. I really don't know, Dash. It took 3 people for Baron Cheslaw. How many will you take? Yufufufu Dash, making the guards gag his screaming mouth. Katarina left with him on their shoulders. After finishing the wine, Skira left the glass upside down. A red stain spread on the white tablecloth. In its center, some dark stain was spreading out. What a strange sight, thought Skira, like it was none of her business. Millard's Central Plaza. The cavalrymen were making a bonfire while cooking. Surrounding them were mercenaries revealing their bloodthirst. Skira cheerfully spoke up. How's cooking preparations? Sir Dash, they are going well. The menu. Fish and vegetable soup. There are bread, cheese, and the usual dried meat. The centerpiece is the soup. The taste of seasoned vegetables has been brought out and is delicious. I'm looking forward to it. Well then, I wonder, let's do some exercise first. Skira grabbed her scythe that she had leaned on a wall. Except for the chef soldier, everyone took up their respective weapons. Why, you bitches. Wanna go dash? You think you can win with this number of people? If you don't want to die, drop your weapons. 3 from the mercenaries' mouths came words of intimidation. They were waiting for Evgen's signal, but they had surrounded them without waiting. They were itching for a fight. They were men from collapsed bandit troop. They wouldn't wait for something like instructions of a noble. Lieutenant Colonel. Kill everyone holding weapons. Treat the others as civilians. For now, this is a town in the kingdom's territory. If we make a mistake, that'll be bad in all sorts of ways, right? Understood. Get them. At that signal, the soldiers rushed at the mercenaries. Skira had hurled small sickles and had already killed 2. Around the bonfire unfolded a tragedy. There was no way a mishmash of mercenaries could win against the cavalry members who had different training and higher morale. Their numbers were diminishing incredibly fast. Hey. Shouldn't we also back them up? Wait. Drop your sword. Absolutely do not get involved. You'll be killed. The man, trembling in fear, threw his sword in front of him and warned the mercenary next to him to absolutely not get involved. Why? Look at those guys' flag. Black, with a white crow coat of arms. I've seen that on the battlefield. That's bad news. It's the death god. Skira's emblem. If you don't want to die, hurry and throw away your sword. I get it, okay. I don't really get it though. I just think your words are kinda true. 31 suppressed by the other man's authority, he threw away his sword in front of him, not understanding what he meant. He didn't agree, but the vicinity near the bonfire was already a sea of blood. Soldiers stepped on the backs of feeble-breathing mercenaries and skewered them with spears. A girl not to be trifled with was bisecting humans while easily handling a scythe. He couldn't understand what was what. And so thus, the last man was thrown down, and his head was stepped on by the female officer. Along with an exhale at the point of effort, his head was exploded, smashed like a tomato. That scene was like watching some kind of bad dream. Lieutenant Colonel. We are done for the most part. The 2 over there are the only ones remaining. Reported a soldier while wiping off dust. No one had suffered any wounds, it seemed. Everyone was checking their weapons. Good work. More importantly, is the soup okay? Did I go too overboard, I wonder? Skira worriedly looked into the cauldron. Something red was mixed in. The chef soldier started mixing it, saying it was fine. He had been constantly cooking in the middle of the battlefield. Maybe as a result, a fragrant smell that tempted the appetite began wafting in the air. There is no problem. It has been a while, so I tried throwing in tomatoes and mixing in spices. This will warm up your body when you eat it, as a result of the spiciness. That sounds great. Probably thanks to the approaching winter, it's been really cold recently. Let's have everyone taste it. A meal is more enjoyable with everyone. It will be about time soon for Second Lieutenant Katarina to return. I will properly finish up before them. 31 I leave it to you. I will greet the remaining humans. While waving her scythe to get rid of the clots of blood, the character who played the leading role in causing this tragedy approached. The 2 survivors didn't do anything but stand stock still while shivering in terror. Skira approached, to scythe range, and further to point-blank range, and she smiled, showing her white teeth, while her palm, wet with red, brushed the cheek of a mercenary. The slimy feeling made the man feel death. You guys have made the correct choice. Very fortunate of you. You should happily live out your life from here on. It'll be a waste if you die in vain. Skira rubbed his cheek. Red thickly painted his face. Mixed in with the blood was some kind of piece of meat that stuck to him. The man didn't want to know what that something was. Fufu, I'm not going to eat you or anything. There's tasty soup over there after all. If it's alright with you, wanna eat together? No well, if you change your mind, come talk. Tonight, we'll spend the night here see ya. Skira removed her hand, and returned to the bonfire in good humor. The man had gotten over his fear, and was gazing at Skira's face before he knew it. The mercenary neighboring him tried to get his attention, concerned, but his words didn't reach the man's ears. 1 hour later. Katarina came out from the feudal lord's mansion. The soup was simmering pleasantly. It would soon be time to eat. Katarina, how'd it go? Were you properly able to do it, I wonder? Sir, he spilled out everything. I used 4 people. He was quite obstinate, but in the end, he said, I'll say everything, so please forgive me. He should have just said that from the beginning, that stupid man. Reported Katarina with a smiling face. Her entire body was covered in blood, and some unrecognizable things were sticking to her. The person herself showed no signs of caring. The cavalrymen were also composedly chatting. Skira wiped the filth off Katarina's face with a towel, and then wiped the filth stuck to her armor. While that was happening, Katarina muttered, extremely sorry for causing you trouble. During that time, she was making a toying with something gesture as always. This time, her hand wasn't empty, but had the actual item in it. They bumped around, and she skillfully rotated them with her hand. They looked much like walnuts, Skira thought. Second Lieutenant, even if you hold those kind of things, they won't fill your belly. I'll give you these, so throw those away. Skira tossed 2 walnuts that she kept hidden on her to Katarina. Oh, okay. I was about to drop them. Thank you very much. Flustered in case she dropped them, she caught them and dropped the 2 things she had held up until now towards her feet. They were dirted by the soil, so she stepped on them while they were on the ground. It seemed she was much more taken by the present from her superior officer. She started rolling them around again. The walnuts made clacking sounds. Come, let's have our long-awaited dinner. We've been waiting for you. As for the report to Staff Officer Saitamo, let's tell him we left right after finishing eating. Understood. Katarina saluted and approached the open fire in a jog. Now, let us eat. There's a great smell. The person who made this must be skilled, I wonder. I am honored to receive your praise. When she praised the soldier, he shouted, standing up from his spot and saluting. The surrounding soldiers were throwing complaints that he was too loud. They were also throwing pebbles. In order, the soup, bread, and dried meat were distributed, and everyone gave praise to the white crow of the black flag. This wasn't something someone had started. It just naturally became like this, since they felt like they would be blessed somehow. To where they were having the meal, hesitatingly came the mercenary that had thrown away his sword earlier. When Skira handed him soup, he said his thanks and started drinking. At the large plaza littered with corpses, the cavalrymen spent their time very enjoyably. 31 Report from Skira's cavalry. The rebel army will cross Gulbahar Ridge, designing to assault Cyrus Fortress. They will number 3,000 light infantry as the vanguard, and 5,000 as the rear guard. Their estimated arrival is 3 days from this day, in the morning during the coming of dense fog. The neighboring feudal lords will merge with them and rebel. Consult the enclosed documents for the conspiring feudal lords. In addition, as 2 men, Evgen and Cheslaw, have been recognized as of the rebel army, they have been judged. End of transmission. 31 flags of the kingdom's army were raised all over to obstruct Canaan's main road. On the high ground to the left and right were built instant encampments, and if the Liberation Army were to attack them like this, they would suffer a great deal of damage. While viewing their encampment through a spyglass, Gamze in the field headquarters nodded. Everything was going according to plan. Arranged into 3 divisions, the Liberation Army had chosen to line pikemen in the front, then archers, and behind all of them were cavalry. The role of cavalry would be to wrap around and attack from the side, but in this current operation, they were not planned to be used. To their utmost, their main purpose was to attract the enemy's main force. I knew it, Canaan is going to be rough. That's almost like a natural fortress. It would probably take a large quantity of soldiers all in one surge to take it down. The general currently taking command said to Gamze. He was a man of the Belta faction and was an old friend of Gamze's. He was popular and excelled in leadership. What he lacked when he was with the kingdom was luck and connection to nobility. Just because of that, his road to promotion was closed, and he was sent to a do-nothing job. That is correct. But in that state, the enemy's supply train will also have a hard time. In other words, as long as we pressure the main road, they are like rats in a bag. Before long, they will suffocate and die in anguish. It is near impossible for them to procure supply locally after all. If the unit led by Colonel Hasty took down Cyrus, they could expect to get their hands on the bag known as Canaan. They were somewhat taking a risk, but even so, it was 31 an operation worth trying. It was for that reason why Diener didn't strongly oppose either. If the surprise attack this time goes smoothly, the road to the royal capital will instantly be opened. If that happens, Sir Gumze's position in the Liberation Army will also become unshakable. You will be able to work for Sir Altura more and more. Haha, no, that doesn't matter to me. I fight only for the Liberation Army's victory, said Gumze modestly, making an insincere smile. Presently, the mutual factions were locked sword to sword. To win Altura's trust, he wanted to succeed no matter the cost. However, if we just exchange glances like this, they might suspect we are conniving something. I think it is about time we send in the cavalry and provoke them. The general advised to send in the cavalry. It wasn't a bad idea to test the waters and rain a blow on them. You're forbidden to chase too far, and if an attack comes, you are to strictly order an immediate withdrawal. If we're temporarily able to get the enemy to bite, that'll be a good deal. Let's hit them hard. All right, send a messenger to the cavalry unit. When Gumze agreed, the general hurled instructions for the cavalry to launch a diversion attack. The messenger nodded, and departed from headquarters. Almost like they were exchanging places, another messenger reported. 31 Sir Gumze. Contact from an operative concealed in enemy camp. General Yalder has been accused of violating military regulations, demoted, and sent back to the royal capital. He leads the defeated soldiers from Antigua and Belta. So General Yalders also has it hard, huh? His established fame is crumbling, isn't it? It's like a lie that he was once known for his steel division. I hope I don't end up like him. In that respect, it was quite helpful for us. Thanks to his carelessness, we were able to take Antigua. A general muttered like he was sympathizing, and another general cracked a joke. Famu. After reading the report, Gumze crossed his arms. The one currently carrying out defense of Canaan was Field Marshal Sharav. He was acknowledged and established for his profound prudence and steady leadership. Would such a man really decide to split valuable forces before a defensive battle? A bad premonition ran through his head. Should he continue the operation? But there were too few reasons to stop. He judged that he was too timid. What is the matter, Staff Officer Gumze? No, nothing. I was just thinking a little bit. Ha, even if you worry, since it's Colonel Hasty, he'll absolutely accomplish his mission. When it comes to fights on hills and fields, he's the greatest in the Liberation Army. Even Colonel Fynn can't outdo him. That is true. No matter what it takes, he has to take down Cyrus Fortress. For the Liberation Army's victory. And also for the sake of the oppressed citizens. Gumze strongly nodded, like shaking off the doubts running through his head. He could order the operation to be discontinued here. But the time, people, and money invested here would all go down the drain. They would also have to meaninglessly 31 withdraw the large force spread out in front of them. If by chance this was just groundless fear, he would let victory go right under his nose. Stopping an operation once it was put in motion was more difficult than starting it. It'll be fine. It'll surely go well. I can't consider stopping after all this. Wouldn't that for sure go along with Diener's expectations? I'll show him, I'll absolutely succeed. First Army's Mountain Camp Headquarters. While looking down at the enemy soldiers, Sharav was stroking his white facial hair. He was convinced that his own judgment wasn't mistaken. He couldn't sense from the enemy the spirit that they were going to assault this fortification. From his long years of experience, he would smell out the various moods of the battlefield. He couldn't explain it with words, but he could understand more or less from the smell. It was an absolutely illogical sensation. But Sharav had confidence in his own judgment, that their adversaries were waiting for something. Likely, somewhere not here where they were confronting each other. Somewhere where if overlooked would probably be fatal for this Canaan area. Your Excellency. A company of the enemy is coming to attack. Will we intercept them? Ignore them until they enter bow range. If they get even closer, chase them away with spears. Pursuit is unnecessary. There's no need to get caught in a blatant diversion. Your Excellency. Just staring at them and defending will affect the morale of the soldiers. Please, give my unit the order to attack. Allow me to display that I will absolutely crush them. Barbara strongly proposed to Sharav. His proposal wasn't too off the mark. If they simply let by the enemy's provocation, the soldiers would begin to think that the commander had lost his nerve. Before long, this would be tied to a feeling of war weariness and might also become a cause for collapse. Sometimes, the boldness to launch an attack was necessary to maintain morale. 3. Barbara. Your chance will come shortly. Be patient until then. Nevertheless, Your Excellency. Already among the soldiers, a rumor is spreading that we cannot ignore. We ought to make an assertive offensive here. Recently, a rumor had begun to spread widely among the soldiers. Why was Field Marshal Sharav not actively fighting the Liberation Army? Was there some deeper reasoning? Or was there a different reason? They had heard that Sharav was a long-time acquaintance of the rebel army commander Biraus. They had also heard that he had been invited to rebel in many occasions by the enemy Supreme Commander Altura. Inside the Field Marshal's heart, maybe he was considering it, etc. ridiculous. Ignore the idiotic rumors. If we go ahead and launch an attack trying to dispel the rumor, that'll be to the enemy's satisfaction. If we leave it alone, it'll eventually smother out. Sharav rebutted and once again looked towards the enemy encampment. After having sent the dismissed Yalder instructions to stand by, he had sent in another order: in the event of an emergency, move according to your own judgment, no need to wait for orders. Barbara glared loathsomely into the back of Sharav, not at all perturbed. He couldn't earn great achievements by just defending. Also, he didn't know if that rumor was authentic or not. Sharav and Biraus having a relationship close enough to be called best friends was a famous story. In the succession struggle, Sharav had maintained neutrality, and Biraus had been on the losing side. Biraus had contended that the eldest son ought to succeed the throne, but after the current Christoph won, Biraus had been exiled. Sharav also privately agreed about the eldest son, but he didn't want to get involved in the succession, so he had stayed neutral. Hence, he arrived at his current position. If the winners had been reversed, Biraus should have been the one to sit in the seat of Field Marshal. With an expression that didn't conceal his ambition, Barbara clenched his closed fist. 32. Whether the rumor is true or not doesn't concern me. Someday, I will seize you by the tail and pull you down from that seat. Gulbahar Ridge halfway. While hidden in the dense trees, 3,000 light infantry were silently marching. The fog began to set in, and their field of vision was narrowing. There were people who got lost from the main group. There were poor footholds, and there was no shortage of unlucky people who slipped. Even though they had been trained, it was meaningless if they couldn't see. While carefully treading on the ground, they kept walking, forward, and forward. Standing at the head of the unit, Colonel Hasty had a strange premonition. They weren't on the wrong road. Their hired guide was also nodding that they were moving as planned. Timing was also part of the plan, so they weren't very behind schedule. After they descended the ridge, they would run full speed towards Cyrus. That was it. What is this unpleasant ambience? It's very unlikely due to the fog. It's almost like criminals heading to the gallows. That kind of ludicrous vision floated in his mind. This should be a road to glory, absolutely not a road to ruin. That's what he had been told. He was silently, intently pushing forward on the dark, mountain road. He became intimidated. I'm thinking too much. I'm a commander, I can't be daunted. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, and forced himself to believe that. He looked back at his subordinates following after him. Everyone's faces were drooping, and they were marching while silencing their breathing. They were elite soldiers, people chosen who could function even in the mountains, yet despite that, their faces were somewhat gloomy. They didn't look at all like a unit who would conduct a surprise attack hereafter. They were like defeated soldiers. It wasn't just him, they too were 32 feeling this repulsive air. They advanced forwards, like trying to shake off the feeling. If they stopped, they wouldn't ever be able to move again. The male guide spoke up in a small voice. It's quite rare, for this ridge, to be this silent. What do you mean? Huh. Usually, birds will be chirping, and there'll also be things like deer, boars, and other small animals. Yet today I haven't even seen a single one. On the contrary, I haven't even heard the sounds of bugs. They may have been crushed by this strange chill. The voices of birds, the voices of bugs, and the voices of animals, not one could be heard. All that could be heard was the occasional passing wind, and their own footsteps only. There'll be days like that, right? Don't say something so ominous. It's kinda eerie, and it doesn't feel like the same mountain. The guide with a humble appearance began rubbing both his arms like he was cold. This man had been hired with not a small sum of money. He wasn't particularly connected to the kingdom or the Liberation Army. If there were greater benefits, any side was fine. Not only that, there was money right in front of his eyes. Hence, he had accepted to be their guide. But, he was regretting it today. If he had to suffer this uncanny atmosphere, he ought to have quietly stayed at home. He wiped the nape of his neck with a towel. Cold sweat honestly felt disgusting. Colonel. Will this go well for us? 32. Seeing the guide scared of something, a soldier softly came to ask. For this man, who had served long enough in the unit to be considered a veteran, to leak a misgiving was rare. Hasty spontaneously wanted to speak of his uneasiness, but he resisted and answered, that will depend on our labor. We'll absolutely pull it off, that kind of enthusiasm is necessary. Why, you're right. Please forgive me. I understand your tension before a surprise attack. But, you are a veteran. You cannot show your anxiety. Fear is contagious. Yes, sir. Encouraged Hasty, slapping the veteran's back. If he didn't let out this bravado, he felt like he too would have fretted. He grasped his sword tightly. Stressing agility, the soldiers were armed with swords or javelins. Longer spears weren't carried, as they would hinder the march. Those equipped with bows used short bows. The rear guard accompanied by the supply train would have their usual weapons, and they would hand them over as soon as they arrived. Due to their load, their marching speed was slow, and Hasty's group acting as the vanguard had to fell Cyrus. The night will begin to brighten soon. Guide, are we almost there? Why, yeah. Just a little longer. It'll be easier than before here on. The ground getting more level is proof. Good, please continue your good work until we finish descending the mountain. Everyone, persevere a bit more. Hasty inhaled, and started walking again. Around when the sky began to grow light, the 3,000 light infantry had finally finished descending the ridge. The fog had already set in, masking the plains near their feet. 32. Before it cleared up, they would march as much as they could, and they had to get close to Cyrus Fortress. Hasty signaled with his hand, giving the order to advance. Loud voices could not be used. In case there were patrols, there was the danger of being noticed by the enemy. They had marched for maybe an hour. A silhouette appeared in the fog. A human silhouette riding on a horse. A black flag was fluttering. It seemed to be slowly heading towards them. Before suspecting it of being an enemy, he considered the possibility of it being an ally. They had imparted to Baron Evgen, who managed the area around Cyrus, their path of march and when they would arrive. Perhaps he had come as reinforcement. Though it would be out of place with their light infantry, it would be heartening if they could use cavalry. They would have already been attacked at this distance if it was an enemy. But just in case, he had his subordinates make preparations for battle. Wait to attack until I instruct you to. However, stay prepared. Sir. Understood. The infantry unsheathed their swords and took battle positions. We are the fox that crosses the ridge. Are you the fox that lies in wait? They wouldn't name themselves as the Liberation Army. Several passwords had been established with Evgen beforehand. It was also to prevent friendly fire after taking control of Cyrus. No reply came from the team of horses in front of him. They further approached them. His spoken words should have reached them. If his words were ignored, the possibility they were of the kingdom's army was high. Tension ran through the soldiers. To arrange inside the fog where they could see, they drew closer and closer. 32. When he decided to ask one more time, from behind blasted a scream. If you do not respond, we will attack. Are you the Deshi? Enemy attack. The back of our unit is being attacked by enemy cavalry. W, what? T, then these guys are dash. When Hasty faced front again, the figure of a female officer on a horse entered his vision. A female wearing black armor that did not suit her body, wielding a large scythe. From her gushed out the accursed feeling that he had felt earlier. It wasn't bloodthirst nor was it anger. It was a darkish presence hard to describe. While naturally clad in that grim aura, she came before Hasty's very eyes. He strengthened his grip on his sword. Cold sweat streamed down his back. That bad sensation I felt was because of this monster. That female smiled ferociously, and at the same time Hasty swung out his sword. His skull was gouged out by that crooked, evil blade. Fresh blood sprayed into the fog, and a very fantastical spectacle was born. The female that had killed Hasty, Skira, began silently swinging her scythe. With every swing, the souls of Liberation Army soldiers were reaped. The scene of red fountains gushing up one after another inside the fog was strongly burned into the minds of the Liberation Army soldiers. The humans of Hasty's unit who were witnessing that would continue to be tormented by this terror in the future. There would be people who would have mental disorders, and even those who would go insane. A certain soldier, deciding to leave a record of this beautiful tragedy, madly continued to paint a painting in only red and white. He was confronted by no one, he simply painted endlessly. Before long, he finished one painting, and that soldier slit his throat. 32 in his final moments, after he had signed it with his own blood, he died while laughing loudly. In the magical fog was a young girl gently picking flowers with slender hands. Her countenance was like a deathly white. From the ground welled up red fountains, drenching the little girl's feet. In red puddles were drawn many red flowers and white skulls, making observers feel a degenerative fear. In future years, it would be put on display by someone who thought it regrettable to dispose of it, and it would become highly evaluated by nobility. This painting that modeled and was modeled by Skira of the kingdom's army was named, Skira's Aids Flower Burial. Inside the fog, the one-sided slaughter continued. Inside, where vision was altogether useless, Skira's cavalry plagued the light infantry. Before their swords could reach the bodies of the riders, they were skewered by lances, and one, and then another, collapsed. Even so, they desperately resisted, and there was even a brave soldier who pulled a rider down to the ground. But, his resistance was in vain, and many lances opened holes in the veteran's body. The surprise attack unit that had lost its commander, now leaderless, decided to turn back to the ridge while inducing panic. The fog gradually cleared up. An ambush from the kingdom's army was waiting. Ha ha ha. All my resentment will be cleared up here dash. Kill the rebel army. All forces charge. Now's the time to dispel our grudge from Belta. OU dash. From the base of the ridge rose Yalder's angry words as they commenced the attack, leaping at those going first. Generals of the former 4th Army also raised their swords, their voices trembling. War drums violently boomed from around the area just to add to their voices. 32 having foreseen the rebel army's path of advance, Yalder sent in Skira's cavalry to the front and stationed his united legion to the side as an ambush. Skira's cavalry would halt their advance, and at the same time the fog cleared, he would pincer them. Hasty's group had marched to their own deaths. Hasty's unit collapsed under severe attack from 4 sides. Of their 3,000, 2,000 were killed, and the survivors scattered, rooted, in all 4 directions. Furthermore, Yalder, of his own judgment, decided to advance and cross the ridge. His staff officer Saitamo also counseled that they ought to take advantage of this opportunity. He sent a messenger to Sharav. Skira's cavalry was entrusted with defense of Cyrus, and the United Legion began climbing the ridge at full speed. We'll give them a taste of a downhill charge, show them our United Legion's ability. All the debts we owe, will be cleared up here dash. Long live Yalder's United Legion. Long live the Yuze Kingdom. All units charge. Achievement is yours for the taking dash. Forward dash. The 5,000 rear guard of the Liberation Army having been surprise attacked from high ground was thrown into violent disarray. They had no composure to get into rank. Their weapons were adequate, but the movement of the supply unit accompanying them was slow. Riding the momentum of victory, Yalder could not be stopped. Provisions and arms were thrown away, and everyone began retreating for their lives. Yalder's unit doused the retreating soldiers with an intense rain of arrows and a hail of rocks, and they were successful in inflicting a great deal of casualties. The brave general did not stop. Yalder's United Legion descended the ridge while resting, and invaded the Canaan area from the opposite side. The confrontation in front of Canaan's main road continued. Yalder showed signs of attacking the Liberation Army's main force of 30,000 from the side. Having received the report from the messenger, Sharav also decided to attack. 32 will take advantage of this and launch a general offensive. Chase out the rebel army. They resolutely sallied out from their secluded mountain camp, and in a fish-scale formation, they faced the Liberation Army. The 2 sides clashed on the plains. At first, the battle seemed to unfold favorably for the Liberation Army with superior morale, but the situation reversed when Yalder's legion struck them from the side. Cleaving a gap into their formation, the 1st Army's vanguard, Barbara's division, crushed the enemy infantry units. Taking along his elite guards, he too was swinging his spear, inspiring the soldiers. The Liberation Army's infantry were killed one after the other. Massacre the trash of the rebel army dash. Don't let a single one return alive dash. They're a mix of small fry after all, there's nothing to fear dash. Gomza of the Liberation Army, deeming any more was dangerous, decided to loosely retreat. One general spoke up in protest, saying it was still early to give up. The situation was disadvantageous, but they still hadn't been defeated. They had suffered a fierce attack, but their formation of 3 ranks was still intact. Since the enemy soldiers had come out from their mountain encampment, there was also the choice of toughing it out and waiting for reinforcements. Since soldiers led by Altura were on standby at Belta, retreating here would have the same meaning as defeat for the Liberation Army. Their morale was high from successive victories, and they had schemed with the feudal lords. This would have inevitable consequences for their future strategies too. But, Gomza calmly judged the progress of the battle, silenced the general's objection, and ordered a retreat. Any more fighting is meaningless. Now that our mainstay, the ridge crossing, has been impeded, it would be best here to retreat. I have all the responsibility. I would like you to follow my instructions. 32 strictly ordered Gomza, curbing his boiling anger. Having 30,000 annihilated here would affect their control of Belta. They only had to prevent the very worst situation. That was the duty of staff officer who decided the strategies. Making their rearguard cavalry lurk as an ambush, they gradually began to retreat. Sharav judged that any more pursuit would increase the number of casualties instead. Despite being routed, they were withdrawing while maintaining discipline. If they were tempted and sent out a unit, there was the concern of being surrounded back. Rejecting Barbara's opinion for a full-on pursuit, he ordered to pull back to the mountain encampment. Why are we discontinuing the attack here? If we inflict catastrophic damage here, Belta's recapture would be easy. Damn it, Sharav, forget your concerns. There is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity right before your eyes, and you want to let it go. However, a report from scouts say there are troops in ambush. You fool. We'll just give the defeated ambushers the boot. The ones with the more superior power is us. In one more step, can't we drive the enemy's main force to annihilation? Barbara snapped the staff of command he had in his hand. Despite pressured by that threatening attitude, his adjutant reported, "Sir Barbara, our allies are pulling back. If we don't also move, that might be seen as a breach of military regulations. Much to my chagrin, I've no choice. We're withdrawing." Sharav, you coward. Not agreeing, Barbara hesitated to withdraw till the last, but he finally returned to the camp. Cursing his superior officer all the while. If Sharav had complied with Barbara's advice here and launched an assault with the entire army, certainly, there was the possibility of the kingdom's army achieving victory and gaining a foothold in Belta. Of course, their forces would be reduced by counterattacks, sufficient enough to cause anxiety that Canaan's defense would be in jeopardy. Preferring slow and steady, Sharav chose to defend, and was successful in protecting Canaan. But, the kingdom's army still continued to have the numerical inferiority, since they weren't able to drive the Liberation Army main force into destruction. Which choice would have been correct was not known. But just looking at the result, it was victory for the kingdom's army, which had crushed the enemy surprise attack. Having finished fighting, Skira's cavalry entered Cyrus Fortress as per orders. She let their war horses rest and everyone recover stamina. While nibbling bread, Skira headed to the medical clinic. Established inside the fortress, it was a sick clinic for treating disease and the wounded. The cavalrymen wounded in the battle earlier greeted and saluted their superior officer. Among them too were people on beds scattering blood while receiving treatment. If they were generals or nobles, they might be able to receive magical treatment. But for them, normal soldiers, prescribed painkillers were all they would get. A man who bore serious wounds, inside his hazy consciousnesses, was dying. He drifted on the threshold of life and death. Skira approached a medical soldier wearing a white coat. When his eyes met hers, he regretfully shook his head, and headed towards a bed where another was waiting. When Skira lowered her eyes, a young man with a pallid face was whispering something while his body was twitching. Skira smiled. "You did well earlier. Thanks to everyone's efforts, we were able to gain a splendid victory. Hereafter too, fight together with me to kill the rebel army. There's still much fighting after this." 33 When she caressed his cheek, he turned a reliant gaze towards Skira. But, his gaze was unfocused, and seemed to be looking up somewhere in space. Skira's figure probably no longer entered his vision. Lie. Lieutenant Col. S. Skira. I. He violently vomited blood from his mouth. On the white sheets was spreading a red stain. He had a fatal wound on one of his organs. He did well just being able to make it back here. Through sheer tenacity that he would act alongside his commander until the end, he had made it back here. But, nothing could be done for him in a place like this. No, it would probably be impossible no matter how excellent the doctor. The medical soldier had given him a large quantity of painkiller, there was no other means to take away suffering. There was only one thing Skira could do. There was only one thing death could do. While holding that in her left hand, she had a candy in her right. Hey, you hungry? I have a sweet and yummy candy you know. It's one that Second Lieutenant Katarina always shares with me though. I took one of those. I'll share one with you too. How very fortunate of you. Lieutenant Col.S. Skira dash in the mouth of the young man calling out Skira's name with blank eyes, Skira tossed in the white candy. Then, gently holding his red-stained mouth, she performed the final treatment with her other hand. That red candy looks really good. But that's something I've given to you, so I'll control myself. Skira closed the eyes of the soldier no longer moving, and she lightly smiled. Leaving the red candy that had spilled out of his mouth and fell next to his face, she tucked 33 that in her left hand into her waist. Skira waved to the wounded performing a salute around her, and she left the medical clinic. Skira grandly stretched and annoyingly scowled at the blazing sun. When she looked up above the main tower, next to the kingdom's flag was triumphantly fluttering a black flag in the wind. Someone from the cavalry had arbitrarily mounted it probably. Tearing the completely stale bread into fine pieces, she threw them into her mouth. A black crow from somewhere came along to her feet. When she threw just a bit of bread crumbs at the ground, it began hopping, pecking at the ground. It looked up at Skira and cawed, as if wanting something. I don't have any more food to give you, crow. Don't be lazy and go get your own. After all, you can fly freely in the sky. With nothing left to do, Skira turned and left, having eaten everything remaining. The crow watched her leave with eyes not feeling like it. Losing interest before long, the crow flew away, heading towards a place of rest. Afterwards, until Katarina came to call her, Skira passed the time and took a refined nap atop the watchtower. There were a mountain of things to do, like sending a report to Saitama, but deciding not to care, Skira left them to her excellent adjutant. Next to her stubbornly loitered the crow that had failed at procuring food earlier. 33 Belta Castle, in the middle of an audience. The generals were arrayed, while the defeated General Gumza was prostrating himself, rubbing his face against the floor. All the responsibility was on him, who had command and conducted the operation. There had been a chance to halt the operation, the news that Yalder's division had been relocated. He ought to have temporarily stopped the march and performed a detailed reconnaissance. Gumza's regret was bottomless. Everything had come to naught. After this, Diener would no doubt have complete hegemony. I, the lousy Gumza, have faulted, despite being entrusted with soldiers from the princess. I have no excuses. I am prepared to accept any condemnation. As well as to maintain discipline, please inflict punishment on this worthless me. You are mistaken, Gumza. The one who ordered you to carry out the mission was I. You and your men have fought bravely for me. I would like you to lend me your strength from here on as well. Please do not be rash, the battle will yet continue. Princess. Morale cannot be preserved in that case. In times like this especially, it is vital to not let a fault go unpunished. I beg of you, please give me judgment. Sympathy is unnecessary. Objected Gumza, the words almost bursting out of him. He was prepared to absolve the Belta faction's mismanagement via his death.